your mics have the green light on.
Okay.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the Gallup City Council special meeting this Thursday, February 24th, 2022. It is now 11:03 a.m. and we start with roll call. Mr. Abeda, take roll, please.
Councilor Garcia.
Here.
Councilor Shaw.
Here.
Councilor Kumar.
Here.
Councilor Pelichick.
Here.
Mayor Bonagudi.
Here. Okay, we have strategic planning on the City of Gallup continued on February 23rd, 2022 work session. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zenick.
Ready to go? Guys, today I'd like to start off by picking up where we left off yesterday. There were some topics we were going to talk about. And so I prepared some outlines for those, and we're going to talk. The focus here is to allow you to discuss the issues and talk about what are direction and action.
Over there.
The topics, and I'm going to try to get this so we can get through these by 12:45-ish, and then that will allow us adequate time to update the strategic plan.
Thank you.
The topics, from what I was hearing, is start off with some discussion about hospital and medical health care here and what the city is. I know it's been pressing. You heard about it this week. And then go into the city's role in economic development, about small business developments, tourism, and even the airport and how all those link and what the city's role there is. We talked about this yesterday. Remember our discussion on beautiful Gallup? What do we need to do to clean up the city? You all talked to me. Housing development, and what is our strategy there going forward? And the final one, if we have time, is Red Rock Park, where all those components fit. You've got some state monies coming in. You got needs out there. Where do you want to go? So those five, hopefully we can get through. If not, Red Rocks, we can incorporate that. But the first four would be helpful, I think, to have this opportunity to just air things out and where we go. That makes sense to you all? And then we'll get into the updating of the plan. And it is a very ambitious plan this year, because I think in some respects, we're catching up for 2 years of, well, like yesterday, I thought the department heads really were looking forward to the opportunity to talk to you and share their thoughts with you in a candid way, which is hard to do on Zoom. It's easier to do in person. So. Do you have any opening comments, Marianne, before we start?
No, just thank you for all the time you spent yesterday giving me this opportunity to talk about challenges and issues. I think we really appreciate it. And now we have to put it all together and come up with priorities to help us move forward.
So the hospital and healthcare, you all talked to me about the deteriorating medical services there over the last several years. You talked to me about also the fact that some of the key staff are resigning. And we had an experience even 2 days ago in our section where a critical person ended up leaving or resigning. That the hospital is county owned, so you have limited role there. And the county has a lease with CHC to operate it for 3 years, and that extends to 24. Because it was just renewed in May of 21, or extended in May of 21, last May. The board is not local. And my memory serves me correct. You guys, at one time you were on the board, I think.
Yes.
As we talked about it in our strategic planning session. So you may have some insights there. And the CEO is not really full-time, from what I gather in talking with you. Here, he's really got several hospitals and comes here maybe once a week.
One day.
One day. And from what I understand, that may not always happen too, or sometimes it may be virtual, Michael, as I was picking up. And you have very limited role, but who gets the calls? looking at the 5 of you over here on a regular basis. So that's sort of the context of the reality today. You all talk to me, you have outcomes here. You want quality services here for your residents. You want to be able to have the hospital have the ability to hire and retain top quality medical staff. You talk to me about you want to make sure the facility is well maintained and does not deteriorate, and there's a maintenance function there. And less need to go to Albuquerque, because several of you talked to me about the road is really heavy between here and Albuquerque for medical care, and the hospital will fly folks out to there for some services. So those are the context of the discussion today. I think there's common goal. You got the issues. The key is, given your limited role, what are things that the city potentially could do, and what are the next steps? So we'll throw it open, see where we are in about 10 or 15 minutes. So any thoughts? Anyone?
I mean, I think as community leaders, either individually, we can write a letter to Don Smithburg, although I don't know how much weight it'll carry. Nonetheless, we can say that it's a major concern for us. That I guess my concern is that we have really tried to work on growing our own people here, especially in the nursing community, making sure we had a nursing college here, that they went to school here, that they worked here, they took care of local patients, developed relationships with them. And that was working out good. I can only speak to the OB, the labor and delivery unit, because my daughter was a nurse there, as were many of the nurses that were local there. But as people started leaving, nurses, the hospital was resistant to bringing on more staff. So they were working the staff so many hours without time off that it became unsafe for them to work there because they were so tired. How could they deliver safe care? Doctors were leaving, and eventually the labor and delivery department did close. And we had longstanding nurses leave from the community that had worked there, and it was so sad. My daughter being one of them. And now they're all working in Port Defiance, which is in Arizona.
You gosh, like you have some thoughts about what the city could do?
Truthfully, I did serve on the board, and I have seen what goes on there. And every time you have an administration change, there are changes. And there is always some people that are going to like it, and some people that don't. We did have COVID coming through, so there was a lot of pressure. The use of locums at the hospital has been an ongoing issue for many, many years, not just right now. So, but we did have that program. They did try to do that residency. There were some good things going on, but at the end of the day, it's the culture of the hospital that's hurting it, probably more than anything else. And when you bring in outside people that are not, and I'm not opposed to bringing outside people to a certain extent, but you still need presence of the local constituents, knowing, because these are the people that talk to the other people. And so when you basically alienate people from a board, where do they go? So it's a cultural issue more so, and that's what I've noticed. And that's not just hospital, it's any business, any place you go. If the culture isn't, it takes time to build that culture, and it's a belief in who's in office or who holds that post, whether it's the CEO, so.
You have a suggestion about actions or next steps for the city?
For the city, I mean, all we can request is, and I've thought about this a lot. I even told Mary I wanted to run for CEO at one point. I'm like, at least I can relate to people,
Right.
because that's that's number one. If you cannot relate to people, it's not going to matter. Probably a change of administration is necessary. And the only people that can do that is the county. And they need to somewhat go back to what it was. It was never great and never has been the greatest, but there were some providers that were really good at the hospital that just left because they were tired of this.
What would you,
And a lot of it is when I go into a business, and I can talk to when I purchase an ongoing business, I look at, some of the things I can easily change is attitude, culture. It's ongoing, but it is culture.
yep,
And where are we spending our money? I mean, I was on the finance committee. I looked at they took in 5 million or something in credit card, and the fee was, I forget, it was 50,000 or something. I just looked at that number. I go 5,050,000. That's a 10% fee. Credit cards don't charge. They had such an old account with Wells Fargo and Wells Fargo was killing them on their credit card fees. And all they had to do was, I mean, if you're in business, you just know that doesn't correlate to a 3% fee. That's just visual. So there are things that, there are some cost-effective ways to reduce certain things. Our purchasing department yesterday, the way they were talking and how they're doing what they're doing, and those are kind of necessary things you can do. That doesn't impact the staff really, but those are, so you're not taking away hours, or you're not, you're promising bonuses that you never deliver. I heard that a lot,
so what suggestion for the city then?
City, we can only influence the county.
So contact your county.
Yeah, and say, City of Gallup really needs the hospital. Without the hospital, this city will die.
And we already had a joint meeting with the county.
Yep.
I mean, so.
Yep,
Yeah, but did we actually go out there and tell them that, you need to make this change because you're not really hearing it?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know that we told them that, but.
Well, sometimes, you just have to, it's not working right now.
Right.
So you got to make the change. And sometimes it needs the
So should it be
collaboration.
coming from all of
Yes.
us
and it would
through the
come-
mayor or
We
individually?
can write a letter as one, or and sign and say, we'd like a change.
So if we write a letter as the council, it means we got to have an open meeting to discuss it before we can make the decision.
Yeah, now these are suggestions and,
yeah, right now
This
I'm
is
throwing
all-
out ideas.
I was asking Mary Ann, is there a chance that we have a closed session so that we could discuss the hospital?
I think it's better open than closed. We're not gonna discuss anything that.
Yes,
I mean,
we don't own the
well,
property. We
I
can't.
mean, certainly, I think we have an open meeting. We say what we want to do and we jointly do it. I mean, because these people have come to us asking for help and we have to respond in some way. I mean, we at least support them, at least write a letter jointly or separately, whatever we're going to do. I mean, I started to draft a letter this morning.
But who's the letter to though? Because
That's,
You
yeah.
need to give it to the county.
Council.
So it's to the county.
to the county, because
That's what I heard, going to the county, a
To the
request.
county.
okay,
yes.
because the county has a lease with the hospital. We did determine that it's through with this corporation through May of 2024. I haven't seen the lease, trying to get a copy of the document.
3-year lease
Right.
signed in May.
Right, so I'm trying to get a copy of it so you can see what it is, but that's, the county's already basically has an agreement with them for whatever. We need to get a copy of that
Well, they gotta
lease.
perform.
Right, but
Right.
we need to see what
That's it.
they're asking them to do, and we'll
Just
get
because you
that.
sign a lease doesn't mean,
We'd actually like to see the lease.
Right, so
You know,
we're
I
gonna
mean,
try to
if
get a
we can
copy
See
of
the
that.
lease to see what. you
yeah,
know,
and that should be a public
Yeah.
document.
I agree with you.
There's a
We're
golden
working on it.
parachute in there for this company. I mean,
Yeah,
But that's the control the county has over the hospital, is that they own the property. And so when they do a lease, they can put certain conditions in it. We need to see what they are.
right.
Linda, what are your thoughts?
I agree with Councilor Palachuk and of course, Councilor Kumar. There has to be transparency to the county, to the city, to the people. That's what they're calling out for, is for transparency. Possibly the change of administration and put more local. Doctors and nurses and medical staff on board on the, they will know more about what needs to be done for the hospital and for the city of Gallup itself and McKinney County. And I believe it's necessary to have a closed session on the hospital on what we can do. And I personally have gone to, they've had meetings, people that are having a voice. I personally have gone to the meetings and spoke at these meetings and said, we as a city, I'm talking for the mayor and councilors, we support what you are doing. We don't like it either. We live here also. We have family that needs to go to the hospital and we want quality care. It's about quality of life. So we are saying, we support you in what you're doing. We want a better hospital. We need a hospital that's gonna thrive in this community and not go backwards. And some of the other things is the equipment or the hospital itself. If the county is renting to the hospital, they need to, I think, step up and bring it up to date and the conditions of the hospital, because there's no excuse. There should be zero tolerance for having no call buttons, the telephone's not working, the staff overworked, the staff that they're firing for having a voice, that should not be. I mean, I would see lawsuits coming in leaps and bounds because of what they are doing. It's illegal what they are doing. So I just say that it's time that the people we're done, we're up to here. We need quality, a quality hospital. And in order for us, we're here at the strategic planning committee for housing and work ethic, all these things that come up. But if we don't have a hospital, nobody's going to come here, and the rest of us are going to leave. And I'm a senior citizen. I don't have that opportunity anymore to be traveling so much. I want my quality medical services to be here in town, because we can do that.
Michael, what are your thoughts?
Well, as like everybody else has stated, we need a good quality, well-run hospital. But it's just like Dr. Wangler that resigned. Last year, she had started this intern program at the hospital.
Right.
That brought in 4 interns. And then this year, another 4 were supposed to come in, and that they would be here for 3 years. So when it was fully staffed, it would be 12 interns that would keep rotating, and hopefully they would stay here. But with her resigning, that program, it looks like it'll fall to the wayside too. But last year, it was a good ray of hope that it was bringing in these doctors. Then surgeon that I had to use a few years ago, his contract wasn't renewed because all he asked for on the new contract was the guarantee he wouldn't be on call every weekend. He wanted every other weekend, just every other weekend. And he walked in for the negotiations and they said, your bag's packed because we ain't going to renew your contract. And it's things like that, so, and his wife was a doctor too, so that we lost both of them because of some simple thing that they could have said and done. But no, it's, to have a CEO that's only here 1 day a week, he doesn't know what's going on in the city. He doesn't know what's going on in the hospital. He can't run a hospital that way. So
What I'm hearing is request, send a letter to the county. Is that what I'm hearing from you all?
That's the only thing we can.
Expressing
Yeah,
here's the issues we see.
Yeah.
Here's our goal for the community, which we ought to be all on the same goals, and hoping and talking about, Linda, you talked about transparency, getting local folks on the board. All of you talked about that. Update, making sure the facility is up to date and not deteriorating, because the worst thing to do, because I've seen this in other communities, is in May, they walk away and you're left with a deteriorated 5-year deteriorated facility because they hadn't maintained it. And then And the desire to have local, the availability locally of quality medical health care and the impacts, Rand, you're talking about the impacts on all sorts of things here, from just keeping populations, businesses coming here, retaining businesses, teachers.
And
Or even
we've had
tourism if-
problems with the teachers leaving because there's not a good
there's not-
OBGYN,
That's,
you know,
I mean,
and
yeah.
where
and so
does the child
they-
get delivered?
they have to go to Grants or Farmington or
That's
Albuquerque.
gonna be a lovely drive.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
you can hold off until you get there.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I
they
had-
could take you in the emergency room to deliver your baby, but it's not
Well-
conducive to a good.
No, I was teaching in DeKalb, Illinois, and they did not have a delivery. And we had to drive an hour. And that was not a pleasant drive on 2-lane roads, so.
But what's
understand.
even worse is Grants, they're a smaller community and they have a fully functioning hospital that does well, you know, and we're a larger city and we have a ill
Right.
functioning.
And their answer seems to, when they get there, is to fly them out, helicopter them out to.
Just be a triage hospital here.
I'm not defending the hospital, but we do have a different, where we're located creates issues for the hospital in the sense that we take in everybody, but not everyone can pay. So we lose a lot of money. So
And my daughter says that we are, it's a rural hospital, nonprofit hospital, and you will never have quality physicians. You will never have specialized physicians here. You will have not even critical care here. You will just have physicians that can get you from here to another place. You will, it's never been like that. But you should have at least basic care here that allows you to survive till you can get somewhere safer. I don't know. She's, been a nurse for a long time, but I don't know. We're in a bad situation, I'll tell you.
What are your thoughts, Marianne?
Actually, she's making a copy of the lease. I just got it sent to me. She's gonna bring it over so you can see. I just started to read it, but I think that the local, I did look into the Cibola General Hospital because I couldn't understand. Because I remember telling JM that I had a physical therapist who used to live in Grants. She said everybody came together to have their babies because the camps, that they were good doctors here. And now the situation is reversed. So they have a local board of trustees, and they hire a CEO that works for the local board. This corporation is somehow involved with that same, I think they're more advisory. But in this case, it looks like, just from looking at the lease, she's going to bring it over, that the lease says that this corporation can establish their own board. And that's what they did. And now there's a, I think pushing, they got a local rep, and that's Billy, which is outstanding. But from what I can tell, he's ex officio, so he has no voice. But it would be really nice to hear from him, his perspective. At least he's going to the meetings, open and. Maybe an NDA too, non-disclosure agreement. So that could be that.
Oh, yeah.
We certainly can research that. We'll get you a copy of the lease. And then that might help us framing a letter though, because if you have to see what the requirements are, so you know what you can ask.
Gosh, when you were on the board, how many people were on the board?
at least, well,
In a lot of ways, too many.
But that was a local board.
Yeah,
This
local board, but it was
corporation
too
set
many.
up their own board.
Mhm.
And it just
And
looked like.
the board gets to choose who's on the board, there's no local input.
Mayor, do you have some final thoughts on this one?
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, but I would like I said, I think we should have a closed session on it because you're gonna be discussing names and people and whatnot. And you don't need that to be public, for sure.
Curtis, can you-
It has to fit within one of the statutorily defined topics, and I was not thinking of one that it could possibly fit in. Where you were involved in litigation, or we had an ownership interest in it.
And it's not a personnel issue because it's not our personnel, so I don't see how you, unless you threaten to sue them, but
Sure, let's threaten to sue them.
unless you threaten to sue them, but you kind of have to have standing, so.
That would be tough too.
Yeah, well, You can sue over anything.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah, it's a very important issue. Everything we talked about, the economy, the citizenry here in Gallup, I mean, they have to have, I've lived here my whole life, and that hospital has always been there, or a hospital. I mean, we had, my kids, when they were born at Rehoboth Hospital. And the other hospital, which was a Catholic hospital, I mean, they combined the two of them together like in 1989, somewhere in there.
Mhm.
But we've always had good hospitals and good doctors. Now
Yeah.
we're the opposite.
I think there's a common goal. The question is, with the limited role that the city can play, is what can you do? And it's sort of researching some options and then putting together a letter and sending it to the county.
One thing not mentioned is a helicopter. Every time they fly a person out on a helicopter, that's a $60,000 trip.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if the hospital gets a kickback from that or not, but I
I don't
mean,
think so.
that helicopter gets a lot of use.
Well, when it's a matter of life and death, you're
Yeah.
glad they use it. Let me tell you. We used it twice for my husband, so I know.
The only other comment I was gonna make on this, the county does have meal levy that they provide funding to the hospital. So that is the other coverage besides owning the property. And it's actually referenced in here, but it doesn't look like.
This is part of the lease that was
Yeah,
previously.
This is just,
Yeah, this is an amendment.
oh, so this doesn't have that.
I just read a little.
Third amended,
This is the one that was done in 21. So this is the most current
the
one.
one from May.
Well, it's missing the main one. You need the main one to, I read that they can pay the board members that they appoint.
I saw that. I saw that. They appoint them and they pay them.
We always free.
So maybe just to bring this to a close, so the next steps would be to follow through and do some further research in a timely manner and then get something to the county soon is what I'm hearing. What soon is critical.
There was funding that.
Yeah.
they have an emergency fund.
But also with the Obamacare, in theory covered. There shouldn't. Be a lot of. But I'd like to know if we still have a lot of people that have no coverage. In theory, everybody does.
Well, I would say that there are a lot that don't because
Right.
they can't afford to purchase it.
Exactly.
Well, but on the exchange, it's, if you are at financial disadvantage, most of it pays you kind of through the back door.
There's indigent care funding. It's just been a long time since I've been involved in hospital. I can't remember how they allocate that. But there is some support for hospitals called indigent care.
The county, I think county has a,
Yeah, you have to apply to the county.
yes.
Right, so the county, so they have some control. The
Yes.
mill levy, the indigent care funding, and the list. And I will try to get the primary document, sorry.
Well, you got this. This is good.
But
Any
it
other,
does show you the governing board and the CEO, and that's kind of interesting.
any other suggestion from your perspective on this one? Mariana?
No, let me do some more research. Let me do some discussions with the local rep on the board, and then Curtis can decide. I doubt it can be a closed meeting, but we could have an agenda item to actually just get some direction on the letter. But let me get you some more information.
Yeah, I don't think you could do a closed meeting on something we don't know, and there's no litigation
Right.
involved. It's an open meetings act issue, but we can make it so we don't have to have input from anybody.
My
Be a
concern, yeah,
discussion.
Right.
my concern is we'll get a group of people that want us to tell us yet again the same story that I've heard at every single meeting I've
I don't
attended.
need to hear that.
This is the
We know what we
testimonials
do.
and-
Yeah.
And agenda items, you don't have.
Okay,
Exactly.
No, you could just have a draft letter there
okay,
as for your formal adoption of it.
okay.
That then would be conveyed. And I also hear a sense of urgency, like in the next meeting or two, this needs to be some
It needs to be.
decision
done,
made to
yeah.
go forward, Fran.
But I think you're right. It has to be public, but that's a good thing too, even though you don't have to take the input again, but at least that you're doing something. And the people know that you're doing the best. you can.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if they can post something, we can set up something where what their concerns are, and but we can look at it before a meeting, so we can actually see what their, what would they like to see? What are the suggestions they can make?
I think
give us
it's
an
a
input.
new manager.
But we don't want it in a meeting, because if you have 15, 20 people.
Yeah, oh.
talking, it's the same
Right.
rhetoric, basically, at the end of the day.
Rose Eason sent a summary of all the questions that they're asking. I didn't have much time to read it in detail, but I'll kind of go back over that, see. And it's my understanding, but this is just kind of secondhand, that they are interviewing for a local CEO, but that CEO would report to this board and the corporation. Let me find out about that too. That would be an update.
Any other comments?
One question
Michael?
is, how did they decide to pick this corporation to run the hospital?
Lyle Googled that this morning and found out that there was an RFP.
There's an RFP out.
a while ago,
Yeah,
Okay.
And they were selected for an RFP process.
I think it was in 2019 was the original RFP that was on the agenda for the county. But there was no award of lease on the search that I did. It was funny, they had, hey, here's the RFP we're approving, but where's the final action on it? No, there's nothing. So to summarize, you're going to do some further research on this. You've got a list, I'll write up a summary of what we've talked about here. So you've got your concerns, but also, hey, here's the outcome. And I think the key is focus your letter, here's the outcome. And we need County U to partner or as the responsible governing body, which it is, to take action to achieve these goals. Does that make sense what I just said? That would be at least a positive, transparent way. You're respecting the role of the other government, but you're also feeling like you're stewards for the community. And you're acting as community stewards here to convey the concerns to the hospital around some common goals that I think is the thing that maybe you want to lead your letter with, saying, we all have these goals in mind. Here's the realities we're seeing today. And we urge you as the responsible governing body, we're trying to act as community stewards for a better Gallup community.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'll write up the summary that
Yes,
way.
thank you. I appreciate that.
That makes sense?
Yes.
You okay with that, Michael?
Yes.
Gosh, you're not, Linda? And you said yes,
I
too?
said yes.
Good. Okay, does that help on that one a little bit? So stay tuned in the next couple of weeks. And I think you're right. Given the fact you had somebody on Tuesday, sort of your next meeting's what, on the 8th?
Yeah.
If that, I know that's a short time frame, but
Good. It's given
may
the
be-
situation, it's not short, it's too short, it's too
no, but
long.
it shows, and it shows timely response to the concerns that you
Yeah.
heard this week.
Yeah.
And ones we've talked about for every year I've come here, but it's been a deteriorating one going down over the last several years in terms of the quality of care.
Yeah.
As one of you told me, don't get sick for a while. That was,
You did on your own way home though.
oh yeah, that was because of the fire.
Fire in the hotel.
Yeah, I was on the 4th floor. Do you remember that when the Hilton caught on fire?
Yeah.
I was here during that time. Well, I lugged my luggage up and down and ended up creating pressure in my eye and creating a macular hole. So I'm blind in my right eye because of that episode. So
Wow.
don't see any, now I see you, so.
That's terrible, but
That's weird.
I know, we don't have by associates anymore.
So let's shift gears. We're going to talk about economic development. That's an issue many of you talked to me about in the interviews. And the intent here is not to resolve things, but what you all talked about is the reality is you need retail and restaurants. You remember talking to me about that? We need to have support small businesses as they start up and grow here. And we need to retain our current businesses and have outreach to the existing businesses saying, what can we do to help? What are your plans so that's bringing together the city in partnership with that? That the GGEDC is really focuses on primary jobs and industrial development and doesn't touch the other areas of small business growth, business retention, or restaurants and retail.
They do look at business retention, but not for small business.
Small
or
business.
They're looking at like BNSF, Walmart,
Right.
your big.
This
your
is for
big-
the small.
Big people.
Because if you look in the country, small businesses where a lot of the growth is occurring right now. And the next thing is, it's really unclear what the city organization, at one time there was an economic development coordinator here, not now. Most of the industrial development, or all of it, is occurring in the county, and the city's supporting that through infrastructure. Providing water and sewer out there.
Not the city. Let me rephrase that. The constituents.
Constituents, fair shot.
Okay.
Yep.
The city is collecting the money from the constituents and raising their rates to pay for that county
It's an
project.
enterprise fund, yes, that we met.
But the money we got to do that, well, we're gonna do the line is from the state economic development to do the line to where they're gonna do the glove factory.
In theory, although yesterday I heard that we're using that 3 million to match for another EDA grant. So I'm a little concerned about, because we've already started that work in terms of design, we've encumbered the design money. But just keep in mind, I think Tim kind of talked about that yesterday, is that, yes, the line will get paid for. We made that very clear. We don't extend for private development without, and we have state money for economic development. But the issue is the impact on the wastewater treatment plant, and the ratepayers do pay for those improvements.
Which is what your guys was talking about.
Right.
But okay, so they're gonna pay, but that has to be improved with or without the glove factory.
Well, it would be immediately needed to be done if we do the glove factory.
Right,
And that's
but-
why we're doing it. Otherwise, we may have been able to put it off. I don't know for sure, but for me and you on the west end, because I have business on the west
Right.
end. So that smell was a big deal for us.
Yes,
And the dryer was more important to me, all of the sludge, removal of the sludge.
sure.
Which is why we did that for odor control.
Right, and we talked about the affluent water and the pipeline temporary fix. Well, we're doing a temporary fix. But everyone looks at what their need is for their
Sure.
area. But sometimes we do have to do those temporary fixes,
I did talk to our engineer this morning, and not Tim, but actually DP, the quality engineering, because they're doing the design for the wastewater treatment plant, the headworks and all the interceptors and all the changes and improvements to that. And basically what he said is that, to clarify, is the $16 million loan, a portion of that's going to the wastewater treatment plant improvements. If they don't happen, then we don't have the capacity to accept the wastewater from the new well factory. That has to happen first.
Right.
So we are investing, and the ratepayers are paying the debt service. It's a great low interest rate, but we're still.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
No, I'm, because after Tim did his whole
Yeah.
spiel, I was like, okay, what have we been doing for the last 7 years? I mean, it was like, oh my God, now we're talking about building a whole new thing.
No, Frank.
No, actually, I did clarify that too. First of all, a wastewater treatment plant has to be located at the bottom. Because your collected sewer flows downhill. So it has to be where it is, unless someday it'll always be there. Now, someday if we build a plant 10, 20 miles to the west, we'll have to do a conveyance system to that, but it's all gonna come down here. It'll be either a treatment or a collector, but it's gonna be there. So what Tim meant, and talking to our engineer, is that what we're, for phase two, and we gave you an estimate of 15 million. You remember that, Mayor, yesterday, for phase two improvements. But so that has to do with the whole, I think, screw pumps and all the other components. And the question is, do we try to repair them or do we actually have to replace them? But they'd still be on site. They're not going to go someplace else. And I think Tim kind of implied there'd be a whole new wastewater treatment plant. Someday, maybe out west, 10 or 20 years in the future, yes. But that plant's always going to be there because it is the bottom of the system where all the wastewater comes in.
So he was talking about the life cycle of the current
Right, so
equipment
you may have to
and upgrading
completely
that.
replace an entire, but they would be in that area. So either you repair it or you replace it, and that's what it meant.
Yeah, but you can do sections completely.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
Absolutely, and that's what the assessment that Tim was
Yeah.
referring to.
And it's in the plan today for that assessment to figure out what that facility's life cycle equipment is.
It seems to me that a wastewater treatment plant is obsolete the day after you build it. Because the last 40 years, it's always been, what do we do about it? It's not big enough. We got to, make it larger. And of course, now the situation is we got the collector system that has to be enlarged too.
Yes.
Yep.
So
And remember, Fran, the reason we have to spend the kinds of monies we do sometimes, we still have to meet the EPA guidelines.
Yeah.
and
Right.
everything and make sure that we can do what we do. Otherwise, our fines are huge for wastewater.
The quality of the effluent and discharge is monitored by EPA and actually in state NMED. And so those are the things that we're worried about in terms of how do we replace the equipment to meet current standards? And that's something that the ratepayers are going to.
Getting back to economic development. Because there's limited land available within the city
That's true.
for real industrial development. If it is industrial, it needs to be light industrial and low water use.
Yes.
Well, how can that doesn't make sense to me. Here, we're gonna give someone 20% out of the city. Ability to use 20% of water. And here, we do have land in Gallup. There is some land available from
West.
Gallup. And we're gonna limit use of water because we don't have enough water. I mean, I'd rather collect my taxes in Gallup. I'm sorry.
I understand. We had a good discussion on this 2 days ago with the management group. Right?
But didn't we tell them that unless we could get wells, we could not support that project?
Right. We are going to get wells.
They know
We have enough money for 4 wells now. As long as the governor doesn't veto that 8 million, I think we'll be okay. We still have to develop some more, but there's more resources for that. I was worried about that, but then all of a sudden the state came through, the feds came through with 2 million. And if Curtis is successful with the Navajo Gap legislation, we'll get more someday, probably for years by the time we get the appropriations. But
The operations committee meeting, it sounds like Jason John's resource group is good.
so that's one more. So that's one more well. So
Well on your way.
to be honest about that, based on Tim's discussion, the wastewater treatment plant is the critical issue. And not only because of the increased quantity, but because of the type of discharge. And that's why I mentioned industrial pretreatment ordinance. We're going to have to require that people do some pretreatment on site. But that plant is in very bad condition, and we're investing the first 8 to 10 million out of this loan. But again, it's a loan. But we have the 15 million was an estimate that was provided by DS. But once we do the assessment, we know how much it costs. That ought to be our key consideration.
And all of it has to come together, specific.
Now, the wells have to be developed and flowing in order to have, but I think that the wastewater treatment plant headworks have to be done. The interceptor that ties into Kachina has to be done. The Kachina line has to be done, and the well has to be flowing for it to all come together.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of economic opportunity here from small business development, restaurants, retail, airport area has tremendous potential there. You all talked to me about that. Tourism, the transportation center still is out there. So there's a lot of opportunities. The question is, what role should the city play in this? Do you play, and what incentives do you have? So that's the discussion. It was a priority a year ago. We talked about that a year ago of putting together a framework for your consideration. The thought would be to discuss it. Under your economic goal last year, the action was, I'll read it to you if I can get to it. There is a city economic development comprehensive policy and strategy that defines the city's goals, roles, incentives, and funding mechanism and direction. So that was the framework last year. So what are your thoughts going forward on economic development? Marianne, do you have any opening comments on that?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for really a long time. I remember when we talked about retail development and we got funding from the state, thanks to Patty Luncham, to do a retail study. And then when it came down to it, there was a whole plan of what we needed to do, but there was nobody to do it. And GGDC made a decision that they didn't want to get involved in retail. So the answer was it's on the city, but we have never actually taken the next step, which is do we create an economic development position that implements some of these strategies? We've not done that. And COVID came and all kinds of other things happened. And
COVID is what
correct.
shot everything down.
so, but the other issue is we have been in a reactionary mode to all the other, like the EDA grant for the autonomous vehicles and the EDA grant for this and that and the other. And so we have not been able to focus on developing our own strategy. But this year, in the budget, I will be putting in a request for an economic development position because I think it's time that we can have all the strategies we want, but if we don't have somebody to do it, to actually work with, site selectors for major retail, to actually provide the data, bring it together, actually do maps of sites for retail. I mean, it takes a lot of work to do that. It's the same thing for, we're getting off, but the same thing for housing development. We can have all these strategies, but if you don't have somebody that's putting deals together and working with the private sector, it isn't going to happen. And there isn't anybody on staff that's doing that now.
Can I add to yours?
Oh, no,
So-
please.
So what you're saying, you want to put somebody on staff to do it?
I'm putting that in the budget this year because we've been talking about this for years, and then COVID came and 2 years we were busy with that, and we were responding to all the utility requests and the EDA grants and autonomous vehicles, and we just didn't have time. But if we don't have somebody in the city to actually implement the strategies, they're not going to get done.
So I guess my question is, I thought the purpose of economic development was to bring higher paying jobs to the area, which they still haven't done, but it's a process. It takes a while. It doesn't happen overnight. Okay. So if we want to focus on retail, which does not pay well, that's the reality. You're asking your citizens, we're going to increase lower paying jobs for the Gallup citizens. You might have one management.
But we're talking
position.
about the diversity of retail. The mayor used that word yesterday, that's a part of a community amenity. If you want millennials and young people to move here, they need to have entertainment. They need to have a diversity of restaurants. They need to have more retail. They don't want to know that they have to drive to Albuquerque or Farmington for these. And so, but we can talk about that, and we have been for 8 years. But if we don't have somebody who's actually working on that, it's not going to happen. I remember talking to, I think it was Mike Enfield, I'm not sure who it was, about the Home Depot and what it took to get it here. Because when these site selection people look at rooftops within a certain distance and they go, forget that. But they don't have all the data and information about the real catchment area for retail. They need somebody who's actually doing that to get these places here if we want them. And I agree with you, they're not the best paying jobs, although right now they're better than some of ours.
But they're also the
Gosh,
grocery
you were
sticker.
trying to get in here. You gosh.
Oh, no, I'm just going to add to what Mary Ann said. If you do have that person and you hire someone, I think you need handholding. So if someone
That's right.
asks, they want to do this, then that person really needs to get involved and say, okay, I've talked to the building inspector, I've talked to the city.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have that, that person's gonna run around and just say, it's not worth it here. There's so many other cities where development, you can put it up and you know it's gonna do well. You're taking a risk because you don't know the area. You don't have all the statistics. So you really, if that person does come, then you really need to use that person. Make sure if someone inquires about something, you put them in contact. So we have a great EDC website now with a lot of information on it. And, but they need to be directed. Not everyone knows, just because they're retail doesn't mean they know everything. The big corporations that maybe like Lottaburger, they came to me for that property on 66 by Allison, the old Thunderbird
The
property.
one they want to knock down so that with the
They're gonna put a
exchange
Lottaburger,
can go over there.
Lottaburger there, right? And it's going through subdivision or whatever for that lot. But they had to do the legwork, and the realtor, I know him because it just happened that I purchased something somewhere else from him. And he goes, oh, you own that. So is there a way we can work together, to do something here? But you need that person to do that. And Patty's not that person, or EDC is not that person.
Right. It's a facilitator through all of the systems from start to finish. That's exactly
And
right.
a contact point is, gosh, they're looking for one person to deal with a toolkit. That usually that person's first task would be to say, hey, talk to you all, the community, and put together, hey, here's our toolkit that we can use here in New Mexico.
Because of anti-donation, we can't really offer much.
Right.
There's nothing we can really offer. So they have to want to come here. And the only way they'll come here is if it makes it easy for them to come here.
It's going to be, there is a toolkit, but it's going to be a
with
very
somebody
limited
the
one.
building that maybe they could move into to do this business. What are they doing? Are they going to be the one that says, well, the mayor owns a empty building over here that he'll probably give you a good deal with? I mean, what extent are they doing that?
I think, some of the things that that person could do, hey, we don't have impact fees. Construction permits are cheap. These are.
It's partially marketing. Exactly.
We have a GIS. What are you planning to do? Okay, what kind of location do you need? He's doing all that legwork.
They also are gonna look at
Another Jennifer, yeah.
again, at the hospital or the crime rate here. I've seen.
Yeah,
heard
but
that
you guys are forgetting, we're in pandemic situations and
We're
every
out, we're
hospital in
getting
the
out.
country is stressed. I don't care.
I'm not
which
talking about all
hospital.
the hospitals. I'm talking about the one
I
here.
know.
I'm talking about the one, and we're coming out of it now. And they're still talking about it, the businesses that you do talk to that we're trying to get in, and they'll say, no, crime, your homelessness, your transients, your hospital. There's just too many negatives. How do we get that to a positive?
I'm in Albuquerque a lot, and I'll tell you, Gallup is much better.
Oh, I agree.
Well, let me give you an example of one where they did this. And it's in Fayetteville, North Carolina. They could not get a lot of retail or businesses there because of their quote demographics.
Yeah.
So
that's
if you
right.
called up just the census, it looked terrible. And then they looked around them, it looked terrible. But if you think about the reality, this person ended up doing what you're talking about, is go out and actively market the city, knocked on restaurants' doors, and they got them. Why? Because the demographics, they're listed as enlisted person in the Army, but they're not. They're special forces. So when you take in all the disposable income, we're talking six figures, even though their base salary is that, but that doesn't show in the statistics for retail. When they went out and the folks said, these folks are making this, well, look at the car sales here. Car sales were off the chart.
Here too.
And then within 3 years, they had 5 major restaurants there because
love
they
that.
had, and this person, that was within a very short period of time. They put that together, made those contacts, but it was getting folks because they're going to have some junior analyst looking on their computer. What do the demographics look like? And they'll look at maybe the crime rates or other things and say, boy, this really sucks. You need to get their attention. And when that happens, you can help them discover you. And is that a fair summary of?
That is fair. And one of the first things we did with the EDC was do that GIS and everything. We needed that to give even the few people that, and we got, slowly that website grew and we, obviously you can monitor it. But we were able to send them there. And I've told people like, hey, we have, website on the EDC, you need to go there and look at it if you want to do anything here, and that's pretty up to date. But
I think we're selling ourselves short too, because when I first got here, I wanted a Starbucks, sorry. And so I reached out to their real estate department and I sent them information because I wanted it.
Well, you were the economic
And
development person.
And so, and they eventually came, they had some issues because they ended up getting into a lease conflict. In fact, Lynn Isaacson was representing the shopping center. It was the Arby's building. So it got delayed for 3 years, but they're here. They're making a ton of money. We're one of the highest grossing stores in the state. So they're going to do another one. So they're about making money. And so if you can show them how they're going to make money.
That would be a great story that person could go knock on doors and say, here's an example of a brand.
Well, I mean, the truth is you have somebody at the mall doing that now for them
Right.
to fill their stores up. They're making calls. They're trying to recruit Ross, and they're supposed to bring Ross here. And they're constantly reaching out to people to fill up that mall. That's their job. That's all they do
Mhm.
is make deals. But of course, we don't have the buildings to give them, but you can give them the data. I mean, it just depends on what kind of city you want. Do you want it to look like every other city and have every other, you want to store all of these big chains coming to your town? Like you want, what are the seafood place? A Red Lobster, you want to have
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden, all of those trendy things
Yes,
that are
yes,
in every
yes.
city. So when you come to Gallup, you don't really even know you're in Gallup. You're just, it looks like every other town in the
You'll know you're
world.
in Gallup if you have those big chain store because we're unique. We have our special restaurants. With,
You need both. You really need both.
yeah, we do.
And we
Mike?
have a downtown that has a lot of potential.
Has a lot of empty buildings, so you could,
Yeah, okay.
Michael, what are your thoughts?
Like the Olive Garden, I know some businessmen that tried to bring Olive Garden in here, and they said, we looked at the employment situation in Gallup, and we will not move them.
and
They
we
also,
just had a big conversation about, but nobody wants to work.
but they couldn't get a liquor license at the time.
There was a liquor license available.
Oh, there was, okay.
Because that was,
And that's why they were trying to bring them in.
it was Darden Industries at that time that they had built, and they did get an Olive Garden. And that was one of the restaurants that we had.
I would think,
Anyway.
okay, I would think. we
But
should
Michael, what
hire
are your
someone.
thoughts about economic
We could hire
development?
someone.
Well, we need the retail, but we also need businesses like the hydrogen hub, which the state shot down. But in the newest Forbes magazine, there's an article where Cummins Engines is converting to hydrogen. They're going to build big rig to run on hydrogen.
Yeah.
They said that electric is only good for short hauls, 200 miles. But the hydrogen would be the long haul truckers, and they're working on the engines. They're in development, and that's what they're focusing on is hydrogen powered diesel rigs. It won't be diesel, it'll be hydrogen rigs.
And I think that's really important for our region, but it's not going to be in the city.
No,
And in
no.
that case,
Right.
if it's an Escalante, we won't even provide the utilities.
No.
So.
But we'll get the benefits.
But we get the benefits, or we might end up having a station in our city.
Right, a substation.
But the question is, in the interim, do we want to focus on some of our, because about 85% of all growth is in small business.
Yeah.
And so do we want to do that or not? I mean, it isn't either or, it's both.
Both.
And,
That's right.
and honestly, GGDC needs a contact in the city to work with them on a lot of their projects. And that's been one of the key issues. And I'm sure they've complained about that, but you kind of got CB, you kind of got Robert, you kind of got me, and we do the best we can. But there isn't anybody this is the person in the city that does this
But
for
having-
both.
But you to attract business, you need the small businesses
Right,
too,
right.
because they look at that and say,
Sure.
well, they offer this here and that brings in the larger businesses.
Right.
Mayor, what's your thoughts on economic development? We have-
Well, I mean, I was preaching for the past, as long as I can remember, bringing more businesses in. You know, I mean, our gross receipts tax is never gonna grow if we don't get more businesses. You know, Walmart can't do it all, you know, they shouldn't get it all anyway. But at one point, Gallup had the fourth highest gross receipts taker in the state. And now I think we're like number 10, you know, so we're going down instead of going up. And, you know, just before the COVID hit, we had a roundtable in Santa Fe to discuss. And economic development hired a company, I don't remember what their
Like
name was.
legacy, I think it was.
And they listed over 100 businesses, chain businesses that move into small towns.
Mhm.
But we have, you know, the COVID hit and we had no way of,
That's right.
you know, accessing these people. But, yeah, I think a lot can be done, you know, especially because if they realize that Gallup is a terrific business town.
It is.
I mean, it's probably the best business town in New Mexico. If I was going to start a business, I'd start in Gallup. I wouldn't start in Albuquerque or Grants or anywhere else. We got 40 to 50,000 people that come into our community every weekend, and the first it doubles that, you know, I mean, so. Yeah, it's just a matter of how do we contact these people? How do we, you know, we've got a lot of negatives, but I think we have more positives than we have
And you've
negatives.
got some businesses here that could be your big advocates too.
Yeah.
Well,
And tapping into those.
It's like the Panda Express that opened up. It does more business in a day than Albuquerque's does in a week.
Isn't that interesting? And, you know, we reached out to the
All our
chamber
businesses.
and talked about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Really?
Applebee's is one of the busiest.
But I
in the
think it
country.
is you're all talking, it's a real partnership. GGDC has their role, and in most cities there is that regional, but in the city, there's also one different focus in that partnership is really a collaborative one. And if you look at just driving around town, your auto dealers here must do pretty well.
They do.
We've had the record of the most pickup trucks sold in the United States.
I would not doubt that. No, you're just driving around, looking at their lot. If you go to some urban areas, you're gonna have some dealers that have 0 cars there. Yours is because they're selling them and get them out of
As
here.
fast as they come in.
And so they're an advocate. You've got your small businesses here. You've got like even someone like Starbucks who comes here and does quite well. So it's a matter of putting that together, and it takes some energy and time to do that. Are there other thoughts on economic development before we break? Well, I notice lunch is here. Look, get our lunch, and I want to come talk about beautiful Gallup. Beautiful Gallup. It can be incorporated here. Yeah.
Downtown.
up in some action. So CB talked about it yesterday.
Curb appeal.
What does that mean? Curb appeal? First impression?
Yeah, clean. I mean, in our code, I do like that they require that. Because I think that really makes it pretty and inviting to have that stuff.
But the bad thing about landscaping though is they have to put it in, but they don't have to maintain it. And so many of the landscaping, they put it in and it dies within the year and it's never replaced.
So it becomes a maintenance issue.
Yeah. Like that hotel on the east side, they planted these big pine trees. Every one of them's died and they're just gone now.
What else does beautiful mean?
Elimination of these boarded up buildings. On the west side, boarded up buildings as you drive in.
Yeah.
And we also have a concrete plant downtown that is no longer a concrete plant. The building is still there and it's half deteriorated. I think they started to tear it down. And then stopped.
Yeah, we talked about that a year ago, I believe.
But that,
We talked about that a year ago.
well, it's been that way probably for the past 10 years.
Oh, it came to council, Louis. I don't know if you were here, but.
Sure.
I just wanted to kind of add, so you mentioned curb appeal and you mentioned that and gravel. So the question I think that CB and I have for the discussion is, are we just talking about weeds and trash, litter, and maybe trees and those kinds of things? Or are we going to get into buildings? Because right now, you haven't been very proactive when it comes to taking care of these reported up buildings. I mean, we have in the past, Linda Garcia knows, I heard that she had a number of really bad demo buildings, and we did some of those, but then there's some that are just, like you say, falling into disrepair. Do we want to take that on? Is it just trash on the sidewalks and weeds? Are we talking about the built-in?
A fiber down, people moving around with activity. You don't notice, to me, that is like opposite, that is curb appeal. You know, I mean, we can't, I mean, it's the high business plan. We gotta have grass on our sidewalk. or anything. We don't have that.
We could have a zero speaking. Yeah.
But then it goes back to curb appeal, like those motels that were red tag. Well, all they had hanging around out front were the low life pretty much, and transients, and for people to come into town and see that was a big deterrent. But since they've been closed, you don't have the transients and that laying around there.
That was historic El Rancho that we advertised for tourism and everything. There's no Rancho or beautiful Rancho that all the deteriorating transient hotels. So kudos to City Gallup for putting down those.
But that's because you brought it to us because you cited and stated there was an issue. And that's probably, other than a couple of demolitions since I've been here, we really haven't focused on the structure. And, you know, to some extent, the environment affects the behavior.
Yeah.
So do you, is that something is that part of beautification, is dealing with some of those deteriorated structures, or is it just literally curb?
Yes, it's all over the city.
So Linda, for you, it is include structures. And you were talking about
You can only do so
mere
much in
structures as well, weren't you?
Let me tell, can I?
You were talking about structures as well, like the plant.
So, and then we.
I know, but, you know,
Go ahead, you got.
the nuisance part
Yeah.
goes through each of but because of our soil conditions, every structure could be
Oh, yeah.
basically red tagged in the state.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Gallup.
And they're not.
We got two conversations going.
But
Yeah, no, I'm talking pretty much. Even your house could be condemned.
Got cracks in it. and things like
No,
Now,
you go to CB and I go, that house is damn, and people are cracking. and it's-
you're talking
and
about
then- and I'm-
issues with the,
Well, I'm saying, or a business, whatever. They'll go check it out.
So structures for you. Fran, you want to say comment? What?
You made a comment about some structures that are boarded up. I'm not on state.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what business you were, what.
I said, like, it's not even.
There's an F bomb attached to the gentleman's right now. There's an F bomb attached. Pay for it. And even though we lean the property the way the work on that. We end up.
Right.
But I don't think, I understand what you're saying, but we haven't been really enforcing against curated structures built in code on the exterior. We're not talking about going inside the house. We've really kind of not done that. I'm not talking about, if they're not an imminent hazard, it's kind of hard to justify condemnation. But we're talking about, we really haven't been enforcing the exterior.
But is there a way that we could impose a tax, a higher tax on property that are empty buildings? That we give them an incentive to put some business in that building?
Yes, they do.
You want to talk about that? Do you have an example?
Yeah, several cities do that. Mhm. That if it, and it goes up in a exponential way. So if it's vacant for 1 year, minimal. 2 years, it ratchets it up. But after 5 years, it's a significant penalty. And the reason why they got into it is sometimes the property owner was still getting leased money from the corporation that was there originally. And so there was no incentive to do anything with it because they were still getting income. You can go to the North Dallas area in Plano. They had gas stations abandoned, boarded up with chain link fence around it. But the oil company was still paying the property, and the owner was saying, heck, I'm going to the bank every week. I don't have to invest anything. It was nice income. So it gets real tricky here, but the issue of abandoned buildings, there's a number of best practices of things that, and even ratcheting up a fee structure depending upon how long it's been there.
So there's two issues. One, that's a political hot potato, especially if you have a situation where you have empty storefronts just because of the economy. But the other issue is if you have a deteriorated exterior structure that's impacting curb appeal, whether it's vacant or not, there's still ways that you can bring up. Two issues. One is just a disincentive for vacancy, and the other one is at least enforce the code so that if it's vacant, it looks decent. It's not affecting the value of the adjacent property. What this is really about is protecting our tax base.
Well, because right next door to Donald West, there's that surgical building that belongs to 2-story building right next door. It used to be a enjoyed place. It's been vacant probably 10, 15 years. When they broken them, people broken them windows, so now it's over the windows. But I mean, it's been vacant. I don't think they have ever opening that. It just sits there.
And that contributes to that curb appeal as you drive by too.
I mean, McDonald's is still just jamming stuff. There's lines all over.
Any suggestions you have or problem areas you would like to see the staff address?
They're for sale.
you can appraise them and buy them off them,
Do what?
tear them down.
We talked to the realtor.
I don't think they'll tear them down. they'll just vote them out.
Knock them out down. Bring something there for. Business, whatever. People we talk about parking.
So that's an interesting question, because that kind of gets back to economic development, and there's kind of an overlap. I mean, if the city has someone, I mean, who could actually acquire the property and then work on bringing in new businesses based on whatever the council strategy is, you can get something to happen. But right now, the only staff we have condemns it or spread tags in this case, but there isn't anybody to do them. Buy that property?
If the city buys it though, and we tear it down. It costs you some property. Or having a person.
That's true, although you, well, I mean, it is possible to, you acquire it and then you have to, I mean, there's state laws related to, you have to RFP it. I mean, you could RFP it with the structure on it, and then part of the deal is they tear it down.
Yeah, if you're gonna buy it, you have them tear it down because it's cheaper for them.
Exactly, I mean, you don't have to, there, you could buy it and then you could package it. The biggest issue there is you need to package a couple of stuff. You can't just do one.
Yeah.
And so you have, it have to be a strategy, just like George Kozlowski had in downtown, the whole north side. He kind of targeted pieces of property, and the goal is to assemble the whole thing so you can do one great big project someday. You probably have to assemble more than just one to make that work. But there isn't, we can talk about it until the cows come home. Yeah, if we don't have anybody coming home.
We don't have anybody. This is all discussion. We just heard from our folks that everybody's stretched to the limit. And I think nobody wants to work here.
And that's why this economic development position, if they're good, they'll pay for themselves.
What?
CNN just posted an article about the shortage of workers. It's a nationwide issue. And us fixing our pay plans and stuff will help retain the good people that we're invested in now, but it's not going to necessarily draw.
Back to the beautiful, are the codes in place there, Marianne, from your perspective?
I think so. I mean, we adopted the existing international existing building code. So yes, I think so. I think that the issue is, what I was trying to get at in other cities that I've worked in, the council kind of had some priority issues of just they wanted to see, get rid of all the abandoned vehicles, you know, get rid of all the weeds. I mean, they had certain priorities of things that they wanted staff to do proactive.
I'm still trying to, you know, release that Malacca building and look at the condition of it. I don't want to get into another freaking.
What would be a good year for the council? If we're sitting here a year from now, what would be a good year for the city in terms of beautification? If we're sitting here a year from now, what would be a good year? You know, CB yesterday talked about need for 2 more code enforcement officers, I believe, which could assist in this beautification, making the community. But he also talked about that the community will complain and having support for those actions out there. So that's why I'm asking you, what would be a good year? What would you like to see done if we're sitting here a year from now?
I feel like every one of our directors was talking about how stressed they are, how overworked they are, how tired they are, and that they need help, and that they need more expanding, I guess, I believe. So every one of them is asking for more workers. So I think we need to think about that now for the next year. In order to be successful. Get people hired.
But what, in terms of beauty, what would you like to see?
Well, if we get the help we need, they can.
Is it the boarded buildings? Is it the old plant there that you're talking about? Is it the hotels?
It's a combination of stuff. It's the
Yeah.
exits as you, you know, get off the freeway.
You know, what I would like to see
In my district. It's like having the flag things available all the way to the west, end of the west side, because they're all broken. So you've got a flag here, and then maybe a mile away, you've got another flag. You know, all of these events things going on. Banners. So we don't, on the west side, there's hardly any banners. I get businesses about that all the time.
Fran?
We're separated. We're like a little city, so we're all separated.
Frank, it's a lot of work putting up those banners, and you can ask Louis.
Yeah. Ceremonial for all those brackets, put banners on. And how many years ago was that? 2001?
And the fiber and those fibers getting your fingers and stuff, remember?
Well, either we do the whole city or we don't do any of this. That's the way I look at it.
But it was Louis that was putting up the banners.
Because, well, I've seen Park Street. I haven't seen any of it. Because we are all one city, so we're either gonna do it all on the north side, all on the east side, all on the west side. Our whole city will be covered in banners. You know, we were the most big, yeah, and except for the west side, we want to take care of it.
Well,
So I'm just saying, that's one way that you can beautify your town, is to be uniform and have that beautiful, the same thing in every part of town. It doesn't look any different on this side than it does on this side. I think that's easy, and you can do that.
You know, on the west end, you really need to beautify the exit, kind of want them to get off. the exit.
But
No,
now-
you have to be honest with you. When you're driving and you're looking at an exit, I don't want to get off. I do that. Oh, I don't want to go there.
Right.
This looks nice. I think I'll get off here and go to this exit.
what would the exits be under?
It's
Mexico
NMDOT,
DOT?
but we can help.
Yep.
Yeah, I've reached out to them. They have a contract for people to come in and do that. And they say, when we get to your area, we'll do it. That's why I usually ask. the person. Way before they do it. Yeah, but the banners and where they are and maintenance, that's a matter of staffing. That's all it is. Parks doesn't have enough staff and they don't have enough money for banners, then that's why it's not being done. So that's easy fix. But just remember that when you have these banners that go all the way out to exit 16 and it's trash everywhere, we still need those. But that's just a matter of funding.
But I'm gonna tell you guys, I've participated in the community cleanup picking up trash. We did it in the Metmore area, all of that area. And we did that on a Saturday, and I drove there Monday, and it looked like we had not done anything.
Oh, gosh.
There are not enough people in the world to keep all the litter off the place in Gallup. I'm serious, it's ridiculous. It is. And even people were throwing trash at us when we were picking up trash. Like their McDonald's bags to throw at us.
Off of the street, what street was it? Was it State Road or was it?
I noticed in the previous strategy, there was
We did,
plastic bags where it was an issue.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a problem to our community. I mean, wherever you look, you see the same plastic bags stuck in trees.
I think the norm is, I think the norm is that we can force them to use the thicker bags like Albuquerque or the paper bags. And we should go that route.
We've been saying that for years too.
You know what? It's not gonna make that much of a difference to business.
Right.
I mean,
What about on the structures and other code enforcement? What would you like to see there in a year?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
You've got the hotels that are red tagged, you've got the other boarded up structures all over. Do you see those being addressed in a year? Do you want them addressed in a year?
I want to address.
Well, I think we need to start
Yeah.
pass an ordinance where we raise their taxes or fine them, like you said, you know, to make it,
Well, if you're doing it, tax, that's the problem. we can only tax.
But as a,
Taxing authority.
but as a,
But.
as a fine,
As far as fines, that's on the book. If there's code violations. It's up to $500 a day.
We have that written in already?
That's already in.
Yeah,
but for just
But it's a matter of-
Right, that's-
but just for an empty building.
I've got probably 10 files of code cases. And it is working now.
Or would that be under the, just an empty building? You know,
Well, if it's just empty, then that's not an issue. The question is, that's what we're talking about.
Now, we were talking about the empty buildings that have been empty for 4 or 5 years, boarded up, and
That would seem that it would be a problem after 4 or 5 years.
The
You can't,
taxing authority.
anyone can have their own property and not rent.
People going by.
Well, like the building that Brad was talking about.
You want me to tell you what to do with it? You can't. It's,
The Shalimar.
Shalimar.
And
But they're not Shalimar, though. It's a separate building.
right, but I'm just saying that separate, we filed criminal charges on Shalimar. And we saw some substantial improvement on parking lot cleanup. It's still violation as far as pavement. It was the cost, but that's part of the parking. And, you know, if you brought critical $500 a day really can encourage
if it
some
can.
improvements. But again, that's the process right now.
Which goes back to this, if you're serious about beautification, as CB said, there's a need for additional officers. Because but I heard yesterday, the codes are in place. It's a matter of the manpower out there to go enforce it on a day-to-day basis, not just in complaints, but being proactive. Is CB up there?
That is an issue that we've been complaint driven.
You want to see if you have a comment?
We used to have the four, full-time officers. We come back on those two. They just been overwhelmed.
I mean, they're busy enough to not doing all of that stuff.
Well, that's what, so CB has put in the budget for this year too. And I thought it'd be helpful to kind of define what you want them for, but I just want to make a comment about, we think about code enforcement and beautification, but it is also a fact about property values in the long run. Because when you're bringing in people to look at the city and they see rundown buildings, and then it's important for one to get more investment. So your property tax, it's a long-term investment. As you start to clean up the city, it's going to actually bring in more economic development, at least keep property values up. So it is an economic issue too. Anyway, I just go ahead if you want to speak.
Example, I was riding with the mayor of Peoria. And we were coming up, there was a couplet of Adams and Washington. And we had picked up an individual who is coming to the council for the final signing of an economic development agreement. Make the story real short, we were up the corridor about 1.5 miles, and the guy looked at the mayor and said, "This is your city? And take me back to the airport." The guy went back to the airport and that development agreement was never signed. And his final comment to the mayor is, if you guys are not taking care of your own city, what does it give me faith that you're going to protect my business investment? And he left. I was sitting in the back seat going, holy cow. It was real happening right in front of me. But the corridor was not an attractive one. And that was Dave's normal route of driving, and Dave's was a very good mayor, but he gets blind to it. That's right. You go by it daily and it's blind to you. And then all of a sudden somebody comes in and goes, holy cow. And then the economic development director said, Dave, you never take that. You take them over to East Peoria and come across the bridge to see a beautiful downtown. And unfortunately, that is a very true story, that the visual appeal can have significant impact for business investment. The other thing is, if I own a house and the house next to me is a real deteriorated one, that house next door just brought my property value down, because I can't just go plop you in. We're going to be driving down the road to get to my house. And it's amazing, in some cities, some of the biggest advocates for code enforcement are the realtors when they sell homes, because they say they're taking money out of my pocket by what the neighborhood looks like. And that you go, realtors supporting code enforcement? It's not a big stretch to have that happen.
Last week, that conversation, Mary Ann, we were talking about a house that was up for sale, and the real estate sign was hanging by one hinge. Well, that just, boy, that'll turn me off there.
Right. That makes you want to call them right away, right?
But it's just there's Jason
I have a house
Valentine.
because of the sign.
Jason Valentine was doing the housing summit. I mean, one of his themes though is upgrading the housing. Yeah, we understand how important that is.
My father had a house for sale, and it was fixed up fairly well. But the appraiser came and said, well, we can only get X amount of dollars for this because of the house across the street, because it looks so terrible. And my father said, well, it's worth more than that. And he said, no, because of that one house. Yeah.
Those are real examples.
It took like $25,000 off the value of the house because of that house across. the
That's
street.
not uncommon.
Yeah.
CB, do you have any comments on this?
Holy cow, Lyle, you scared me. Yeah, where do you want me to start?
Not like the wizard from the Wizard of Oz coming out of the wall behind me.
Well, I don't know about wisdom or anything, but I could give you some facts. Okay, for the old sand and gravel building that was there, I took that to council in 2014 for condemnation. So they could get it condemned, so we could get it torn down, and council overturned the condemnation. So that's why it's still there. I mean, if you want us to go back and do it again, we can. But I did take it to get it torn down, because I agree it is an eyesore and it's on our main thoroughfare, and it is nothing but a
What?
I was
Like-
there.
It was 2004. I don't think anybody here.
I was here.
But can you,
You
CB,
on
can
the
you say
council,
what
sir?
happened? Can you just say what happened? Did
Yeah,
council disapprove?
the property owner showed up and he promised that he was gonna do something with the building. I can't remember at the time what it was, but it was basically a bunch of lip service, and they overturned the condemnation, and nothing ever happened with the building. So that particular building, it was designed as for sand and gravel as a conveyor belt system to transport the sand and gravel to the trucks to get it mixed. That's the only thing you could do with that building. Right now, all the equipment's been taken out of it. It's a definite life safety hazard. If somebody gets up there and falls down that thing, they're gonna die. And you know, I don't know what kind of fencing they have over there or anything, but it is a definite life safety issue. And that's what I took it to council to get it condemned for, but they promised they were gonna fix it up and do something with it, and they didn't specify what, and nothing was ever done. So the deal was, I think it was Councilor Landavazo at the time said, put some siding on it and we'll call it good. And they did, and it blew off again. So there
Yeah,
it
it
is.
was the flapping of the panels.
Yeah.
That's a safety issue.
Okay, I would say go ahead and bring that back, and we got a whole new sheriff in town, so we'll take care of that for you.
You okay with that, Michael, too? Because the mayor's brought this up to me every conversation I've had with him.
It's a big eyesore and it's dangerous.
And the business improvement district has brought it up a number of times. Yeah.
That's a deliverable in a year.
We can
All
do that.
right, CB, you're on a roll.
The condemnation, Curtis was right. Just because a building is vacant or is boarded up doesn't mean it qualifies to be condemned. We have to prove that it's, and this is per state law, we have to prove, and the burden of proof is on the city, that it's a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. In other words, it's in bad shape, it might collapse, or there's been a bunch of illegal activity going on there, or something that makes it a threat. If there's nothing happening, if it's just boarded up, it would be really difficult to justify condemning it and tearing it down. So what I do when we go to condemnation is my code enforcement that goes out, does an inspection, building inspector does an inspection, we assess the structure and the grounds, and we get all calls for service from the PD. And we combine all of that together to determine whether it is actually a threat. And if it is, then we take it to council and proceed. If it's not, more than likely, it's not going to pass the minimum requirements for condemnation, and it'll get challenged. I mean, I can take them, but again, it's going to get challenged. And if we don't have the facts and the supporting documents and the proof that it's a threat, more than likely it won't stand up. So that's why we see a lot of the buildings that are boarded up, and if they're secure and they remain secure, then that's as far as we can take it. Beautification wise, we have the tools and the codes in place in particular for the landscaping. We could start from one end of town to the other, and where all the landscaping has died or gone away, we could require them to replant it. That's in our ordinance. Problem is, whenever we do that, front office phones rings off the wall and we get told to stop. So I could take a hint, and when that happens several times, to me, that's saying, don't touch them. So you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. In other words, people aren't going to be happy because it's going to cost them money. So you got to decide, do you want beautification and do you want the town to look nice? Or do you want us to leave them alone?
You want a beautiful town, or do you want the boats to stand on?
Because I have tried.
CB.
I have tried several times. I've tried. And
Comments from others? You've heard from CB.
Well, where do you stop? I could go into Mossman right now and.
that's why I need the other two officers. Because I would.
There'll be a lot of pissed off people.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
A whole bunch of
But on the other hand, just see, one of the things that some cities do, I mean, if you have a neighborhood association, like the North Side or Mossman, those are pretty strong associations where COVID has had an impact, but they get together, associations say, these are our priorities. We want to get rid of all the abandoned vehicles. We want to get rid of tires in the front yard, whatever their priority. And then we go in and focus on that neighborhood because you've got neighborhood support and partnership.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Then it becomes something that it promotes as opposed to.
True.
And so it's better to work with, or you have a business quarter that the businesses actually say, you know, I have a problem with this property here. And so let's focus on this business quarter because we want to bring business back. And then you have business support for doing it. You couldn't possibly get rid of every code violation in the entire city all the time.
Yeah.
It's not.
But
You gotta pick your battles and
Right.
work your way out. And-
Situation.
Yeah.
But
And
66 with the centennial coming, there's a quarter you might want to look at. I mean, I'm saying, and then you get support from the community. Not everybody's support, not the property owner support that are the ones that are the offenders. But I think if you work with the community in partnership with identifying areas that are important to the city, that's the way to do it.
I agree.
Right now, we have a big problem with a bunch of signs that are dilapidated and falling apart that I think we need to address, because when you see signs like that, when you're coming into town, the first thing you think is ghost town. This place is a ghost town.
That's
Nobody's
true.
keeping up their property. So I think starting with the signage and landscaping on our main thoroughfare, our corridor, which is 66, that would be a good start. The neighborhoods, that's going to be a constant battle for the residential areas. And that's just ongoing. But I think for attraction wise, for our city, to make it a more attractive place for not only for anybody coming in and visiting, but for us, for our community, for our taxpayers. We should start there. And then once that,
I think that's a good idea. And then I think we should go ahead and get rid of the sand and gravel.
That's a good beginning. Good start, I
Now,
think.
I'll tell you what's gonna happen there. The way condemnation works, just so you know, is we go to condemn a property. I take it to council. Council has the authority to condemn. You pass the action. The property owner has 10 days to take action. They either submit for a permit for condemnation or tear it down within those 10 days. Typically, they can't get it torn down, so they'll submit for a permit. If they don't, then the city goes out to bid for that and tears it down ourselves, and we lien the property. In this case, you're looking probably close to $1 million to tear that thing down. There's so much concrete there and so much there just to haul it off. Just the weight alone is going to be big bucks. So even if we do condemn it and the property owner doesn't tear it down in the allotted time, then council's stuck with making the decision. Do we go out to bid and do it ourselves? Or do we let it set? So just keep that in
But
mind.
see, can't you take them to court and fine them daily for as long as it remains?
That I'll let Curtis answer.
Yeah.
I'll answer a little bit before Curtis answer. If it's an LLC and you do it, I mean, they're somewhat protected and it's hard to get, you may do it and you can win that case. Because I've been through this, but you can win and get nothing.
What I'm saying is, can't you say, the judge say, we're gonna fine you $500 a day until the violation's
But if you
abated?
find an LLC that is pretty much an empty shell.
Well, the point is, then we own that property. Can we own it?
We
just-
can lien it, can't we, if they don't pay the fines?
Well, yeah. Well, criminal fines, no.
No, okay.
But you still end up with the problem that he's talking about. Taking it down.
But the property, isn't there a way to lien it though, on a daily fine? So ultimately,
If
it
you
becomes.
lien it, the purpose of the lien is so that at some point you acquire.
Yeah,
Then what do you do with it when you acquire?
well,
But I'm assuming the property owner is holding on to it because they want to sell it at some point. Otherwise, why are they holding on to it?
Right now, there's an active business going on there.
Oh, that's right.
They have an active business. They're transferring oil from truck to rail. And they have some other,
Let's assume that.
I don't know how they got licensed to do that either.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
The mayor brings up go ahead.
How did they get licensed to do that? Because it was originally a
sand and gravel.
ready mix company, and then all of a sudden now they're almost in the refining business. In the downtown area, that's the word, yeah.
yeah, right now it's just transfer. They don't bulk. They tried to sneak in bulk storage there. They snuck in a bunch of tanks overnight one time, a few years ago, and EPA came in and made them remove them. But yeah, it's strictly transfer right now, no storage. But
Is that are they a licensed business in the city?
yes,
Who gave them that license?
You can't deny, you know, you guys. You can't deny, if it's sold for it, you just can't deny stuff.
I'm just amazed that the environmental department allowed it though, like I said, it's in the downtown area. The state would have to be involved in it too, I would imagine, to be licensed.
I know the fire marshal's been there too. We've had the fire department there. I mean, we have looked at some of those issues, trying to figure it, to make sure it's safe. Because we had so many complaints about fumes and
The
storage
smell,
and all
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, across the street is Catholic Charities. And they've even taped up their windows and stuff because of the smell of the oil.
Oh.
Linda?
I forgot my question.
You're into the oil damage.
Standing up.
I know, but look-
My question is, okay,
we go back and we cite them again, then they come back to council again and say,
Right.
oh, well, we're gonna fix it up.
We're gonna say no.
Do we, okay, that's my question. Do we
Oh, I'm
say-
sorry.
Do we say, okay, we'll give you whatever, a lot of time again, because it's been how many years, since 2014, nothing's been done. Do we have the option to say no, not at this time, because you fall back in the years 2014 or whatever?
I mean, I think you can do whatever you want to make a decision, but what I've seen is typically a property owner shows up, the council gives them 30 days, 60 days. The key
Nothing.
is follow-up. You've got to bring it
Well,
back to
I guess
council.
we follow up.
And we did.
I know, but we shouldn't be talking about any one property because
No, I mean, in any case, for any condemnation, the property owner shows up, I could think of one. And then you give them time, but the key is when they don't do what they say you're gonna do, you put it back on the council agenda, and
Right.
say, you had your time, that's it.
and that's the
For
way
any
normal.
property.
Yes, that's the normal.
Any other comments on the beautification?
Well, I'd like to have something nice that says, welcome to the west side where there's no business. Well, maybe I want to wait for that. But, welcome to whatever. The west side.
I like one of those things they do in Albuquerque, either architectural type design. They went over the Route 66, state road. And over here, they told us we can't go over. I thought we
Yeah.
brought that up one time.
Yeah,
You mean Route 66?
On 66.
Huh.
You know how they do those, sometimes they, like in a rail, if Route 6 is passing through a rail town, say, and they design like what the rail yards use to stop trains and stuff, but it's going across, comes down and says welcome.
it would be something
This
nice.
is Jennifer, guys. I'm sorry to voice the God here on you,
I'm just thinking of her, go ahead.
but I talked to NMDOT about this, and part of what they said, the reason we have an issue is the depth of the right of ways adjacent to the road. They were very, to second what Yogesh said, they were very unsupportive of doing an arch over the road. And so the good news is with the NM 118 project, there's some real opportunity to do some themed kind of Route 66 attraction in every part of the 16-mile project. But the bad news is that they're just starting the planning now. So a lot of the beautification efforts that are kind of our infrastructure on that road, if we do anything now, could potentially be torn out. Because they're going to be redoing the entire 118 corridor for 16 miles.
Oh, okay, well, never mind. Take that out.
But I will say this, I'm Marianne and I talked the other week, I'm the stakeholder collaborating with them, and I'm going to be fighting tooth and nail to ensure that we have these things that say, welcome to Gallup, and that have a beautiful, footprint in our community. In fact, the state's contractors who are working on that project have already put me in touch with the NMDOT's landscape architect and more. So I've had a good chat with them already, but I'm looking forward to the fact that this project might actually kind of include some of those beautification features. It's just they're maybe 3 or 4 years out at this point.
Yeah, I was going to just mention that, Jennifer, so thanks for jumping in. I mean, the state is doing that improvement, and it was interesting because their consultant, actually, we're participating, we always get into all these committee meetings, and I brought up the Centennial. I don't even think they thought about it, and said, this is be an opportunity to coordinate design and those kinds of beautifications. And they said, great, and then who should I talk to? And I gave them Jennifer. So I think this is a great because Jennifer was trying to figure out how to work with MDOT on putting in signage and art. And remember, Jennifer, you had all these issues with the fence and you couldn't put it on the fence and you need design. Now this is an opportunity to do it right. So this is a great opportunity. Thanks.
Any other final comments on beautification?
Talking about the welcome to Gallup and the signage. I know Louis remembers, but we used to at the entrance to Gallup, there was 2 yays on either side.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
One would say, welcome to Gallup, and the other on the other side would say, thank you for coming to Gallup and goodbye, type of thing. But one sat on either side of the road on the east side and west side.
What happened?
When they went to I-40, they just
There was no more welcome.
Isn't that what the yellow yay on the north side, across the street from We the People Park used to be part of one of those, wasn't it?
No,
Yeah, that's all new.
that's new.
That's a newer
But It
one.
was built under the same consideration that they, some type of a welcome statue or whatever. But it,
Let's-
yeah, it was on the outskirts of, on the east side for sure, on the outskirts of town.
Any other comments? Yogesh, you wanted a couple minutes on downtown, is that
Go
what?
ahead, Yoga.
Well, I'm getting confused what we want to do downtown. We got all these, we have the bid, right? We have Main Street.
Yes,
And we've got it reflected in a goal coming up here too, so.
Main Street, what else do we have? The
Arts and Cultural District.
Oh, right, the Arts and Cultural District. And to some extent Gallup Arts, because they are downtown, although they cover the whole area. But they're important.
We have the one on the north side there, what's that called? The redevelopment?
I don't know what-
MRA.
Oh, the read, but that's ours, that's the cities, but now,
But I'm just saying, we have all these.
it's a tool,
organizations.
yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, you're talking, I thought you were talking about entities.
Yeah.
right?
You know, so I'm getting confused. What do you want downtown to be? Do you want the, right now we have what, Cold Street Pub and Sammy C's open at night?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Now, we just have updated the MRA plan. It came to council a couple months ago.
I know, but what I'm saying is, you want, we spent a lot of money on Cold.
Yeah, we're gonna finish spending more.
What are we spending it for? What is our end goal? What do you want in downtown? And how do you make these property owners, or even not these property owners, but someone else to come into downtown? And, we talk about people that want to move here to Gallup and there's no nightlife, there's nothing like that. And I travel a lot, right? And I go to a lot of these downtowns. They have vibrant downtowns, Tulsa, Little Side. I was shocked. Really good, vibrant, and they have little areas. But it's all lively, safe, and there's activities going on and restaurants are open. What do we have here in downtown? If you continue to put 9 to 5 businesses there and they take up that space, who is really going to move into downtown? Because right after 5, everything's closed and it's dead. Why would I come here? Then you wonder why they go to
491.
491, right? So we need to be more focused, I feel. And, and I never thought about this, but, and who's on the library board here? Yeah? No.
I'm a vice-
Right, and the museum idea and doing what she talked about, Tammy's great. Just because I don't agree on the location of the library doesn't mean I don't recognize that she does a great job. We all have strengths and weaknesses. And
Yeah.
We all, have different way of looking at things. But if you want downtown to be vibrant and active, you're gonna spend all this money to do what you do. This is 66 right here. You have all the buildings right here, right? We have 2 businesses that are open at night in the evening, I think. Maybe 3 maximum. But there's nothing going on downtown. All right?
Except for crime.
Only on Arts Crawl Day. Right. Evening, one day out of the month.
And I think Jennifer's working on the cultural center, with SWIFT to bring some more activity downtown and some more life for 66.
Right.
But can I just say, so that's the same thing as economic development. If you don't have anybody who is actively marketing, working on properties, and using the tool of public-private partnerships, that's the one place you can do, and you don't have to worry about anti-donation. The city can actually provide incentives, whether it's buying land and selling it below market, doing all kinds of things, because it's in an MRA. That's the only place you can do it, except for affordable housing. So we could be actually taking that 4th and Aztec property and trying to work with a developer and get a mixed use in there with housing, but there isn't anybody who's dedicated to doing that.
Goes back to that
Now, when
economic.
we had Kara, she was on Main Street, she was living here and very active. And she was working with Dolph Barnhouse on a redevelopment of his property. I try to reach out to him every couple of months when I have a minute, and he's still interested in turning and doing a restaurant and redeveloping that property. But it takes somebody who's in constant contact, working with them, facilitating them through the city process. And probably, and I've said this to you all before, you're going to have to participate in that Fourth and Aztec property because nobody can do that infrastructure and make the numbers work. But nobody is dedicated to doing that.
Okay, well, my example is the library. Jennifer cut me off. I don't mind you cut me off. Yeah, you're proposing a library right here. With a museum. Yes,
We don't know. I
Maybe,
don't know.
maybe. That's what they're working on.
it's another 9 to 5.
You know, she'll probably stay open
It
later.
doesn't have to be.
9 to 6.
Well, it used to, the library used to stay
Up
open.
until
Jan,
9,
before COVID, weren't they open at night?
8 or 9, yeah.
But what the point is, you know, you go to LA downtown and then it is 9 to 5, basically, most of it. You know, you go downtown LA, a lot of it is 9 to 5, it's closed. You know, but you go to a brick town in Oklahoma City, different story. It's lively. They made that commitment to make sure that they, and they may not have the anti-donation like we do. So they have that ability to do that, similar to Texas. They have that ability to do that. But if we keep putting buildings up off 66 prime land, I'm sorry, middle of downtown Gallup, prime land. You know what? And if you do a museum and if you do storefronts attached to the library in front of something, I don't know. I'm just giving you an example, but if someone wants to put a brewery here, is this going to affect this? Manufacturing. That's manufacturing.
Yeah, a brewery.
You know?
Breweries, we want downtown. One of the lines.
I can't afford to do it. I'm sorry. I'm giving you my example as a developer. I won't do it up here because it's too expensive.
Okay.
It's cheaper to build new than to rehab an older
Sure
building.
it is, any place is.
Yeah,
But we
so,
want a vibrant and open, like for the millennials downtown.
yeah. But if you keep putting buildings or approving things that are 9 to 5, you don't have the capability, you know? And that's why I've been opposed to this, because I don't want something that comes here possibly saying, oh, we're doing this, you can't do this here. You go to Silver City and you've been to that plaza or where they have like different businesses. Rio Doso, they have that Main Street and then they have that music thing playing in the middle of that. I don't know how many of you gone there, but it's vibrant. And it's busy.
It's
Okay.
downtown.
And it's downtown. All right. So we're not bringing that. We're doing all these districts and everything, but are we missing the point somewhere? What are we doing? So you need to make a decision. You want to do a 9 to 5? Well, I'm not going to put something there where, because people want choice. They want to go to different things, different venues, and it needs to be walking distance. If you do something that creates that atmosphere here, I guarantee these businesses, these properties will improve because they will get traffic. The whole purpose of the quiet zone, you know, you want to be able to bring businesses downtown. I mean, we've worked on it for many, many years and we're finally getting it. And so I don't mind the library here, but are you going to impact another business?
Counselor, are you saying though that, because I mean, we've had a lot of interest in a brew pub, but you know, and it's true that the renovation of existing building that's not to code is a challenge. And there's no question about that. But are you saying that the only way it's going to work is if there's a basically vacant land where they can put it? Is that what you're saying?
Personally, I think you need to start with a vacant land is first to create that. So all the, you know, once someone does this and they're packed or whatever, then you have other businesses, hey, I can take a piece of that pie and do something here. But you're not going to get that unless, not with two businesses in downtown open. And we're spending millions of dollars redoing everything. For what? For the 9 to 5 business? I'm sorry, I'm kind of not
Well,
understanding.
Mr. Baumhaus's property is not, he's proposing a nighttime activity.
But, you know, And when we do nighttime activities, a lot of people start opposing certain things because it's, oh, it could be residential, or the kind of business it is, you know? And so we need to be a little bit more open to. And we are a lot more open than the council when I first joined, especially with beer and wine licenses. I remember even a restaurant, they would not want to, I was like the sole vote for a beer and wine license for a restaurant. You know, and I could never understand that. People aren't gonna, those guys aren't gonna pay $5, $6 for a beer when they can buy a quart for about $2.
Sure.
You know, never made sense. So anyway, I'm only here for a few more weeks, but what is our end game? You know, if you put a library there and it's closed, then who's gonna put a business in the evening there? What are you gonna do with the extra? I don't know. I mean, I was hoping that we could acquire a lot of it. When I first brought up that thing, I said, we don't want that land sold to someone else. We want to acquire it so we can develop it. And you don't want a contractor coming and buying it and putting his equipment, but that's exactly what we did.
Yeah.
Remember, I made that comment, I'll buy it. I'll put my construction equipment there.
Yeah.
You know, what does it do for downtown?
So what are you suggesting for the next year or two, Yogesh?
I think we need to really think deep and have a feasible plan that we can put together. And if you really want development, put it out there. You know, if you hire that economic development person, say, hey, we have this, it's got this MRA. This is what we can help you with.
Well, that was my thought exactly, that person would do this too.
Right, exactly.
Will your growth management plan have an element related to downtown?
I think it needs to have an element, if it's not.
Which could address a lot of the things you're talking about.
I mean, see, it may not. It depends on us, right? We're the policy
Right.
and makers, right? So what do you want there is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
I know
like,
what I want there to increase activities in this part of town. But is that what we're encouraging?
I don't know, because we just don't have enough space downtown for them to have a library that's not on that side. I mean, really, except, I mean, this really was just a workaround next door. They need a bigger place, bigger, and parking. And we don't have it in the downtown area. And I don't like that they're going to be separated by the railroad tracks, because to me, it's not going to drive anybody across the tracks. Who's going to do that? I mean, truly, they're going to drive the other way, the north side, to go to 491. That's where it's going to drive them the other way if they want to go do something. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we don't know.
And I don't know how much traffic truly the library brings to downtown. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that they have data that can show that. I mean, do people just go to the library and jump in the car and go home, or are they going to Camille's to eat?
Didn't we just put out a RFP?
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah.
Tammy, you're welcome.
I caution one thing.
Yes, Tim.
Right now, if we go too much more on this topic, we'll have to stay beyond 6, because we've got 4 goals and priority. That's 5 hours worth, and it's after 1 right now. So just.
So very quickly,
2 minutes.
I think all of these are really great points of discussion and valid concerns. The library's average visitor per year is over 200,000. So it does drive people into the downtown area. So, it's very busy, and we have these issues with parking because we can attract 100 people to our events, and there's no parking currently around the library. And some of the issues that we've encountered in choosing that site is that it has to remain downtown, and it has to be city-owned property, and it has to be a large enough plot to accommodate a 55,000 square foot library. And if you do it single level, it saves you a great deal of money in the construction.
Other comments on downtown?
Thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Tammy.
Sure.
No
Because this
problem.
is follow-up discussion on, not here today, because today is really strategic planning, but the follow-up in terms of where you're going on downtown. You've got several opportunities that are reflected in the actions for more discussion on this.
One comment, Bill got brought it up, 2 businesses open late. Sammy C's on Tuesday night when I left the city council meeting, it was dark. It was closed up at 7:30. Yeah, so it's not.
I think that's temporary though. He posted that because of not being able to hire
Staffing.
employees,
Yeah.
staff, that he had to close on Mondays and Tuesdays and close early now until he can get full staff going. But once he gets full staff, it goes up to 11, 12, whatever at night,
You
7
can-
days a week.
Yeah, you're gonna have to create that atmosphere if you want people to come into town, whether it's doctors, teachers, or anybody that want to stay here. Because they're not, they're not gonna go to the library all the time, and they're not gonna go to Sammy C's all the time or Cold Street. They want a variety of things. We're probably for a 21,000 population town, we're probably the only one that doesn't have a brewery still.
Right. I agree.
The other thing that, back to Yogash's point, if you look at those vibrant areas, most of those have residential opportunities with mixed use as part of it as well. So that you have people living and walking in that area, which starts to create that sense of vibrancy too, so.
Well, Albuquerque is a good example of that when they expanded the downtown area, not more nightclubs, that type of stuff. Then all of a sudden, people were building condominiums on top of the buildings.
Mhm.
Albuquerque's downtown is scary.
Mhm.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Any others?
Spent $200,000 for a condominium, and you're afraid to come out.
Gosh, do they have section 8? So we're gonna go to section 8 now for the next probably 4 hours.
Section 8.
This is updating the plan. It builds off a lot of the things you talked about here this morning and yesterday. This is trying to bring it into focus. So for the next several hours, we're going to look at the 5-year. I did not hear any changes on the goals. I heard some minor tweaks on the objectives, which are 5-year outcomes. Significant changes in the challenges and opportunities as we sort of come out of 2 years with COVID. And then the actions, we have a lot. And we'll be focusing them down. If you may recall, in the past, policy actions are yours for major policy direction, emphasis to others, that it's on there saying, we believe this is a priority. It is also, if it has the significant F-bomb. There's other things that will be coming to you that are already in progress, like your growth management plan. So it's on Mary Ann's list. So some of the things have already been placed on management's list. And again, we'll prioritize both of those at the end of today. The other part of it is when you look at, as we go through this, Mary Ann, I want your help as well. Your list right now is fairly long. By putting more on yours, I'm not sure whether it's avoiding, well, we got fewer choices here, but then you got more choices over on the other side. There are all the issues that you brought up in my interviews, all 68 or 70 of them are in here. All the things you added yesterday are in here. So this was hot off the press from about 5 this morning. So it's all in place here. We can change it, let it out. So as I get done with the goal, I'm going to give it to Julie. She's going to write up some stuff so that we don't have to have handwritten ballots. Some of you remember those and waiting for you to copy those, right, JM? We'll just email them to the other building and get them instantly. So that's why she's here helping on that. Again, we can change anything, and I go with the majority vote. So with that in mind, go to page 3 in section 8. Your goals have been a financially sound city providing exceptional service. upgraded infrastructure and facilities, growing the local economy, and in 5 years, a more livable community for all. These are all valid. I did not hear any changes in them, but for the sake of emphasis, I would like you to rank them in the personal column as you look to the next year, 1 being most important to 4 being lesser important. So rank the 4 goals in the personal column here, 1 to 4. And then read to me from the top of the page down what your numbers are. You got it, Michael?
4, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Brand, you got yours?
I have 1, 2, 4, 3.
Okay.
4, 3, 1, 2.
I'm 2, 1, 3, 4. It's all over the place.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You know the drill. Pick another.
So they have changed a bit. So number 1 is upgraded infrastructure and facilities. Number 2 is financially sound. 3 is growing the local economy, and 4 is more livable community. All of these are important, but we'll take them in that order. So we're going to go to upgraded infrastructure. And so go to page 20 in the same section. In 5 years, you've upgraded the streets, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. In 5 years, you built a public safety building. In 5 years, you've built an animal shelter. In 5 years, you've maintained and upgraded the wastewater system and treatment, including odor reduction. Maintain and upgrade the water system to include developing a suitable blended water system and secure water for the future. Maintain and upgrade the electric system, and staff suggested adding number 7 as construct a regional senior center. Okay, are you okay with adding that number 7 there?
So,
You okay with the rest? Any comments there? Staff had no changes other than adding the. Okay with that?
Sure.
So we'll go to the challenges here. So we'll go over 2 pages to page 22. And again, I'm going to have you pick out of these the 8 that you feel are the short-term challenges. And we have a lot here.
holy moly.
Yeah, we've got 3 pages worth.
Oh, really?
And I'm going to have you pick 8 in a moment, but we'll have a chance to see if they need to be modified. Again, these came from last year, you and the staff's write-ups and discussion. Aging infrastructure. I'm going to do these fairly abbreviated just for the sake of time. Funding mechanism, and that's varied by funds, a challenge, making sure they've got the right fund. Projects competing for limited funds. Number of city facilities with opportunities to sell, resulting in less maintenance cost and facilities. That's dealing with the number of buildings, facilities that you own and operate. City cost for Navajo Gallup project. Lack of long-term capital funding mechanism. Neighborhood vehicular speeding and traffic calming. So what do I do when I turn on the TV last night?
Drag race.
Holy cow.
Oh, in Albuquerque.
Yes. And who's there is the mayor talking about is the speeding issue, and you'll see that under goal 4 as a big issue. But what do you do about that?
They don't know either.
Always delivering projects on time and within budget. Residents' expectations and the city's resource capacity. Going to the next page, aging vehicles and equipment. And that gets at the changing types of vehicles as well, with EV vehicles coming. Differing funding source for projects, increasing requirements with grants. If you think about grants today, the reporting and regulations, staff talked about that yesterday, is becoming a growing challenge, and you're having to balance, is the actual dollars coming in worth resources that we got to have to report on it. Looking at funding for ongoing operations and maintenance. Once you build it, you got to maintain it. Changing regulations and requirements by both the feds and state, dealing with EPA rules, water quality, wastewater requirements, communicating with residents on city resource limitations and constraints, funding fire hydrant replacement and maintenance with potential impacts on your ISO rating, relocating impound interim lots for police. We talked a little bit about that potential. Future of gas tax. That could have a lot of going on what's on the world today and the use of gas and the price going up, but also with electric vehicles, that's going to have impacts. And how do you fund roads? Funding for a new electric building, funding for right-of-way improvements. Continuing on the next page, replacing cast iron water pipes. Funding for replacement of a fluent line going to the golf course. Some of these are projects you'll see coming up. And then increasing cost of solid waste collection and disposal, including increases in landfill tipping fees. We heard that yesterday as well. These are all related to your city infrastructures and facilities. Any others that you would add, or questions or comments on these before I have you choose? Any comments?
Lyle, wouldn't number 1 and number 21 be pretty much the same thing? Aging city infrastructure and replacing cast iron water lines?
We could have put that including as part of number 1, if you're okay with that, council. That's just an example of it.
So number 21 would be
Included in number 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll scratch 21. Any others? Marianne, do you have any other ads on this one? Give me the 8 that you feel are the most significant short term.
The number of them or
Nope.
just- Okay.
No ranking here. Just give me 8. Out of 20 some odd.
Ready?
Fire away.
1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 14, 22, 23.
Got it.
Okay, I'm 2, 5, 8, 16, 12, 15, 18, and 22.
Got it. Michael?
1, 2, 8, 9, 11, 16, 19, and 22.
Got it.
One, 2, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 22,
And 20 what?
22.
22. Got it.
I'm trying, just hang on. There's so many.
Yeah, there are.
Okay, I guess I'll pick 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 11, 16, and 22.
Boy, this is really clear. These clearly stood out. They are number one, the aging infrastructure and facilities. Number two is the funding mechanisms for infrastructure upgrade varied by funds. Number 8 is the vehicular speeding and traffic calming. Number 11 is aging vehicle and fleet. Then the 12, funding sources for projects with increasing requirements. Number 16 is funding fire hydrant replacement and maintenance. And number 22 is funding for the replacement of the fuel line. Those are the short-term challenges. Those make sense? Going to the actions. And what I'll do is here, and Marianne, if you feel they need to move those to the management group, some are already on the management list. And I'll go through those first.
What page? Huh?
I'm on page 25.
Okay.
Already on is the key here is over on the right where it says 2021. That means it was a project in last year's strategic plan.
Okay.
If it was brought up in the interviews, it's got, guess what? M/CC. If management wrote it up, it's got MGMT. So already on Mary Ann's list is number 6, the mill and overlay program. The future direction and funding of that will come to you, but you will have the ultimate decision on it. That makes sense?
Yeah.
The fire hydrant replacement, same thing on her list for right now, will come back as a budget decision. Water wells, you all brought up big time with me. We heard about it yesterday. You have 4 funded as of yesterday. We talked about it.
Unless the governor vetoes the 8 million.
So those we don't have to worry about. And then flipping over to page 27 is the transportation master plan, preparing that and completing it.
Where's that at? Oh, that number 24.
Number 24.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funded.
I have 2 27s in mine. And then the airport master plan on page 28. I've got 2 page 27s. I don't know whether you all do.
I'm good.
No?
I think there was a correction on page 27. You had tried to change it.
We just have one page.
Yeah, I thought you've taken it. What?
The hydrogen hub, the track portion.
I thought you took it out before.
I did. Yeah, 2,
So anyway, it was taken out. Did yours have it in?
Hydrogen power plant?
Yeah.
See, I've got it here on mine.
Right, it should just say hydrogen power production, not.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was for, okay.
He must just have the old page.
Yeah,
That's what.
because I replaced yours, so
I don't know.
this is what everyone has right here.
Okay. So the next one is the transportation, then the 28 is the airport master plan. Is on her list. The next one is the federal infrastructure dollars that are coming down. The guidelines are still being developed. And those are focusing on shovel-ready projects, seeing which ones you really qualify for. And then the Humane Society contract, as I understood it yesterday, it's coming to you because it's terminating and addressing that.
Oh,
This
I don't know
year.
if it's terminating, but we gotta.
It's expired.
It's
expiring.
expired, okay. We gotta.
So those are all on the list of hers. Any questions about those before we go to your list?
No.
Gallup's cemetery land plan and acquisition and design. Vince talked about that yesterday. Is that one clear to everybody?
Yes.
Number 2 is street curbs, gutters, sidewalks program, the projects, the funding level of that, and timing of that is still on your list going forward. Comments there? The water line upgrade and cast iron pipes replacement projects. You brought it up, they brought it up. Again, it is a funding issue. Comments there?
No.
City facilities and land direction, scratch that from 3. It's redundant, but it's in 4, is looking at your city facilities and land, assessing what you've got, potential uses, a report back, and direction. That one clear? That's dealing with that objective of maintenance. Animal shelter, additional funding and design. Comments there? I talked about that yesterday. So those 5 are still on your list. Going to page 26, library design and construction. The reason I left it on your list is there's a lot of decisions yet to be made on that. That one clear? And the next one is what you were just talking about when you came in, Marianne, on the wastewater treatment plant. This isn't a new one. It's looking at your current equipment and the life cycle of the current equipment. And that would start with the prior reports, but determining future direction and funding of that. Comments there? Number 11 is sewer line replacement projects and funding and construction. Comments there? The next one we may take just a couple of minutes to talk about, and that's Red Rock Park. And it's looking at upgrades and expansion. You all talked to me about that as something that really needs attention. And that includes the campground road access, but it also is looking at the various facilities there that need upgrades and short-term and long-term. What would you like to see get done, Council, looking short-term at Red Rock?
We got the roof done, right? Oh,
That's coming in.
it's coming in, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the campground, and I know there's money coming possibly for the
Well,
campground.
that list that they had yesterday, everything on that list.
Yeah, so 5 million is in the governor's budget for Red Rock Park, and there's another 300,000 in the HPC junior. So 5.3 million.
And what is that going to be used for?
Well, the campground's estimated at about 3.9 million roughly. I don't know if that includes design or not, but let's just say 4 million. It's around. There you go. And then Vince has already got 500,000. allocated for maintenance. No, we upgraded, it was 3 to 3.5, I think, and it got.
You just said
upgraded to
4.
Yeah,
And then Vince has got 5
100,000 already.
From the
lawn
city?
tax, right.
for maintenance, right?
Well, roof, restrooms.
Right, but maintenance.
And a second access road off of Pastor Valley to the park.
Isn't the county working on
Yeah,
that?
so on the Hensel Valley Road issue, and Curtis is here too. So there's a Navajo Gallup pipeline that's going along that route, and it includes, which is really interesting, a road, and not a super road, but a road. but it's actually always going to stay owned by the Navajo Nation, but it's a 50-year easement. Is that, I'm trying to remember. Oh, it's longer than that. But anyway, so that will be, you have to build the pipeline first, so it can't happen. And that just got awarded, I believe. So we're building the pipeline and the road. It's coming.
And then possible tear down of the restroom facilities next to the living quarters and possibly tear down of the living quarters.
Well, I mean, those aren't even used anymore. It's just
They can use
sitting.
it for storage. They do use them. Well, they did use them the last time they had a ceremonial.
I thought they were putting them in the hotels the last time,
No, they're not staying there. They might use them to change though.
but yeah, they
No,
weren't
no, they were
staying.
using. living
No, they were
quarters.
not staying there at all. It was substandard, all of those, I can tell you, I toured that.
Just rooms, is all it is.
No, and they had bunk beds and it was horrible. I wouldn't stay there. And so we found hotels for those people. That's when I was helping ceremonial. And I know that we just could, it just speaks to, I mean, these are artists and performers and we're putting them in a substandard facility. No
So the
way.
issue is, do we just tear them down because they're kind of nice?
I would say, yeah.
So you have, what I've got is then you have 800,000 left over from that pile of money. Is that right?
Depending on how the bid goes.
Yeah. And the question is, what do you use that for? Sure.
Really iffy. On what option you have to take the biggest one first, and then keep revisiting the designers. Prioritize.
Who's designing the campground?
This money still has, if we get it, I mean, then we'll probably get it available in September. And we have a conceptual plan the council approved, but we have to actually do the design so you can go out to bid.
Yeah,
So
I just want to make sure that whatever we do, we accommodate vehicle charging also now, which probably wasn't there. And then automation of all the campground, including restrooms where, now it's common practice to get the key on your phone. So you can access a restroom if you have the phone.
we certainly don't do that now. Do you remember new restrooms were part of that campground design?
I don't remember.
I don't.
Yeah.
I know.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would. I
They
went in those
Being in those
restrooms. Yeah,
restrooms,
they
I
were-
would hope they'd be done.
Yeah.
Guys,
so-
this is Jennifer. The restrooms were not included in the design.
Yeah. Do we have
And
a-
also, as a note, the roof, only one section of the roof has been replaced. There are two other sections that we did not budget for.
This is Vince. First of all, the roof that you're talking about, that was money that was allocated last year. That's got nothing to do with the 500,000.
Right, exactly.
That is correct.
The other one, the restrooms, minor repairs are part of that plan. I talked with Joe Gallegos the other day, and it's 3.25 was the initial amount for the plan that the council agreed on that particular night. It went to council. We talked about it, that they all liked. We're looking at probably at least a 30% markup. Because that plan was done in 2018, so it's already got some years behind it. So we're looking at a substantial markup on it.
So that gets advanced to a 4 million approximately with that markup, right?
Yeah. But I'm here if you guys have any questions as far as Parks and Rec, so.
Yeah.
Stay on.
Yeah, I got a question. Are you, one of the other things that RV guys want are washers and dryers?
We can, when we get to that point, we can talk about it. That's why I think it'd be ideal to have one, we need the trading post opened up. We can actually, we can incorporate a small laundry or something. Because especially if we're gonna get to the point that we're gonna do, right now, monthly, we have 30 monthly campers at the park right now with existing conditions. And when we get to this point, we're gonna have sewer and everything, it's gonna be great. I can say we can have that thing 60% full of monthly campers. So we'll have to decide if we're gonna run it like a campground or if we're gonna ask everybody to leave when our big rodeos come to town. It's gonna have to be run right.
Yeah, if you're gonna have monthly and you're gonna have a 60% occupancy, year-round occupancy, I don't know how you can tell them to leave. when we
No,
have-
no, and you're right, Councilor X, but I mean, we actually have a plan in place right now where when the big rodeos come in, where our magic number is 30. And we have to let our people know that, well, when this rodeo comes, well, you'll have to vacate your site, so.
Yeah, I don't think that's feasible. And no one, unless that, whoever comes, even if it's a big rodeo, you can ask someone to move from a campground. You probably have to give them 30-day notice if you're having a monthly, don't you?
No, yeah, no, we let them know when they come and sign up. When they come and sign up for a certain amount of months, we tell them from the get-go that at this particular time, we have this going on or that going on. And we ask them, we tell them don't need to move. But you're right, I mean, it's, that's not the way to do business, and I'm not a professional campground manager, but I do have some common sense, and I know that's not the way to do it.
So this year really focuses on things that have been previously funded, Vince, right? Like the roof, the additional maintenance and the campground design and possibly beginning construction. Is that a fair summary?
Well, that's all gonna depend on the $5 million if we get it or not.
Yep.
It's pretty certain.
But it won't be available till fall.
Oh.
Yeah, September.
So that's why I said that limited amount of what actions are deliverable this year. Any other comments on Red Rocks for short term? That was helpful, thanks. Electric supplier contract finalization and approval came from council. Staff said that was not an issue. So somebody needs to talk to me about that one. Number 13, electric supplier contract finalization and approval.
So I'm assuming, JM, that's the power purchase agreement that John Wheeler discussed yesterday. I think.
For the next 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had removed that one.
You did.
Yeah.
That's what I said. The staff removed it, but they brought it up.
Oh.
I do not.
Well, that's because they didn't know, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't remove anything. If they brought it up, it's here.
Okay.
We can remove it
I
now.
was just confused on
You
the
can make
question.
that.
So we remove it then.
You can make it management, or it still hasn't come to council for approval, it's coming.
All right, so put management by it.
We'll bring
So don't vote, so put the MGMT there. You were walking away when we got into it. Electric building replacement, you heard that yesterday. Comments on that one? Golf course, you've heard that one yesterday. And you all talked to me a lot about it. Highway 491 Carbon Coal Road, it's a MDOT project that was brought up.
But I mean, what does that have to do with us?
We scratch it?
I mean, that's county, I mean.
Yeah, I think Sam was involved in the design of it. This is the intersection between 491 and Carbon Coal Road. Carbon Coal Road was funded by, had some money for that. That intersection, we just got involved in the design process because it's in our community.
That's
So you want to scratch it?
Yeah,
9th Street and
Or put
491 and now
management.
the new highway.
So
We do the
scratch it?
Yeah,
intersection?
but it's not policy.
Scratch it or put it?
Management.
Management?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they could keep track of it.
All right, going to the next page, the hydrogen plant production, state support and city actions was brought up by you.
We
I'm not-
already supported it, but it died.
Actually, I got an email from Representative Lundstrom this afternoon or this morning, or whatever, that there's some kind of a Western state agreement that they're trying to get together and then work together on hydrogen hub so they can access the 8 billion or whatever it was from the federal government. And I emailed her back and said, is New Mexico part of that? And I don't remember. I'll have to check and see if I got it.
Scratch of 17 then?
scratch that.
No, don't scratch it. I agree.
Leave it.
Okay.
Did you have any questions for Representative Lindstrom? I'm sorry, Patty, I just saw
Oh,
that
she on
email
there?
quickly. You want to update on that?
Yeah, it included New Mexico.
It did, okay.
So,
I forwarded to the city manager an email that I received this morning. Yesterday, the governor signed an agreement with 3 other states for the development of a regional hydrogen hub. It includes Colorado, I believe it's Colorado, Wyoming, and there's one other state. I'd have to double check that, Utah. And the plan is that we'd set up a 4-state hydrogen hub, which includes all the components that we talked about in New Mexico just a week ago, and the Hydrogen Hub Act. So I think that is critically important.
do we put that on management?
Or see how important it is for you all.
I think it's important.
I think it's
You
very
all
important.
weigh on it.
Okay, okay.
Because again, if it's political statement, it ought to be on your side.
Okay, well, I thought we already did that though. Didn't we support it? Or, but we would do another
Still gotta
support
continue.
for,
Next steps.
okay.
The electric vehicle preparation for the city and the community. That's so the infrastructure is with your fleet and the other is dealing with the charging stations community out there that are coming real fast. And what role does the city play in this? Private sector play? So is that one clear?
I mean, because can the city have their own that for the public to use?
Yeah. We
Yep.
talked
We could
about it.
have our own charging stations.
We've talked about it, and or we can do lease to someone that actually manages them.
Right.
Yeah, I have an electric vehicle. Well, it's a hybrid electric. And on here is my charger.
Oh, wow.
It's ChargePoint is the commercial company and they're all over the country. I just go up, put this up and plug in, quick charge, and it bills me like very little. It would be maybe 75 cents for a charge or something like that. But it's right here. So, and that's the partnership with the cities that a lot of the larger cities and some of the smaller cities are doing it through partnerships. And you have an advantage here. You know what your advantage is?
We own the utility.
We own the utility.
Yeah, big. So you can have.
I've actually talked to the
Go ahead, you're done.
electric department head, and I've talked to him, but I didn't want to talk about it while I was on council either.
Okay.
But that is so that would be, so there's 2 parts to it. A is looking at what we're going to do internally, and then the external is what are we going to do as a community, both infrastructure issues for you.
It's a ask on the reservations on when they call. We have a charger. And a lot of them already know by the phone because all of them have a network connected, but people still ask.
I think it would be great for one of those torn down hotels to set one right there at the interstate, right coming off of the interstate.
No, you want them, let me tell you about chargers.
Okay.
You want them where they have to leave their car and shop.
Bingo.
Okay.
And eat.
Yep.
So it may take 20 minutes to 45 minutes to charge.
Okay.
And I'm not going to sit in I want something to do. So let's go shop. Let's go eat.
You could have them closer to downtown then.
Fran, what you're saying, there's the El Rancho, there's the gas stations, there's a supermarket. It's everything that's the same.
Because there needs to have some time and stretch your legs. So it's a logical break on a trip. And you get out, walk, eat, shop, come back, your car's fully charged, and you're ready to go.
Doesn't the Department of Transportation plan on putting a bunch of chargers in?
We don't,
Especially when we got 66 that goes through
Actually,
town.
I have an article, she sent it to me this morning, but I think I have 100 emails I haven't read, but there's an article, and I'll try to forward it to you, but the priority is on funding them on the major highways so that people it will be an incentive for people to buy electric cars because now they can travel. It is interesting to me is they said most people that have them right now charge them at home and they use it around town. But if you want people to buy more and go across country, you're going to need them access on.
Yeah.
Like the new Mustang out has got about 300 miles. And the electric owners that are clients of mine, they don't want to get below a quarter charge. So they keep it not fully charged, so there's about a 200 mile. And by then you may need to go to the bathrooms, stretch your legs. One who's really positioning themselves is Buc-ee's.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they they're pumping gas now, but they're gonna be charging, and you spend a lot of money in Buc-ee's.
Oh, totally.
Have you all been to Buc-ee's?
It's in Texas.
Oh,
If you
just
ever
saw
go,
article on it on
it's,
TV.
It's unbelievable, right?
oh my gosh, it's like the coolest store in the world.
But
And
that's where
cleanest
they can come
bathrooms.
in, they'll charge.
Cleanest
then-
bathrooms.
Actually, my daughter said in Texas, when they went, who would go to a travel center like that, a truck stop? She said, but we went there, we stood there.
They have all kinds of candy
It's
and
wonderful.
wonderful. Oh my
They've
God.
got
Best
everything
shopping
from
place
chocolate to good
This
barbecue.
is
Oh, but this is like 20 cents bigger,
Buc-ee's.
and they have like.
Anyway, but that's their concept. And if you look at where they're putting their stations, it is charge to charge.
Right.
It's 200 to 300 miles,
That is a
and
nice-
they are they're thinking ahead. We'll
Strategically
pump your
planned.
gas now, but we're gonna charge your car, and all of those pumps will become charging
And
stations,
you
and
can
they're
eat in
being
there and
built. In.
shop in there.
You can eat, you can shop,
Use the
and you have
bathroom.
clean
The
bathrooms.
cleanest
everything.
bathrooms
So,
in Texas.
Does that make sense? So business out there, they're
Yeah.
thinking ahead. But if you think to your town, you having charging stations that would then facilitate that I need to eat, I want to shop, and you've got stuff to look at here and shop here.
Oh,
So
yeah, totally.
that's what number 18 is trying to get ahead of the curve on that.
Okay. I'm right there.
That makes sense?
Lyle, will we have to
Buc-ee's.
upgrade our electric system if we're putting charging places in every house and charging stations in commercial?
Takes 110. Because you talked
Takes
about.
110?
Get a 110 or 220. But you asked for.
I know, I Associates has one on there.
Okay, it's.
Anyway,
for-
that's,
For fast charging.
this would be, this one is a plan. So we don't want to get into detail today. The point is that worth pursuing at this time?
Absolutely.
Yes,
So that's one if you think it is.
yes.
The next one is downtown alley improvement projects, looking at the projects, priority and funding for those.
Yes.
Sidewalk policy, what?
That's already happening.
You want to scratch it?
No,
No,
I mean, we have a lot of alleys,
Still
but
need a lot.
they just.
You
did
got
this
more to
one,
do, is what I
That one
understand.
and that one.
We do.
Sidewalk policy and program and the funding of that.
Yeah.
We've been doing that on a consistent basis, and I hope it stays.
That's ongoing, yes.
Too.
Much needed.
The federal infrastructure dollars, I got that listed twice, so scratch 21. It's already on Mary Ann's list on page, the next page. The Navajo Gallup Water Project update, that came from council. Does that need to be on your list anymore?
We can make that as a
It's a
match.
matter, they let us know what's
Okay.
going on.
I wonder where the next one came from.
I know.
But Tosito, the Robert Hamlin and Jimmy Parrish, they improved the drainage immensely this last year.
But it's still work to be done, as you and I
It
chatted
still-
about.
It still needs to be, they told me completely, to do it right, they have to completely tear it up and put underground drainage and but
That's what
but
this-
it's been a big improvement what they did last year, and I am
Come here,
thankful.
but it's still on the list because
Yes, yes.
for permanent.
I vote we-
I think that captures, Michael, what you and I chatted about.
But no, it's a big improvement, and I thank the Public Works and
Well,
street
you must really
department for
have some
doing what
pull,
they
because
did.
I've been on West Aztec for
Well, they did.
at least 6 years.
No, it's needed.
Going to the next page, the other two is the industrial pre-treatment ordinance that was talked about yesterday and adopting that. Did you want to put that on your list, the industrial pre-treatment, or have them
You
prioritize?
know, it's interesting because we'll have to bring this ordinance to you. I don't know, Curtis, if it's a policy issue or a.
Are you going to bring it to them?
The industrial pretreatment ordinance. I mean, right, I mean, so I would consider this a policy issue. It's not,
Okay,
it's a new thing.
so we'll leave it on their
Yeah.
list. Good, thank you. The next one is the Animal Control Services JPA with the county. Remember, that was talked about yesterday, reviewing that and making some adjustments in the JPA. Any questions or comments before I have you prioritize these? We're looking on page 25. You're voting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on page 25. On page 26, it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. On page 27, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 23. And on page 28, 27, and 28. Give me the 7 here, the most important for you. Being very generous this year.
And that includes 1 through 5, right?
1 through 5. The 7 that you feel are the most important looking short term, 1 year. Do not assume they're going to be done. Look at the list that's on management's list. This is a capacity and priority issue.
How many?
7.
7?
Uh-huh.
7.
Lyle,
Yep.
3, 10, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18.
Ready?
Fire.
1, 5, 10, 12, 15, 17, 18.
What page is it on? Okay.
Take a short break after this.
Okay, I think I got mine.
Fire away, friend.
1,
Yep.
7.
7's management, so you don't have to. worry.
Oh, really? Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so I did 1, 10, 12, 15, 17, 18.
Yep.
I guess I'll have to go with over here on, sorry, I can't find it. I know. Okay, I had 1, okay. Let me go ahead and do number 5.
Okay.
You have to grade them according to priority or just?
No,
all?
just
The
give
ones
me
you picked.
just
Oh,
the
okay, just ones that-
7.
okay.
No ranking. Linda, you got yours?
1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 17, 18.
Okay. Mine is, I don't have it ready here. Okay, 1, 3, 12, 4,
4.
17, 18, 19. How many have I got there? How many?
7.
7. I need one more. Okay.
That's what you have. You only have 7.
You only have 7.
Oh.
You can't get more.
So big,
descriptive
and
than
these
yours.
clearly
Mayor
stood
probably
out.
got 8.
No,
They
sorry.
clearly, so your priorities for this goal, and again, at the end, we'll rank them all, but are 1, the cemetery, 3, the cast iron pipes, 5, the animal shelter. Number 10, the wastewater treatment plant. Number 12, the Red Rock Park upgrades. Number 15, the golf course affluent line. Number 17, the hydrogen plant support. And then number 18, the electric vehicles. Those will all go continuing on. Those are solid. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back on goal 2. Yep, scratch.
City's ready.
Okay, no, I mean,
Get it
well,
right.
I don't- I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was testing these.
You didn't even really do it.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, I saw you didn't. I
Okay.
I haven't had a person schedule, so I'm guessing.
And it's getting done.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's probably, I just think there is a cost. for financing, but it's not finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the meeting was a 2-minute meeting. Linda got playground and green. But she Uncle Johnson, I said, this stuff private. She said, well, Linda says she wants playground and green, so I put that down. Well, okay, great.
Hydrogen thing, you know, we have a lot of trucks.
Find that article on
We're
charging
a
stations.
major. Sure, exactly what it is.
No. I just have so many that I just want to shoot myself. I got it. No, you know what? I just saw that. No, I got it. It's just that I just get so frustrated because I can't stop. So many emails. So states get go ahead to build electric charging stations, even though I got it said.
that have an ongoing training and development program that includes creating career pathways for folks, and the apprentice would be an example of that, and management and employee succession program for city employees.
Lyle, what page are you on?
I'm on page 4.
Thank you.
Same section.
Yeah, I think we were focusing on succession planning and we had discussed that previously.
No, we actually, Chloe Beta, our previous director, did a plan, and so we had one, but it needs to be updated.
So you'll see that as an action, but this reflects a lot of the discussion we had yesterday with the management group of growing your own.
Yeah.
And on the ongoing training and creating career pathways, the city and is working with the schools.
Yep, we'll see that in there, that the program that you talked about yesterday is in
It's
here.
working good and it's expanding every year.
That would be very consistent with this objective. So any objections to that in modification? You're okay, Fran?
I'm fine with that.
Mayor? I assume you are right. Going over to the challenges. On page 6. Growing the city's tax base challenge. Legislative actions impacting revenues, finances, and services.
Oh, yeah.
Developing fees for non-resident use of city facilities, services, and programs. That is getting at your city employee or taxpayers subsidizing outside use. The state of New Mexico employees going to a minimum wage of 15 plus. Like there. Very competitive market and complex hiring processes. We heard that yesterday. Inflation and potential increases in interest rates. Increasing revenues at the golf course with other uses. And Matt talked about that with the weddings and other things. Cost of future power supply. Limited investment options for deferred comp accounts. Public's distrust and suspicion of all government institutions. Employee minimum wage compensation adjusted July of this year, or last year, which has resulted in compression issues and inequities. We heard that yesterday, and we have an action item on the class and comp coming up. Continued support for succession planning. High expectations, that should be plural, and demands for city services. Potential cyber attacks and hackers. City records, retention, management, security, and reduction of paperwork. Hiring location, hard to hire here, lack of urban amenities, limited housing options. Difficulty in obtaining online sales and collection distribution data from the state. Potential city facility consolidation, which could reduce operating costs. The next one is difficulty in collaborating with the county and school district. Supply chain issues and significantly high costs for equipment and supplies. Going to the next page, was mentioned yesterday, the shrinking applicant pool. They used to be this size. Now, if you get them this size, you're feeling pretty good about it. Younger workforce with different perspectives and expectations on work and public service. We heard that one yesterday with some personal examples of that as well.
Jeez.
What?
No lie, we heard that.
Service workload and the need for additional staffing. Determining the balance between charges for services, especially for non-residents, and the degree of city subsidy.
Isn't that similar to the other one?
Yes, mentioned by two different groups. Which one do you like better? It was number 3, developing fees. Or
I like the last one because it's most specific.
it says balancing, it doesn't say fee.
Yeah.
So we'll scratch 3
Scratch 3.
and we'll leave 24. And 25 was brought up yesterday, and that's the employee resistance to overtime.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that. The police chief brought that up because his people are so burned down and exhausted.
I'm hearing that from every client.
But I didn't hear that for every department, that I don't see that as resistance to
In
overtime.
fact, in some areas, like with water, wastewater, they get so much overtime because of the workload demand that I'm wondering if it's a hazard.
Right, but they're not, for the most part, and they're not complaining, but police, it's a huge issue because they need to have minimum staffing and patrol. And sometimes the people are out sick, they got COVID, they're on leave.
I'm hearing from
Yeah.
both police and fire nationally.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Because-
didn't hear from fire. They seem to like.
But he said they were burnt out. He didn't say about, they didn't want to work overtime, but he said they were.
We talked about the
stretched to
resistance.
the limit.
Chief did.
My brother was a policeman here in Gallup, and one year he was the highest paid employee because of all.
Oh, you bet. That is not uncommon. Oh, yeah. You get it in the public safety area, many times that's the highest paid with overtime.
Now, there's one year, he, at one time during ceremonial, he went 72 hours straight.
That's a danger to.
Yeah, he fell asleep right before his time to end the shift, and he ran over a gas meter. I think right behind.
You wondered what happened there.
I mean, I was shocked that the legislators had to stay overnight listening to bills. I don't know how they did that. Just even, I mean, those are not the most exciting bills.
Any
Mayor,
questions?
Council, Lyle,
Yeah.
Yes.
this is Chief Morales. Lyle, you are right in saying so. We are having difficulties with overtime, and we fill positions, but sometimes, we have to go through 40 personnel to find one. And sometimes, we're running below minimum staffing just because we can't find folks to fill in the overtime.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I'm hearing out there, and you just confirmed what the experience in other cities are.
It's more lack of staff.
Yeah.
Well, the immediate problem is we need to have minimum staffing. Where am I going to get them? And then you throw in this past year in a lot of communities, the increased number of community events, which normally require. And so would throw in COVID, minimum staffing and events. Some communities have had to borrow from other cities to just have their event to get people. Any other comments on these or additions? Give me the 8 here that you see are the most significant short-term one-year challenges.
4, 5, 6, 13, 16, 20, 23, 24.
Got it. Short term.
Okay.
Page 6. We're on page 6, 7, and 8. And we're picking 8 here, and we're scratching number 3.
Pick 8.
Linda?
Section 8.
Section 8. Oh, we're on page 6, 7, and 8.
And scratch number 3.
Section 6, 7, 8.
Yep. We're scratching 3 and give me 8.
What page?
6, 7, and 8.
Section 8.
One second.
That's it. Use this one.
Okay,
Fire away.
2, 8, 12, 16, 20, 23, 25,
After 16,
20, 25,
yep,
and 4.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm picking mine now.
All right, fire away.
1, 2, 4, 5, 11, 18, 22, and 23.
Michael?
1, 4, 8, 12, 13, 16, 21, and 23.
Got it.
Twenty-one, 22, 23 similar, because at the end of the day, it is all related to not enough people out there to work.
In perspective. Fire away.
1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 16, 23, 24.
The short-term challenges are, 1 is growing the tax base. Number 2 is the state actions. Number 4 is the minimum wage by the state. Number 5 is a very competitive market. Number 16, the hiring location. Number 23 is the workload and staffing levels, and 24 is the balancing of charges for services, especially non-residents, and the degree of city subsidy. So it's 1, 2, 4, 5, 16, 23, and 24 all got the majority. Going to the actions. We're going to do it the same way we did earlier. This one here, this goal, it starts on page 9 and it goes to page 11. There are 24. The management ones right now and are cybersecurity. You'll get that one on page 9. Number 3, cybersecurity. Number 6, labor negotiations and contracts. The 10-year financial plan that Patty talked about will be coming to you. The city emergency plan update is in progress, will be coming to you. The purchasing ordinance procurement code update, revision, and adoption. And then going to page 11 is the American Rescue Dollars Plan. And on page number 11, on page 11, number 22 is the water rates.
Yeah.
Get those, Marianne? Okay, going to the other ones that are on your list for prioritization. We'll see if there's any comments. One is future bond issue. It was in last year's plan. You talked about it as well as staff comments on a future bond issue.
Well, if I could,
Sure.
the council this year, we did act on this. It was a $12.8 million bond. We're using most of it for the public safety building and then fields, turfing fields and possibly streets. But there, Patty, then you decided that I think it was about 2 years, there was another 5 million left too. And so that would be there's really no action for this year.
12 months.
Yeah, right. It's not the next 12 months.
Do I put it on the
Oh,
horizon?
yes, because we took care of it.
You
for
okay
this
with
year.
that? Non-residents paying for city services, direction there. Comments on that one? Employee compensation plan and policy, and that includes a citywide class and comp study, the funding for it, doing it,
Yeah.
and then figuring out what to do with it.
Just one comment is that we already had the funding for it. You approved it in the budget. And so we have to do it. So, yeah, so I'm not sure they have to prioritize it because they already did last
So
year.
put management by it.
So if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Alpine property redevelopment plan.
What's being done, isn't it?
That was funded and we did an RFP and the contract signed and with the consultant, and we have about 3 months to get it done. You don't have to prioritize that.
Okay, put management by that one. You may not have many to prioritize here.
That's good.
Community broadband, study plan and direction. That came from you all?
I thought that was kind of already, we're kind of waiting now to see what the state's gonna do and. how
Yes,
that-
I would you can just put that on us to follow it. And I don't think you have to prioritize it at this point.
Management.
And of course, it was a priority last year and we certainly, we worked with Secret Wind to do the redundant line. That was very important.
I
So
know, but my thing is, you're looking at a city view, but sometimes you need to look at the constituents too. And that redundancy is extremely important for if you want businesses to be here.
but as I mentioned, Comcast is negotiating with Sacred Wind to tie into their redundant line, but I think it's just a matter of money and negotiations. I don't know how much we have to control over that. And also with the upgrades that they're doing, how that's going to work for businesses. I mean, we're kind of just watching to see how it works. And then the state hired a technology director. They're doing a statewide plan. They have funding available. So, I mean, you can prioritize it, but we're going to stay on it.
So do we want to, we're working on it, so do we really want to even put it on here?
So we put management by it. Issues with the county direction, and there's a number that relate to finance here. Sound clear?
No, not really.
Actually, I put in the priorities I gave you, Lyle, was actually the liquor excise tax funding issue. I don't know if this is just, Patty, this is under finance. I'm not sure what this refers to. That's really the only issue that I'm aware of. The liquor excise tax. It says McKinney County strategy, key issues, direction, and city action.
So the issue
Yeah.
is, if we don't get the funding that we anticipated that we're supposed to get, we can't afford to operate at the level of building to complete our funding. Right? And so we need to follow up with the county and have our meeting and make sure that we understand what's available and how the funding is going to be, and then we adapt.
You want to change this to liquor
It's a
excise?
liquor excise tax behavioral health funding. I mean, that's what the issue is. I'm not aware of any other financial issues with the county. We have the
There are
JPA.
several,
We have, I'm sorry, we have. the
there were several service issues that were brought up in the individual departmental
We
write-up.
have the JPA with the county on the industrial park, but that's been approved by council. You've already
I think,
prioritized that. What else?
CB brought up that he thought perhaps the county contract with regard to animal control needs to be modified.
That did come up.
The budgeting process is what's envisioned in the JPA. It's not what we're going to do. Really envisioned in JPA. Animal control developed a budget which has been presented to the food governing body. There's issues we had that came up this year because we budgeted during our budgeting process. And they, had already completed their budgeting process.
So we'll just change this.
But
To LAT,
getting back to the LAT,
right, and liquor, and animal.
So liquor to excise tax revenues direction is number 10 now.
And
There's
animal.
an issue with that one, just point out that it needs, it will be on ballot. In 2022, yeah, this year.
Oh, my. In November of 2022?
Yeah. Renewal.
Yeah.
And it would be renewed for the following year.
So there's an election on this then too?
Yes, voters have to reauthorize.
But the statute wouldn't change, correct? I mean, for liquor excise tax, it would.
No, but
this-
it has to be reauthorized every 3 years.
And so we, at this point, we're concerned with, we have not received our liquor excise tax now.
I think that's gonna get.
So we'll put it on here as liquor excise tax revenues and election.
And animal
Oh.
control?
Well, would this also include Red Rock Park or, you know, a joint powers agreement with Red Rock Park? Would that include in this?
Well, try to keep going, but all of the JPA, we may need to look at as far as an issue that's arisen with the audit. Whether those entities have that separate audit.
Hey Curtis, can you put the mic closer to yourself? We can't really hear what you're saying.
I'd like to keep it that way.
Sorry about that. I forget I have a mic I'm supposed to be turning
And you
on.
have a very quiet voice.
I can change that. but-
Hey, repeat what you said.
So getting back to LET, it's got to be on the ballot this year. And it goes on to the general election ballot. So the county has to adopt a resolution and have it put on the ballot.
Is that in June or is that in November?
That's in November.
November.
There is the issue which we're working on with the distribution for this year. And there's some disagreement within the county on that issue that they're working amongst themselves on. Just leave it at that. Animal control budget there, we really need to look at just kind of the budgeting process that's spelled out in the JPA, because we're not really following the process that's envisioned, which is that animal control comes up with a budget before the city does its budgeting process, and that's not been done historically. So we need to either change that or follow what's in the JPA. But it became an issue this year because we increased the budget in our budgeting process, but by the time we got ours done, the county had already done their budgeting process and had put in a flat amount, and then we got into an argument with them on when they would pay that increased amount. But all of our JPAs we need to look at as far as some language that's in those JPAs that is causing their auditor this year to say that those entities all need to have separate audits because they are entities that are separate from the county, not an internal component of the county. And so we need to, if nothing else, revise the language of those JPAs so that auditors don't say things like that.
That kind of sounds like a management issue if that's something that so you're saying that the JPA has to budget to do their own audit?
Well, we don't want them to be required to, I mean, we don't want animal control to have a separate audit apart
Right.
from the city.
So what do you have to do to fix that?
There's some language that's in the JPAs that we can
Okay, but that's
revise.
Well, but do they mean animal control as a city department, or do they mean like the other pieces of that? Meaning
Humane Society is different.
So it's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm getting a little into the weeds just by talking about JPAs generally, that the county is running into an issue where their auditor is saying on one of these that they have to have their own audit because of the way that the JPA is written. And it might be the jail board one, but don't quote me on that.
We'll leave this one as just the liquor excise tax.
Oh, my God. And is this going to be us picking it or what? Or management?
Oh, this
Because
is
we're
on
not
yours?
involved in that.
Well, this is a policy decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we can't work it out, then we'll have.
Police services, workload, staffing, and salaries was brought up by mayor and council. Is that one clear? Comments there? Employee recognition and appreciation program, expanding that is number 12. Is that one clear? Several of you brought that up to me.
Well, they haven't had it for the last couple of years.
We had it, we had it here.
We had that
Last year.
little dinner just for those
We have an
specific.
employee recognition event usually in December. Canceled.
Right.
We did give we did give recognition though.
We did.
Yeah, but not person.
Not everybody else. Okay.
Number 14 is vendor ordinance amendment. It was on the horizon last year. Is that one clear?
No.
Is that for beer and wine or?
For vendor.
or what?
It was on the horizon last year.
This was an issue that's come up. Oops. This is an issue that's come up periodically in terms of the fact that we charge vendors a certain amount per day, vendors licenses. It's a very complicated ordinance. We've gotten a number of complaints over the years. We kind of kept pushing it off. Curtis has drafted it. He did a survey. I think you sent it to the chamber. It's a very complicated and controversial document, but at some point there'll be complaints again. We'll have to deal with it. It's your priority whether you want to deal with it now or push it off.
The next one we covered, so scratch 15 because we've got that under the prior goal that you prioritized. 16, isn't that the same as 10?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It's the same.
So we'll scratch it and we've left change 10 to that. Number 17 was on the horizon last year and staff suggested moving it up, and that is museum funding, staff funding for the museum. Is that one clear? Management brought up yesterday the solid waste rate study and including a review of free solid waste services.
Yeah.
Remember that discussion yesterday?
That resulted in us getting these papers.
The next one was also brought up yesterday, the fire staffing, and I believe it was 3 positions for next year.
Yeah.
The next one is city virtual services. They're not going away. They may need to be enhanced, expanded, and the funding for that. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
Commercial solid waste services, review, evaluation, and direction.
Could that be included with number 18?
They were separate yesterday, but do you want to combine them? Is there?
As long as you bring it, because that 25,000 a month was quite a high cost for the city.
Yeah.
As long as it's brought up.
Because 23 was getting at the resident subsidizing, right?
Right.
No, that's the commercial.
Then this one's dealing with
Right,
commercial.
but I mean, if we, okay, I'm just trying to say,
Oh, should we keep it separate?
it's up to you. I mean,
I don't.
because the rate study is related to what.
No, 18 and 23.
I guess the rate study is different.
And because,
They could be done as one item.
right,
But we do need to start that process and talk about it, because exactly what you said yesterday, you know, we were turning along pretty good, our reports being Now, looking at the services and what we're doing on the park, it should be rolled into the whole rate study, because some of those services. And even like maybe combining, instead of doing the quick pickup of the, or the lawn waste, either do the coupons for that, or combine that with the annual fee, something, so that we aren't always doing all these different components that are free that are except programs, but maybe making our annual cleanup be big programs.
But they're related to the rate, because the more that you make them free, the more you have to increase your rate overall. So I would just say maybe solid waste rate and services study, and just because they're combined.
Scratch number 27, 23.
Yeah, just include
Scratch 23.
services.
And include the word services in
Right.
18.
Mayor and council,
Oh. Yes.
Adrian here. I couldn't hear, I think it was Patty speaking, but yes, Marianne, what you just said, that you can combine them together. And Councilor Kumar, I'm sorry, I misquoted you. It was 25,000 a year. I did give a spreadsheet out to Tasha to hand out to you guys.
Yeah, not a month, a year. Yeah.
All right, so we've added services to 18 and scratch 23.
Because I mean, okay, well, we don't have to decide, but certainly not that many people are using these coupons as compared to the whole city doing
I think
that.
they are, especially in my district. It's helpful for them because they're low income and it helps with, we're number one in trash pickup, so.
You know, I actually like the coupon program, because people that want to get rid of it right away.
Mhm.
And it doesn't make it-
And then when I find out when they are cleaning
So-
up, if we don't have it, they're just putting it outside their yard, and that's becoming an issue for me on my
So
district.
then you want to continue to do both or eliminate the community cleanup?
No,
No,
continue
I
both.
want to eliminate or talk about combining, not eliminating, but they'll go out and they'll clean up your yard debris, like when you do your retreat. You can get a special pickup to do that.
That's
But
the,
maybe they need to use either the coupon or the annual cleanup to gather them. Instead of separate components where we go out at different times. Maybe reduce them a little bit. As long as we've got good advertising and publication, then the people would know when what to expect. Buy that service about it. It's so labor. Costly.
what do
We can
we,
bring you some options as part of the rate
I
study.
think the community cleanup is important.
Right.
That's just,
Right.
that needs to stay.
Then we have the 2 months that they can,
That they, you could call, I think that the special ones in spray that maybe really cost. Like those people, or.
Yeah, I was saying, why don't we do a little bit more reasonable fee? $7 isn't a lot. Most people should be able to afford that these days. I don't know, $20, $25. I would pay it. I wouldn't worry about it.
You would pay, but my district will not. They don't have the income.
So we've got that on the list.
Sorry, that's just.
So it's 18 is services and rate study. And number 24 is citywide intern program, and that would take some time to develop and funding of that. In progress, if you note, some of the other things that the staff brought up are behind here and they're listed by department. Any other additions here? The ones you're prioritizing now on page 9, starting there, is 2. On page 10, it's 10, 11, 12, and 14. And on page 11, it's 17, 18, 19, 20, and 24. Give me the 5 that are most important for you.
$11, $12, 18, 19, and 24.
Got it.
11, 12, 18, 19, 23. That's it, right?
23 is gone.
Oh, is it?
It's
Okay.
part of number 18.
Oh, yay.
How many do you?
Okay. Okay, so I gotta do 5. I guess I'm gonna have to do 20. Oh, no, that's there. Okay, I'll do a 24.
6.
6 is, you said 6?
No, it's
It's management.
11. 18, 24. 19.
Mine is 10, 11, 12, 14, and 19.
2, 11, 12, 18, 19.
Okay, the big winners are 11, 12, 18, 19, and 24. I have a question. What do you want to do on number 10, since it's not a priority?
I mean,
Nobody only one voted that as an important action for this year.
Which number?
Number 10, the liquor excise tax revenues.
It's gonna have to get resolved.
No, this one is how important it is. So you're saying it's not important?
Yeah, we're
It
saying,
is
it's important, but it's going to be an ongoing thing. I don't think.
I think they just delegated it to us.
The issue is that the county wants to split it 50-50, and we're saying that we should get, what, 80% of it or
The
75%?
law, as Curtis has read to them, says that it must be used to fund, the state statute must be used to fund the social detox center. And any remaining money can be used for alcohol treatment programs. That's the language in the law. And they want to split it 50, which means they'll have to cut services at its back because we're not going to get out of it.
Why would they want to change the state statute?
Well, they can go change the state statute. And that's what it says now, and they're not adhering to it when they go 50-50.
Now, when it comes up for election in November, could that change?
no,
Or will it stay that?
it's just to
statute still stay in?
continue.
That's
It would just either reauthorize or not reauthorize.
Oh, okay. But we're telling them live by the statute, and they're saying, well, okay, we'll just not do anything, and.
Well, then if they don't, then they won't get it either. I think that's, we both have to mutually agree, which is why we're in.
Because of the number of management items here, I'm going to have you do an initial screening here. So I'd like you to give me your priorities with the following. And again, don't assume they're going to naturally be done. So I'm going to have you, and in the column, you're going to have to put a check or circle on the other side of the page. And they are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on page 9.
5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On page 10, 9, 10, and 13.
What do we
And
do?
what?
What are we doing now?
And then on page 11, 21, and 22. Give me the 5 here that are most important for you for management to pursue this year.
What was on
How many
page,
do we need to pick?
5.
on page 9?
On page 9, 10, and 11, those that have management here in the column, circle those that if you feel it's a priority for the year.
Yes. All these ones. we voted on.
We're picking how many? 5?
5 out of the 12. All the ones with management. Which ones are most important for you? For Mary Ann and staff to pursue? Actually, I'll give you 6, and there's 12, so give me 6 out of these. most important for you, for her to pursue and staff? Michael?
4, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 21.
Thank you.
3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 13.
Got it.
Too many. Okay, Fran is 4, 6, 10, 11.
11's already on policy.
Oh, sorry. I can't tell my.
Got 2 more,
Okay.
or 3 more.
21 and 22.
Got it.
Sorry, I checked mark for mine too.
You're giving me 6. Who am I missing?
Me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I guess I'll go next. 10, 11, 12.
11 and 12 are both already on policy.
Oh, okay. I've got so many circles in here, I don't know which.
I
one's which.
understand.
I know, I have checks.
The way we move things around today, I apologize. So the ones you're looking at are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 9, 10, 13, 21, and 22.
Nine, 10, 13, 21, 22.
Got it.
Okay, I'm 10, 14, 19.
19's policy.
Okay, 22, 21, and how many have I got now? 5, 6?
Yep, you got 1 more.
1 more.
And probably go back to page 9 or 10.
Did I give you number 3?
Nope.
Okay, 3.
Thank you. The management ones you've identified are 4, the employee compensation and class and comp study. 5 is labor contracts. 10 is the excise tax revenues. 21 is the American Rescue Plan dollars, and 22 is the water rate ordinance. So those will be prioritized there. Going to goal 3, which is goal 3 on page 40.
About an hour ago. I don't know.
Just list the, I'm having to give just the instructions. Only these are managed.
About an hour ago.
All right. Going to the objectives here, there are some changes. Expand tourism in 5 years, focusing on the community events, museum and cultural center, the ceremonial, and Route 66. Attract and retain light manufacturing businesses that are paying wages competitive with other higher manufacturing businesses. Support the expansion of the hospital and health businesses, including the development of IHS facility. Cultivate and support retention and growth of small businesses. Attract and expand retail and restaurant businesses. Number 6 is have successful economic development policies and processes that we talked about earlier this morning. The two that staff suggested may need to be added here is fund and complete upgrade to Gallup Airport with sustainable air service, looking out 5 years. Since you're doing a lot of work on it, it probably should be recognized here. And the other one is develop and expand city infrastructure to support economic development in McKinley County.
McKinley
Comments?
County, out of the city,
What?
out of the city. Number 6 is out of the city.
Number 8 is out of the
I
city.
mean, sorry, 8.
Yeah. Comments on those? You have a comment about that, number 8?
No, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Because that's where a lot of the growth appears to be coming. Are you okay with those changes? Going around, Randy, okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Here? You Gosh?
Yeah, I'm good.
Linda?
Yes, sir. Good.
Yes. Michael? Go to the challenges here. Rebounding from COVID. The businesses are still, they seem to vary, like trying to find rest, they vary in terms of when they close based upon the availability of staff.
Sure.
On page 42, defining the city's role and the roles of the county, the EDC, and other nonprofits in business recruitment and attraction. The 100th anniversary of the ceremonial. Lack of housing for workforce, which many of you talked to me about as well. The appearance and curb appeal, the image which we talked about this morning, and that links to economic development. Funding for economic development, city, private sector, and McKinley County. Attracting more higher paying jobs. Developing and utilization of Red Rock Park, particularly the campground. Talked about that as a capital project. Funding for water and infrastructure to support economic development and Navajo Gallup water. Expanding tourism and marketing Gallup as a destination. Going to the next page. Recruitment and attraction of diverse retail and restaurant. And who's responsible? Lack and cost of adequate city infrastructure to economic and for economic development and community development for both. The 100th anniversary of Route 66 while under construction. What's the matter, you Rush? It will be under construction is what staff said during the time. That could be a challenge.
Yeah.
City support, small business startup and growth. No local hospital board or CEO. We talked about that one earlier. Revitalizing downtown, creating that vibrant destination that Yogesh was talking about. Lack of commercial air service currently. Increasing internet sales and the changing model of retail and restaurant businesses. Is that one clear? Because they're looking at their footprints with internet sales. Resistance to change in the Gallup community.
Oh.
Is that a, oh, I heard?
Sure.
Like even on retailers' hours to other things. And
I think in the past, we used to bring up resistance to change a lot.
Yeah.
But we haven't really brought it up that much. I mean,
it did come up again this year.
Yeah, it's pockets of it, but I don't think it's as bad as
Anymore.
You think it's been improved?
I believe it's.
Expanding internet use by local and small businesses. That is, a lot of your small businesses are not as well linked on internet sales.
Would that be combined with 18?
A little different perspective on it. If you look nationally, local businesses, if they can get 10 to 15% internet sales, they're likely to be a heck of a lot more successful and survive if they don't. And there's been a lot of studies recently that internet sales and then helping the small business get a real jazzy website that really is attractive, easy, usable. And that is a challenge for some small businesses. They don't know how to do it. They may not have the resources to do it. I have worked with a number of cities that have actually funded through the incentive program assistance for small business to help them develop their own websites.
So all of this, where we want to do all this small business stuff, can't we get like the Small Business Development Center to be doing this stuff? Because to me, what are they doing? Funding?
Council, the SBDC does do a lot of this assistance and training for small businesses, but I don't, and they do a lot of classes and those. I've attended a couple in past years, but I think since it's like, just giving an example, when Kara Smith was running Main Street, she did a lot of hands-on, you know what I'm saying? And it was more like almost like case management, sitting down with them and showing them and giving them.
And
guidance.
that's what you're intending our city staff to do?
No, this is just, this is just saying that is a challenge, is helping them. They need to expand that. In the world today with retail, it is really important to have that internet present, even if you're a small restaurant or
small.
I wouldn't be surprised our library does it.
Actually, that's exactly right. I mean, it's a collaboration with SBDC, you know, the city, Main Street has a business resource center. The library has programs for businesses. So I think it's all of us working together to provide that support.
And friend, a lot of people business don't do it, and if they did, they're more likely to succeed and maybe expand. And that's another avenue of, you know, a way of keeping businesses in town and creating more opportunities.
I see.
Because it is about internet, and all the kids these days, they're just, it's all about the fun, whatever they do on the phone.
And a lot of times, like even as I travel around, a lot of local restaurants have really terrible websites if you want to do takeout, or so I fumble around and then it goes to their website and trying to figure out how to place a takeout order. It isn't business friendly or consumer friendly. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or even make a reservation time.
Hey, Jennifer, since you're listening?
She can't. She can't do anymore. She needs a help.
I know she's doing a lot.
She can do
What were you asking? Sorry.
Sorry to just say yes.
Since we're just bringing out the fact that a lot of restaurants may have different websites to order foods to go. Is it possible through our system that it just becomes one system and they can buy that same system or something?
I can talk to the vendor. There's a lot of different components that can and can't be. So I'll find out if there's something out there.
So everyone's uniform, basically.
Yeah, I'll definitely find out if there's something out there. I know I was saddened recently. We don't have a lot of Grubhub, which is a bummer because I met with them. They have a new initiative where hotels can actually make a commission off of Grubhub orders if they deliver to hotels. But we don't have a lot of Grubhub here. So I was going to start working on that too. So I'll look into it and I'll find out kind of what other options are out there.
Somebody's delivering food to my house every single day for my granddaughter.
DoorDash is one of the big ones in our community.
Dashing dining or.
They're expensive too, DoorDash.
But this is just saying that this is a challenge out there, helping small business have that presence. Not they're going to do anything, but just that it's out there.
The library does offer classes in developing websites. And so like, it's a matter of getting the businesses there to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
thank you, Tammy.
Yeah, just the consistency. So, and this would be more for the local residents because those are the ones that go into the restaurants and they, okay, I'm going to eat here or I'm going to eat here. If the ordering menu is similar in each, for each different business, it would make it easy for them to navigate. That's all we're talking about.
Well, okay. Well, if you studied our little website, You can go right to their, if they have a website in their
If they
restaurant.
have one. I'm gonna move us on.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we could order right now.
Good.
From a lot of restaurants.
But a lot of businesses don't have that presence. It's small business succession to the next generation of business owner. That is, who's going to be the next generation for some of your small businesses is a challenge.
It is definitely a challenge.
Expanding marketing of Gallup to the world. Need for a trade school or technical college presence here.
Definitely.
Talked about that yesterday.
I mean, because we even have our economic development people doing these workforce development schools.
Schools are doing
The Gallup McKinley County Schools is working on transforming one of the high schools into a technical school that would be open to adults too.
it. Wow, that's great.
Stagecoach,
That's great. When are
Talking
we gonna
about
do that?
tearing it down and turning it
Working
into
on
a
it right now.
Oh, the Stagecoach Elementary is getting turned down?
Well, it used to be
What's that?
Valley Road.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a challenge right now, the lack of that.
oh, it totally is a
but
challenge.
the school system is working on it.
It is.
That's great.
And then the opportunity is the commercial business development to support the airport and around the airport. It has great potential. So those are challenges and opportunities that I heard. Any others that you would add or change here? Give me the 8 that you see are the most significant short-term one-year challenges. How many? 8. Short-term looking 1 year.
Are you at page 42?
42, 43, and 44.
Wow. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
17, 22, 23.
Got it.
Okay, I'll give you mine early this time.
Fire away.
11, 13, 15, 22, 23.
You got a couple more?
Oh, I thought it was 5.
No, it was 8.
8.
And we started on page 42 as well.
I'm ready.
And how many have we skipped?
You have 3 more, Mayor. Yogash?
2, 3, 4, 8, 11, 15, 23, 24.
How many are we picking?
8.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I'll try again. 3, 4, 8, 11, 13, 15, 22, and 23.
Got it.
I think I got it. Okay. 2, 3,
Yep.
4, 5, 12, 15, and 23.
Okay, 3, 4, 8, 12, 14, 16, 23, 24.
Everybody give me one more choice. Give me a 9th choice. There are only 5 that fell out that time.
I'll pick 8.
Got it?
I'll take number 5.
Got it?
Take number 2.
Okay.
I'll take 20.
12, you said?
20.
I think I'll take 16.
Big winners here are 2, which is the economic development role, 3, the ceremonial, 4, the housing, both unanimous. Next one's unanimous, Red Rock Park. So on that page, it's 2, 3, 4, 8. On page 43, it's 15 and 16. The hospital and downtown revitalization. And the last one is 23, which is unanimous, the trades and technical school. Looking at those, we'll go to the actions. Page 45, 46, and 47. Several of these we may need to chat about for a minute or so. We have time to do that. So the management one, there's the ceremonial, which is number 3 you don't vote for. And that is it. That's the only management one.
Mentioned that there might be some policy decisions in terms of ceremonial that might be beyond management. I know the state is negotiating with the local board, but an MOU is probably going to have to come to you. And so there might be some policy decisions. So I would think that we'd like to see if that's a priority for you. Not trying to get it off of management, but we would implement it once you decide, but you still have to decide.
So you want to put that back on policy?
I don't normally do that, but I think it's coming.
Because most of the management ones are like even the compensation will be back, the other things will be back, but this one you want them to prioritize. Okay, so scratch the words management over there.
You could trade though.
No, we got plenty of. Scratch the words what? Over here in the priority column where it says management.
Oh, okay, just.
You're going to vote on it this time. All right, one is the air terminal replacement, the assessment report, design, direction, and outside funding sources.
Well, we voted on that. That's management. 'Cause we
All right, we'll
just
put
voted on
management by that one.
Yeah, sorry.
Comments on that one?
Let's moving along.
We just approved the funding. I mean, we got the funding for that.
For the assessment and that.
This
yeah,
was developed before we
Yeah.
got all this information on here.
Number 2 is really scratch the goals and all that, the second line, and put city position, direction, and funding that Mary Ann talked about this morning or early afternoon. So it's city position and funding of that. That one clear? We talked about that one.
Yes.
And we've got ceremonial, and that will be an MOU, most likely. The next one is autonomous vehicle facility and land direction, and what role does the city play in that? Comments on that one? Film business development preparation. It was in last year's plan. Management said it needed to stay here. Comments on that one?
How much action are we getting in our community? I know Jennifer sometimes updates us. but
I
is it
thought
something we need
Nightwing
to
was
look
doing
at?
something about doing
Very
something.
minimal.
I thought he was gonna do a studio out west.
Maybe Jennifer could just add something to that real
Sure.
quick.
Hi, everybody. Everett actually began taking courses that are recommended nationally for film liaison work in a community. He said they've been incredibly helpful and they're outlining a roadmap for how to build the websites and the photo assets and everything like that. So he's taken 2 of the courses because it also involves like the economics of how he can explain to businesses how to negotiate with the film industry and more. So he's taken one, I think he's in the 2nd course now, but it's basically, the goal is by the end of this next fiscal to have the website and photo assets in place and a plan on how to approach outside film industry to come here.
You tell me.
So Jennifer, is it okay to just make this management? Because it sounds like you got it in progress.
Yep.
Okay. So put management by that one.
We used to have a film liaison, Lisa Rodriguez.
We don't have her anymore. That's now.
Actually, Everett Homer, who's our theater manager, is kind of taken on that role. That's what Jennifer was referring to. We still have a relationship with Lisa for other projects, film festivals, but not as a liaison.
Any other comments there? The next one may be management because it's underway as well. And this would be the economic development element in your growth management plan. That's what I was alluding to earlier today, which puts some framework to that. You want to put that on management at this point?
It's funded.
But it will be back to you for final decision and direction. The next one came from you all in your interviews, management also, and that's Gallup Tourism Marketing Expansion Direction and the funding of that.
I don't think we need to worry about that because we base it off our largest tax anyway, and we split it up the way it should be now. So they get what they need to get. So
Yeah, we track it very meticulously.
Council, you wanted to expand it. Comments there? There's a couple of you brought it up. You want to scratch it? Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't think it's something we're not going to put extra money from the general fund, or are we? Then we put it on there.
I don't, no.
So scratch it.
The only issue that I can think of is that there'll be a request for an additional position to try to do more.
Which you talked about yesterday. Is that from?
Largest tax.
Yeah, it'll be in the largest part of the operation.
Right. But I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would be a policy decision for you to, but that'll be in the budget for you to decide.
Yeah.
And really today is hopefully the first day of budgeting. So I'll scratch that. We'll drop it.
Which one?
Number seven.
Okay. I was yawning. I don't know if I might miss something.
Hospital strategy, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Leave that there. Restaurant and retail development strategy came from you and management. That one clear? The next one was getting a brewery here. Because that was you gosh, somebody said everybody over 20,000 has their own.
Grants has their own.
Grant has their own.
They've got two, don't they?
I mean,
two in grants.
Two?
Instead of 20,000.
They need something.
everyone has one but us, and and it's, where do you put it? You can't really go on 491 and put it.
They can put it on the west side.
You could,
They could.
you could.
Room up.
But if I wanted to transform my downtown, I would want it here.
Yeah.
Me too. Exactly.
Okay, and that's where I was getting at.
Because they have one.
You
right
gotta, it's hard to invest millions of dollars in a community where at 9 to 5, everyone's closed. I mean, after 9 to 5, it's dead. Because you need that constant traffic and people aren't, it's tough to bring people out just for one thing. When there's multiple things going on, it's much easier.
Well, I know they put that brewery in Santa Fe at the rail yards. And so they put that there, and then other little businesses opened up beside them. And so
Yep.
they are open at night. I mean, and it's all of those, that little group.
But you can't take away land that's gonna be all of a sudden closed. Do you understand? When she
Yes.
talks about 50,000 square feet, looking at about what, acre and what, 2/10 of an acre of space? And then parking for that, that's a big chunk of that area.
Counselor,
Oh, go ahead. Well, I'm saying,
That's why I said, if you put the library there and you put something surrounding, I don't know, you gotta do more than just that. And maybe you need to go up with the library. even though it costs more, that I'll be okay with that, but I'm not gonna take up half the lot, land area.
So Counselor, what about the Alpine property? Because we're doing a redevelopment plan for that in the next 3 months because the money goes away on June 30th. That's manufacturing, just saying.
Yeah.
Is that a plus? I mean, you're talking about the other site next to it, but is that something we should look at?
Well, how I drew it, that's what, this side was the library.
And that's
That side
Right.
was the Alpine.
Alpine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if you put a library there, it would detract from the potential for doing a brewery there? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
I don't think so.
No, it's
I don't
not
know,
that.
books and
I
brew?
don't think so. Yeah, books and brewery, come on.
300
That
feet
was in the
away.
same building. yeah.
Books and brewery.
Well,
I'm just worried about kids coming there and then all of a sudden you guys are gonna say, well, this isn't working.
Well, wouldn't it, as a library, I mean, as a
And you may not
liquor
know.
establishment, be 300 feet away from a library?
Curtis, I don't remember.
you have a distance, I don't think, the only thing you couldn't put is cannabis within 300 feet, but I don't think there's a rule on.
But what you're talking about is a synergy that goes on around that whole area.
Right.
Exactly. It's not just the brewery. Now, it could, if it's designed the way it needs to be, and I'm not on, I don't know what they're looking at. I love the idea of the museum because that is an attraction and that will draw people.
And that can
Okay.
stay open later. And a railroad, people want to.
They do,
Develop
as
that.
long as they don't drink and go over the road.
Oh, God.
That's out of,
Yeah.
I'm liking the idea of a railroad brewery.
Well, it's good, as long as we have the proper, and that's why we're waiting for that, you need that. What do you call it?
These are challenges.
Let me ask a dumb question. Why haven't you got one here? Has anybody had interest?
I know some businesses have looked at it, and then they looked at the Rex Museum and that fell through. Sammy C contacted and he hadn't done anything. But I know a few businessmen that have looked at it and.
It's a pretty expensive endeavor. I went to the convention and I talked to quite a few companies. I could probably build a building without no problem, but you still put in what, 1.5 million in equipment and everything else. And there's.
under the previous mayor, there was belief that it wouldn't pass the city council.
Ah,
My, looks like my microphone's gone dead.
It will now.
Well, now,
mine's getting close too.
It needs to be that synergy. That's what we want.
Yours.
But there is, when we talked to state economic development, they indicated you can get state assistance for some of that because it's manufacturing. So LEADA grant is possible for that portion of it. So there's assistance available.
MRA.
You don't have these listed.
Take that out.
But I'm just saying,
Take that print out.
if someone's gonna invest $3 $4 million in a building, it better be, there should be other things surrounding it to support it.
But here you
Well,
have to-
but the thing is, it's us, the city, that's forcing the library to stay downtown. They could find other places to build it, but we're the ones that make them stay here.
List the others at the end.
It's in our, whatever,
This is
one of the
1, 2,
plans we have.
It's in the downtown plan, right?
Downtown. It was in the plan, the downtown development plan or something to keep it downtown. But if we decided they didn't have to stay here, they would be able to find property somewhere else that was.
No, Tammy, if I'm not mistaken, you want to stay in downtown, right?
That's what
So
she
this
said.
this is a parameter that was put upon us, not it was insistent that it stay downtown. And it was also put upon us that the city would not acquire land. Because there were other choices that were talked about, but they wouldn't fit that criteria. So there was a big push from the city council and the mayor. And I don't know where it came from because it's like 10 years in the making. So this was something that was there before I came to Gallup.
Right, it was in the downtown plan. Actually, the chamber wanted to support that as well. I think that at the time, the county commission was supporting it being downtown. And actually, for kind of the opposite reason, Councilor Kumar, that there was a belief that it did bring people downtown and that it was an amenity that provided for a walkable downtown. It was someplace that drew people, as Tammy said, 200,000 people. So maybe not after 5, but it could be if it had a museum and other kinds of collaborative uses on site, so.
Yeah, and if they design it like that, I'm okay with it.
And the library used to stay open until 8. And
That's right.
sometimes even later if we have events and programming that is going on. Not that I'm advocating one way or the other. I just would say that it's flexible. What you want to do with that building and space is obviously what's going to power where the library goes and what the library becomes. So just thinking of the multi-use building and the possibilities, there's no reason to like not consider multiple uses for the building or other places to place the building. It's just that that's the only piece of land right now in downtown that's owned by the city that can accommodate those parameters.
Yeah. Well, we need to talk.
Okay.
Because the other thing I heard is it's also the size of the building and the coverage of being single story, because I thought I heard
Yeah.
you say a minute ago, if
That's a lot
my
of space.
ears were right, that maybe needing, even though it may be more expensive to go up a story to save land for other development. Is that what, did I?
Yeah, you did hear that right. But remember, that's over. I think they used to mine coal in that area or something back in the days. So they got to do that geotech on the soils, and that should have been done a long time ago. Because then I wouldn't need to be doing all this either. If we know, if we can put it there, or do we need to
another
put
factor.
a crap load of piers all the way down on the ground or and in construction, then it would not, they will not build it because that would be way too expensive.
So Marianne, are they still doing the geotech with the Alpine property at the same time?
Yeah, Tammy, there's already a voluntary remediation program on the Alpine site that preceded our acquisition of the property. So I mean, I'm not sure what you're saying. We already know what the environmental issues are. And we're actually remediating them.
This came back from Evan because they had money to do that for Alpine, and he was going to include what, if I remember correctly in the email, the Rex and the site where the library was supposed to be because they had the money to do it.
The geotech is a physical, they drill into the soil so they can understand what's been underneath the soils to see what kind of building they can put there and what kind of structural engineering they need.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, that we need to do that so we know what we can put there.
And Councilor, you're right. That's not the environmental. That's not a phase
Oh,
one
I
or
see.
phase two.
Sorry,
That is actually a geotech. You're absolutely right. And that's a different thing. And that's not been done.
Yeah, and that's what we need to focus on. Get that done, then we know what we could put there.
So we would have to account for the funding to do that.
Pretty much, if you build anywhere in Gallup, there's coal mines underneath. There's shafts and so pretty much anywhere. Just you go up a couple blocks up here, there used to be an exposed tunnel just a couple blocks up the street here.
And this is extremely important with the library because of the weight bearing load.
Sure.
Right, because of the nature of libraries. So I know this wasn't done in the original site either. It was actually built into the contract, but I've never seen any geotech evaluation of that original site.
So we need to note that tomorrow in our action plans with staff to make sure that that is included in there.
Yeah, because you're spending 75,000 on design and this and that, and well, you should have spent the money on actually getting a geotech so you can know what you can put there.
Okay.
Yeah, because you could have a design and go, whoops. You know. Any other comments on brewery? Other than you need one? That's okay, we wander around. The Rhino Glove business, is there any additional need for city support there? Was a question that was brought up in my interview by you all.
Just if I could mention, we have a JPA with the county for their industrial park. And you have agreed to support with $3 million in the state economic development infrastructure funding. So you've already voted on city support for that. So I don't.
So scratch it?
Yes, I would say at this point, I've just, pardon?
The other site?
No, this is the western site.
Okay. We're not.
The Jacob Merkel
They
site.
included the eastern site, the church rock site.
I don't think so, because the eastern side is already done and it's
Right.
on Navajo Nation. So I don't think that, the only issue is
Oh.
utilities, but that's really more of a rate issue than anything else.
So we'll scratch it?
Yes.
And on the
Toast.
eastern side, the Navajo Nation just got $2 million from the state to expand.
Wastewater.
Yeah.
Going to the next one is major trucking hub preparation. We've talked about that in the past. Came up again this year by one of you. Comments on that one?
I don't know where that's going, really.
Yeah, that's a good question. What's the status of it? Anybody have an update on that?
Haven't heard about it in years.
Anyone?
Well, I mean, we've been talking about like a super site for
Right.
trucking. And then kind of as the world has changed and, we have the supply chain issue and then now we have autonomous vehicles, it's kind of morphed into a mobility hub that's tied to a testing site. And that's part of the plan that's been done. I know that we're working with the county on a potential testing site and then the hub would kind of follow that. So I think you've already approved the plan, right? And you've already approved the plan unless Patty wants to add something else.
I don't know if Patty, are you with us?
I've been with you for a long time here, Mayor. Let me get back into full screen. Yeah, I think Marianne has explained that correctly. And I just want you to know, based on the decision that the council made, I want to say it was in December before the session started. I think we all agreed now that we were going to work toward that accelerator, the DOT accelerator program to help initiate some of the findings that Global Logistics Partners had put together. And that funding is in the state budget now. Hopefully it stays and we'll know by the 9th of March and we can start applying for those funds. So she's right. It's all been kind of morphed into a new initiative.
What would be the best way to call that initiative?
Mobility, it all ties back into the whole mobility initiative.
Okay.
So we'll change number 12 to mobility initiative.
Our autonomous vehicle plan called the mobility hub. So
Yeah, well, we could call it that. I mean, it's just that mobility catches a lot of different components for transportation.
So we'll change 12 to mobility initiative and hub. Is that fair? Does that capture it?
Yeah, but I don't think we need to vote on it because we've already decided on it.
Are there any actions on that this year?
you approved the plan and we're working with the county. And as Representative Lundstrom said, if the state
So we
provides
put it on
funding.
management's list, I hear, because you're going to be working with the county on this further.
Yeah, I would say so.
So next steps, and I'll put it on management. So be in here listed, but on Mary Ann's list. The next one is IHS hospital siting, monitoring.
We can monitor. We have no.
Yeah, it's a constant thing and we need to keep pushing. I don't think we let it drop at all.
I just comment is that IHS is doing, or they've subcontracted, or I think the Navajo, I forget who's they actually doing the contract with a contractor or consultant who's evaluating 2 sites, and they're doing the assessment. And we have participated in that. I mean, when they're looking at drainage and utilities and those kinds of things, our staff are on those meetings. And so I think it's really a management issue unless you
So
want
it's
to
actually
stress.
participation.
Yeah, and
I'll stretch it.
So we'll put it on management.
Yes.
That's fine.
On that, Mary Ann, I heard from someone that if it's not built by next year, the funding goes away. Is that true or?
I've heard that every year, the last
I
couple of
heard
years.
by
But
2023, if
there was
the
a bu-
money's not spent, it goes away.
yeah, there was a budget for design. I forget what it was multi-millions, 25, 35 million. And then I heard that it might go away. And then the project itself can go anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion, who knows? But I can't say what would happen. I don't know the answer to that. We can certainly ask IHS.
The next one has been in your plan in prior years. It's actually reflected as management in progress, and that is just getting an update report annually from GGEDC.
Which we do.
Just scratch it and leave it as a management in progress. You okay with that?
Yes.
Next one is technical college trade school. You actually working with partners and looking what you can do through city actions to support it, which is consistent with what you just identified earlier. So this is putting it into motion.
And
Because-
EDCs.
I mean, I think, you know, our electric department needs to communicate with GDDC on their workforce solutions to get the technical people they need, because they're doing that.
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Counselor. They're doing another grant application, and we actually filled out a form to basically support that and show what types of positions that we could hire as a result of that technical training. And we mentioned utilities and electric.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's.
Yeah, just Bruce
And then
Armstrong
certainly,
just said
you
that to
know,
us.
discussing with our school representative here too, he can see the needs that we're identifying as critical, and they're planning these vocational skills schools now. So we're already in the thick of things.
See how it makes it as a priority.
I mean, it's.
Now, don't assume this one. Again, you putting it a priority is saying it's important for this community.
Yeah. So
Like we've done on other issues.
So we don't give it to management? We do
Nope,
it.
it's on your small local business retention and growth program, including looking at state regulations on that. Talked about that earlier. Is that one clear?
Yeah.
Service strategy implementation had a number of elements to it. Comments on that one? Is that more management at
Well,
this?
I think it's management. We approved the contract with the provider.
Is that more management?
I'm
you-
sorry, I was texting to find out about the IHS funding for the hospital.
And Jennifer has identified a staff
Number
person
17.
for marketing.
Oh, the airport?
Yeah.
Okay, that is definitely management.
Thank
So put management by that one.
You know, I haven't seen the car rental business or do we even have Uber or Lyft? I mean, if someone flies in, we don't have shuttle.
Actually,
vans in our
we brought that up.
hotels.
Actually, Robert can probably tell you what we've got at a taxi service, but the enterprise rental car, that building that they're in is for sale, but their business isn't going away. And right now, if you can, they will deliver a car to the airport.
All right, so we got
Because we
something.
got asked that when we did our marketing study,
So you guys deal with.
and that came
management.
up.
As long as it's there.
Then signage and wayfinding signs was on the horizon a year ago, but the support for that supports events and tourism so folks can get around.
Well, I think if we do charging stations, we're going to have signs where they're going to do that. Right?
And this was also coming up at events, showing people where to go here without a map. Comments on that one? It was on the horizon. We talked about it a year ago.
One for the golf course.
Well, she has here these events. See, she just did this little program. It's a big program. The events, if it's on her event, it gives you a map to get there. On our.
So you're
level,
suggesting scratch
it's
that?
a free download. I mean, she's,
I think you still need that. Not everyone will download apps. They already have so much stuff in their phones. You know,
Some of us use those signs.
yeah.
yeah, the
I
signs.
use a lot of signage. I'm not.
Well, I
My kids,
think we
they only
do.
use this.
Yeah. What oldies use the sign?
But I'm telling you, this oldie was so impressed with this program that I look at it all the time. Because
What
We need to
program
get
is
that
that?
out to the
the one
hotels.
that, what's
put
her
it on a
name,
placard.
Oh, the
Jennifer.
one.
You do.
See, so it's events.
That's not a bad idea because that is,
It'll tell you how to get there.
I
Right,
looked at that the other day. What are we on now?
she may not be there.
Just sleeping.
There's the directions, right? I'm gonna brag about, see, this is the map. to
Moving
get there.
on to the next one is West Side Business Anchor Attraction was on the horizon.
Forget it.
It was brought up by a council member.
Wonder
And
who.
management brought it up and said there may be, with what's going on at the airport, it's not too early to start thinking about business development to the airport.
They could. I guess the airport will be our anchor out there.
Well, we are spending so much staff time on this airport and it's so huge that I'm thinking if we could get credit for that as West Side Development, we would love it.
Oh, yeah. It's.
But around the airport's
No,
got
seriously.
tremendous potential for all
I
sorts
mean, we
of
do have
positive.
Nice
dollar
restaurant
stores
with
out
big
there.
No,
window,
actually-
Lots of planes land.
Mayor, you're right. No,
A lot of
that's exactly
airports have
right.
that.
The FBO is interested in doing a restaurant
Who is?
there. The FBO that's there right now under contract. is
84th.
interested, yeah. So, yeah, no,
Okay, yeah. it's
It could
gonna
be a
count.
catalyst.
It's gonna count.
it could be a thank
There
you.
used to be a chain, was it called 84th Squadron? It was by the Denver airport and a number of, what's a drink? Oh, anyway, it was the 84th Squadron and it was located by airports to watch planes taking off. It's in Orlando, right north of their airport, the executive airport, which was the real airport at the time it came about. So
You could sit in the restaurant, eat dinner and watch all the people flying down Albuquerque to the hospital.
Oh, they fly them from the hospital.
Just saying.
other comments?
It's just have to laugh sometimes.
Oh, what images come to mind? What are you drinking? So any other additions here that we haven't? Marianne, can you think of
No, I
anything?
can't think of any more.
All right, what we're voting on, just try to follow with me. I know it's getting later in the afternoon. On page 45 is the city position and funding is number 2. Number 3 is that MOU approval, and we took it off management and put it back on yours. The autonomous vehicle, actually, that would be the same as that mobility initiative, wouldn't it? Is that the same? Or we do?
They're wrapped together because the.
Yes.
testing- Yeah, yes. Thank you.
Should we keep them separate or combine them? I need guidance.
Okay. I'm sorry, my mic keeps going on and off.
Well, the mobility hub is different than the autonomous vehicle facility to test them and function.
So we'll leave them
But
separate.
the interesting thing is they're all part of that strategy, the Autonomous Vehicle Mobility Hub Investment District strategy. They go together. And so I don't know. I mean, you can separate them if you want, but we're going to have to bring them together.
You want me to bring them together then?
What is Patty on?
You know,
Patty?
Yeah.
I really believe that they do belong together because it's the comprehensive approach is what it is. And we're looking at a number of different pieces that go into this. I would strongly suggest that they stay together.
So we'll scratch 4 and it will be incorporated in number 12, the mobility initiative and hub.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But that number 12, was that management?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay.
yes, we
You
made
know,
that
When you
management.
do autonomous vehicles, then more than likely, those trucks are gonna be electrical or hybrid. And so those are, I don't know, but that's gonna require special infrastructure.
It's kind of that whole plan though that you adopted. I forget mobility something investment district. I can see the presentation now includes all of this.
Yeah.
And it's a strategy, it's flowing together.
The management's taking care of all of it.
How do we take, okay, how many are we picking?
I'm going to go through to make sure we're
Yeah.
together.
Because you approved that plan. Yes. You did the policy already.
So we are voting on number 2, 3, as both of those modified, 8, the hospital. On page 46, 9, 10, 15, 16, and 18 and 19. Give me the 4 here that are most important to you. Yeah, you put all these, you put 5 on management.
Did you include 12?
12 is on management's list. Management's 1, 5, 6, 12, 13. And 17. So there's 6 management. Yep.
2, 3, 9.
Got it.
How many did we want? How many did you want?
4,
Oh, okay.
because you put 6 on hers. Michael?
3, 8, 10, 15.
Got it?
2, 3, 9, 15.
Got it?
Okay, mine is 2, 3, 8,
8,
and 19.
3, 8, 9, 15.
okay. I think that's everybody. There are 5 that came out there.
Okay.
There's only 9 to choose from.
Okay.
They are number 2, the city economic development position and funding. Number 3 is the 100th ceremonial celebration MOU. Number 8, the hospital. Number 9, the retail development. And number 15, the technical college. So those are your priorities there. You guys need a short 5-minute break?
No. Oh,
Let's take a quick break, 5 minutes, and then we'll do our last goal. Then there'll be a break again while we get things printed. So
okay.
take a quick break, get some fresh air.
No, it's a trade, it'll be a high school, but they are gonna offer for adults too.
Okay, because he has here, it says technical college,
Yeah.
but it's really.
We talked about both yesterday. Do you want me to change it?
Yeah, it's not technical college.
It's not for the,
No, but we also, that's one element of it, but there was another one, was it?
but there's
Was it
working
technical
with
college?
the college too.
That's what I was wondering, are they gonna get college credits with the UNC?
They can if they go into McKinley Academy, they can get the college credit. But this was, they were thinking of turning one of the high schools into a technical school, but they would allow adults to take the classes too. They'd offer things like
We talked about
CDL
this
and
with the community college, one of the problems.
plumbing and
This was
electrical and
limited to the
automotive.
college
and-
part.
yeah.
This has got 2 parts. One is the schools at the technicals, at the high school, but the other is the college, if they can. Yep.
Because I didn't realize it when he was saying that they.
That's what
Gallup boys are playing tonight.
That's what
Versus Kirtland.
Why would I be invited?
Yes, he wants you to be there as mayor of Gallup.
You only had so many votes.
Yeah,
Really matters where
this
you're
would
gonna
play.
put that because.
And it's next week that it
Do you
goes
think,
to
do you
state.
think it needs to be on 66 though? Is that what you're saying?
The
You got
brewery?
this message that I got it
But
about.
I would put it, if you want this area to grow and have a nightlife, and you need an anchor kind of.
You do, I know, that needs to be the anchor.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing open. And you know what happens? If that becomes a hub kind of, then these businesses on 66
We're on page 51. More livable community for all. The first one's going to sound very familiar. You didn't even look at this page when you said it. And that is enhance your curb appeal. A more attractive city without trash or litter. That's a goal that you've set. Outcome. Develop more new housing opportunities and affordable workforce housing options. That was from last year. This heard you too, gosh. Revitalize, redevelop downtown with expanded events, programs, opportunities, including the development of a quiet zone there so they can talk to one another as they're enjoying an adult beverage with nightlife. Expand youth and adult sports and enhance sports facilities. Reduce taxpayer subsidy for non-residential participation in city services, programs, and activities. Provide treatment facilities and programs for alcoholism and drug abuse. Upgrade existing housing stock and have new housing developments. This is a little different than number 2 in the fact that it emphasizes on upgrading your existing housing stock. Several of you talked about that, saying we're not building a lot, but we can't let our existing housing stock deteriorate because of that. That makes sense?
Yes.
And then have quality health care and medical services. So a locally controlled hospital providing quality services.
Things so many times, it's getting redundant.
Okay.
Well, the other one was just a general discussion. This is actually putting it in the plan. Comments about these objectives? You okay with those, Michael? Yeah. Linda said yes. You have a comment, Linda?
No.
Just have thumbs up. Gosh?
No, I think we need to get about 250 people, chip in $1,000 and build a house and sell it and redo it and sell it, redo it.
How many people?
250, that's 250,000. That's a 1,500 square foot house. How many else? No, I mean, this would be private. You sell it for 280 and you keep the profit, but then build the next. So everyone gets 10, 12% return on the money.
Very creative. It takes out the permit.
Trying to do the math. There were 15 people at how much?
No, 250 people.
250. I don't know that many people.
Yes, you do. You got at least that many votes.
Oh, wow.
We got more than
That was pretty good.
I got the sympathy vote, maybe.
Oh, my.
No.
We'll get it creative. You okay with these, Fran?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Going to the challenges for this. Shortage of quality, affordable housing.
Yes.
Shortage of healthcare providers.
Yes.
Funding for beautification and improving your curb appeal.
Yes.
Aging recreation facilities needing major repairs or replacement. Funding for facilities and programs for alcoholism and drug abuse. Aging library needing replacement.
Yes.
High drug and alcohol abuse resulting in increased crime rates.
Yes.
Deteriorating hospital. Litter, trash, weeds, creating an unattractive city with a need for community cleanup.
Yep.
Upgrading downtown infrastructure, water, sewer, drainage, sidewalks, streets, and alleys. Cities demand, service demand far exceeds the population.
Yes.
That's not insignificant because you serve a population much greater than what it says on the the website.
Well,
Right.
looking at the water station over on the north side that sells water, there's always a line of
And
trucks
they
there
pay for
getting,
that water.
getting water.
But your service area really is
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
much broader than what your population,
Yeah.
which then goes back to that economic development marketing. Existing stock in poor condition.
Yes.
What?
No.
Harassment of residents and visitors by individuals.
Was that any panhandling or what is it?
Yeah, the words we cannot use because I was told I can't write them. My hand gets a cramp. Like panhandling and some of
But it's harassment.
I don't think it's that.
Well, you're not in my area then.
My area.
Who are you looking at?
Yeah. Very bad.
No, I don't get harassed either.
Who gets harassed? You do?
I left my car unlocked and the guy was sitting in my car when I got. I know. And another time I left it unlocked after I went to Kentucky Fried and he took my food, but that was okay. He probably needed it. I know, I don't learn. I know. I'm so trusting. I know.
But anyway, that's a challenge for you.
It's a challenge. Lock my door.
But that's part of the image. In a lot of communities, that is a major problem today.
It
You
is.
go to any urban area in Florida, any suburban area that has Wi-Fi, a green space, in a central area, you'll find a congregation there. Some very active encampments, but
Yes.
no,
It's not just that.
no.
Turkey's very bad.
But we put money in the coffer to remove those encampments, so we're removing them. So that's a good thing.
They're in the
We get
county
on it
now.
right away.
Otherwise, we'd be run down.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
know,
you're right.
we are very assertive when it
We
comes
are.
to that. We really are, and it makes a difference.
Yeah.
So that's what that one's, we had to be tactically, that's a tactical writing. Irresponsible property owners not investing in their maintenance or upgrade of their properties. Don't.
Some of them are poor, like on the north side, they can't afford to keep it up. You know?
Right. And a lot of them are drug houses, so they don't come in.
Right. Attracting and retaining millennials and young professionals, including in downtown, so they got to have a place to reside here. Trails are key to that group. And yeah, if they're not connected fast, they'll freak out. You've created stress in their lives. Expanding virtual recreational programming. COVID impacts on quality of life programs and activities. They're still there. Difficult in retaining part-time employees in parks and golf. City having ordinance and enforcement tools in place that are not used. We talked about that earlier, about how to crank up that when we talked about beautification. Best for city versus best for individual property owners is a challenge. We've got a lot more, folks, on this one. Defining what is beauty, you did a good job on that today. Emerging sports and the changing recreation and leisure trends. You understand what that is? It's like your skate park. 20 years ago wasn't on the radar. Now most cities have them. Dog parks, you got that as well. What? Hello? Yeah, Patty said the words.
What's that?
Pickleball.
Yeah.
Florida thing. No, I'm just kidding.
No, what has happened in Florida, it is now a club sport that in 2 years, it will be a,
Olympic sport.
not Olympic, no, it'll be a high school sport that you can get lettered in, just
Oh,
like,
right. Oh.
Because what has happened is a lot of old folks started playing it.
Right.
Who'd they start playing with?
Kids, the little.
Their grandkids, and the grandkids, oh, this is sort of cool. We want to play it. And so in a lot of communities, it is all generations are playing because you don't have to run a lot. Have any of you played pickleball?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
It's fun. And
Racquetball,
it's
pickleball. Mhm.
loud because of the ball and racket,
Long time ago.
but that's an emerging sport out there. So
Golf frisbee.
Frisbee golf's another one. So that's one that's saying you've got all the traditional, but you also have some emerging out there. One that is really, there's some real questions about the future of youth football. The NFL has endorsed a program. The mayor of in Chicago, he played on the Bears. His kid got injured with head injuries, started 4 years ago, the program, and it's now endorsed by the NFL. The kids should not play tackle football until they're in sophomore in high school. So they've promoted flag football, and that is an emerging sport. And sometimes you're going to have competition between little kids playing tackle football and others playing flag
My
football.
grandson in California plays.
If
flag
we
football.
That's
Yeah, it's a success here for the flag football with the Sammy C. We had 48 teams coming from all over. It's down because of the COVID, but it was 53 and 58. I mean, a lot of teams.
flag football with youth is up
Oh,
significantly.
yeah.
Great
Sammy's
sport.
done a great.
So,
Yeah.
so my point is that there's a lot of trends there. Okay,
2 or 3.
3. My writing isn't always clear.
All these years.
The next one is negative impact of homelessness and the increasing number of encampments in the county.
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 In the county.
I mean, it's every, yeah, I would say city and county. Sometimes they come from the county into the city, but it's, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not just.
We don't know if they're coming from the county, but they could. They could become.
We see the trail.
One new home built during the past year. We talked about that as
By the
just
way,
an
that's not a
example.
cause for celebration.
No.
You're going to greet the person as they move in saying, loose livestock roaming our community with limited options for the city.
We live in a rural area. What do you expect? You do live in the West, and it is wild now, so there you go.
Yeah.
But that is an issue several of you talked about. We got the picture of the bull, but the staff talked about it too. That's a challenge here.
That was a huge challenge.
We live in the rural area.
Our horses and our cows.
The drought though was part of the issue. They came into town.
Oh,
Number 26, a repeat, so scratch it. So scratch 26. 27 is lack of community understanding of state laws, city ordinances, and the enforcement authorities, responsibilities, and processes. CB talked strongly about that yesterday in his discussion. The next one was talked about by the chief, the broken criminal justice system. That's impacting community safety and law enforcement, of which you have limited impact, ability to influence, but you become the service provider and it becomes a real challenge. And the chief gave some good examples yesterday of that. Increasing collaboration among law enforcement agencies. We talked about that between the police, the state police, and the sheriffs. That was just.
Increasing dumping.
I thought it was collaboration.
That's what he said.
I'm looking at it from
Yeah, no, I'm
the
saying, but
positive.
the chief talked about the fact. that
They are not
police
doing things.
Don't actually.
Oh, yeah.
Work in the city. and
So
they
this
don't-
becomes the
Because
opportunity
they
to turn
don't.
that around.
So, yeah, and I talked about them collaborating together
it's an
instead of stealing each
opportunity.
other's.
That is correct.
Okay, I got
This is, it doesn't say it is exists today.
Challenge.
It is a challenge to get that cooperation there to really see this as a community service issue.
What about 30?
What about 30?
30.
You have a good 30?
Yeah,
What?
the golf course snack bar and nightlife. Wine, beer and wine.
Yeah. Golf course,
That's an opportunity.
No, that's
golf course, snack bar and bar.
I'm
That's
just saying,
right.
I'm being-
food and beverage.
yeah, I
Food
would just-
and beverage.
Oh, food and beverage,
Yeah.
snack bar.
F&B. I would just-
Adult beverage.
Okay, snack bar and.
Food and beverage.
Food and beverage
And booze.
with,
Food and beverage.
with, it not only supports the course, but community or individual events there
Oh,
too.
I like that. He
The
wanted
other
to.
thing I wanted to just mention is that,
Vince brought this up yesterday about sports tournaments and the possibility of I pushed for tournaments and a picnic license, one time. Was that something that you wanted to just consider?
It is coming up. It's
Oh, it
on
is.
the
Okay,
next
I'm-
56.
Page 56.
Thank you.
All
Number
ready to
5.
go. That is correct. You've got it covered, right?
Okay.
oh, I see.
Any others we need to add here?
That's action. Okay.
Give me the 8 here that you see are the most significant short-term actions.
1, 2, 11, 17, 24, 27, 28,
24, 27, 28,
30.
and 30. Michael?
2, 7, 8, 9, 11, 18, 23, and 28.
I didn't get to this already. Okay,
Linda?
2, 4, 6, 7,
2, 4, 6, 7.
8, 9,
Yep,
10, 28.
got it.
We're picking 5, you said?
8.
Oh, 8. Oh, geez. Okay. I have mine.
Fire away.
1, 2, 4,
Yep,
9, 11,
got it.
Mine is 1, 2, 11, 15, 18, 23, 25, 28.
Give me one more choice, please, that you didn't vote for the last time. Everybody. You did not vote for it.
Lyle, number 1.
Got it?
10.
3,
3.
And
Thank you, Everett.
you serve me now?
It's still warm.
Yummy.
I get everybody?
I want the big bucket, not the little.
Did I get everybody's last one? The big winners here, and then we'll get your popcorn. 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 27, and 28. Get your popcorn and we'll turn to our actions. What? That's all that I could get a majority vote on. Yep, that's. You can make. And we were on. Sorry, we're apologizing. The popcorn just arrived and enjoyment is being experienced right now. So we're on page 56. Downtown alleys next steps. That one clear? And funding?
Yeah.
New residential development. Getting together a strategy and looking at what some of the options are, identifying a developer. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Is that one clear for everybody? The quiet zone, is it more management at this point, or does it need to be a priority?
Which one's this?
The quiet zone.
It's in progress. We got state funding and we. went
So we
to
put
RFP.
management by
Yeah,
that.
I would say that.
Management by number 3. Keep Gallup clean and beautiful beautification program. That was a priority last year for you. It's
They
back
have a
here.
strategic plan already, so.
Needs to be done. So they have a strategic plan, so scratch it.
They did a presentation, Elizabeth did a presentation to you a while back, and they're proceeding, so, and they just apply for a grant every year, so I think, unless you have something else you want them to do.
I just keep it ongoing.
Uh-huh.
We need people to actually work that.
Keep going.
You want to put it on management at this point?
No.
Leave it on your list?
What?
We'll leave it on your
Yeah,
list.
no, it's being done. There's no question.
What?
It's being done.
Being done.
So put management.
Management?
Yeah.
Remember, all those management ones are going to come back on one list.
Okay. Well, a lot of them might be out there.
Alcohol sales. This is for the golf and sports tournament, both what Matt and Vince talked about yesterday. Is that one clear?
One question on that, Marianne, it would just be in the building. They couldn't take it out on the course.
No, they take it out.
Well, that's an interesting,
Well,
At 98 degrees.
no, but in some places, you cannot have
yeah, you know.
alcohol out in,
Counselor Schaff makes a really good point, because I remember when we had COVID and the restaurants were allowed to serve alcohol outside in their patios, they had to get an exemption from the state because you actually have to submit the floor plan of where you're serving alcohol as part of your alcohol license. So that's an interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to talk to the other golf courses that do that, whether or not they submit the whole course and the 19th hole, or whether you have to limit it to the building. I don't know the answer. Now, we know that people bring coolers. That's a, yeah.
If you don't let them, they'll bring their own, and they
Yeah.
will. They already do.
they
But
already do,
But I don't
But for
know.
the-
We control it.
but for the.
We can control it.
Yeah, but for the legal issue, they're not supposed to be bringing anything on the city property anyway.
Like you
And
can't,
if you have a liquor license and they bring liquor on, you can lose the license.
No, but we'll make it clear, since we saw it here, you can't bring your own.
but I mean, whether or not the state would allow us to permit the entire golf course
Yeah.
as the
Now,
place where
at
alcohol is
some
served.
golf courses, I know they have golf carts that
Private
run around
bars.
with the,
That's what I'm
with the,
saying.
yeah,
That's the way.
yeah. But then we'd have to eliminate them bringing their own. We couldn't bring their own coolers then.
Right, well, you're not supposed to do that now, right? But
Can I just add real quick to what
yeah. Yeah, go
Counselor
ahead, 'cause
Shaw
I
said?
don't know the answer.
So usually what happens when they allow for alcohol, it almost eliminates people bringing their own alcohol for consumption. And that gives you better control of alcohol that is consumed on property. And so pretty much every golf course that I've seen or been to in New Mexico that has sold alcohol has a food and beverage cart that does drive around and provide beverage as well, or they bring down an order to whoever called it in.
Is there a limit that people sell?
Yeah. So we would follow all state regulations on that.
After they have to take the servers training. They're intoxicated, they can't serve them another beer. Is there driving while intoxicated on that?
But, and again, there's two options.
I asked the state police officer that. Technically, your golf cart is a vehicle. And it's not legal to-
But do keep in mind that there's two options. Yeah.
They can, but they typically don't. If it's in the golf course. So that was a-
But you raise an interesting point, because if we RFP it and we get a contract with an outside vendor and they come in and sell alcohol, then they're legally responsible. If we get our own city license, then we're responsible. So there's two different choices that you can look at. But
But
Matt
I do
seemed,
know it's hard controlling people bringing their own. You know, at the Knights of Columbus, there's times that I'd be the security guard. And the number of people trying to bring alcohol in or go out to their car and drink it out in the parking lot. It was an ongoing issue.
and the same thing with a tournament license, a picnic license for just an individual sports tournament, just like for the Freedom Ride Flight and Cruise, when we had a beer tent, You weren't supposed to take it out into the parking lot and walk down the street. You had to keep it within that confined space. So those are really good questions. And when we bring that to you, we'll have to see what. Yeah.
I consider city property, the whole property.
Well, that's what could be. Yeah.
So that's what you're prioritizing.
Oh, okay.
Metropolitan redevelopment area plan update. You said that's done? Was that done?
And approved by council.
So scratch it. The growth management plan is on management, so don't vote for it. The diversion program lead grant is management.
Underway.
So the only ones you're voting on that page are 1, 2, and 5, right? 1, 2, and 5. Hospital strategy listed again. You can scratch it here because you already got it covered under another goal. Quiet zone next steps.
That's management. We already have funding, so.
Crime reduction action plan. This came from 3 of you. And it was saying, not saying what we need to do, but have the police come back and saying, here are some of our thoughts of what could be done to address some of the increased criminal activity in our community. So it would be you requesting of the staff to come back with that plan. Is that clear? In a lot of cities, this is on the action agenda this year. Because of the experiences, you're not alone. West Side revitalization strategy. That one clear? The abandoned downtown grocery store cleanup. Is that clear?
No, it says cleanup, but actually it's the redevelopment of that property. It's not cleanup. That's what we talked about as a potential site for a housing mixed use property at 4th and Aztec, which is going to take some.
The bid has a design that they have for that.
Well, it's a conception. It's a
Exceptional bid.
Right.
So you want, what would you change it to? Redevelopment?
Yeah, redevelopment. Mayor, has the church hasn't sold that property, right? Do they have it up for sale?
No, they haven't given anything.
It's very challenging. It is structural.
That's what I'm saying. The city's going to have to participate in that. There's no other within
Because of
infrastructure.
Hill Street there,
Right.
they take that retaining wall down,
Exactly.
the
Right.
street goes.
Unless we're willing to do a public-private partnership with investing in some of those infrastructure improvements, that deal's not going to pencil.
Turf baseball fields was brought up by council. That clear?
They're
No, which is, no, because
they're working on it, aren't they, right now?
We've got 2 sources of funding. We've got
Mhm.
section $1 million. And then the state legislature president. So that
2 fields, right? But I mean, this threw me on was baseball. I mean, it's a field. Yeah, just a field in a specific location. It's whatever we can afford.
I don't think we have enough for all of the
Right.
fields.
Call it sports fields then?
Yeah, sports field, right.
And is it management now at this point?
Yeah.
Is it more management? So put management by that one.
And then aren't you working with the schools too?
I think they would be willing to participate in some funding, but they're not gonna, I mean, we can, now that we have funding, we can ask them. They weren't gonna go first.
We sent them all of our data and everything. Their field usage, part of the other.
And are we ever gonna do that 4th field at Sports Complex? We wanted to.
Well, the priority was returfing because they're in really, what, year 13 or whatever, I forget, they're way past their useful life. And that was going to be the priority. And then the sports complex would be next, but it's more because you have to do an entire design and drainage. And so it wasn't as inexpensive as
Because
that.
I thought the last one think we were gonna do that fourth field at sports complex, and something happened with that money too. So either we are or we aren't someday, because if there was talk of.
Oh, no, no,
us doing-
absolutely. But I'm saying Vince prioritized returfing the ones at Fort Canyon because of the priority, because they're in desperate need of it in terms of use, and that would be second. It's possible there might be some money left over in the bond, but you still have to decide, do we want to finish the ones at Fort Canyon or start a new one?
And one further challenge. If we do go ahead with that, first, that adds to our infrastructure. So that now, we'll be able to maintain their capacity. And we may extend it.
So then we don't want to do that. I mean, that's what you're saying, is we will never do that.
No, I'm just saying we have to keep in mind,
Because,
adding an additional turf field will bring environmental costs. We'll have to accommodate as we
Well, it looks like we cannot accommodate because we don't have enough staff, and there's no people in the world that want to work for us.
But we could still try. Maybe
So, I'll quit asking. That's what I'm saying. If it's a no all the time, I'm just saying. I've been asking, we've asked for that fourth field for a long time. And I thought it was promised the first time we bonded, we were gonna use some of that money, and then it had to be, more of it had to be used for that drainage out there by the veterans. So they took that funding away.
And I think the last one we did was Paul. Remember we did, which we did in all four areas.
It was discussed, but the 2016 bond, 5.35 million all went to streets.
Okay, well, the thing is, I don't want it said that we're gonna do it and then we never do. You know, that's all. And if we can't, we won't.
Yeah, this is Vince. Councilor Palachuk, thank you for your concern with that fourth field at the sports complex. This $350,000 that we just got through that legislative appropriation, we actually need just shy of $2 million to do the four fields at Fort Canyon. Two of those fields, and you guys have heard me before, were done in 2004, and two were done in 2005. With and I just got a current quote, current numbers, and we need about 2 million. The 1, 2, and 3, I have it in my CIP for the fourth year. I think, if I remember correctly, I don't have my CIP in front of me. And that fourth field is in my CIP for the fifth year. In our CIP plan. But just so the council, the mayor and council know, the sports complex fields are already at their life expectancy. I mean, they're in decent shape. If we got 18 years out of Fort Canyon, hopefully we'll get the same amount of sports complex, but those are at their life expectancy as well. So it's just gonna be continued expense.
I think the way to look at it, Fran, is that we have the capability to add the need to get that to the next step. We do need it.
Okay. Well, it was my understanding that it was hampering the amount of tournaments that could go there, or they're making it larger tournaments. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm mistaken, because I had people coming to me saying they needed that fourth field done. Yeah, and so I've been pursuing it, but if it's not needed, then I will back off.
Well, Vince, can you speak to that? Are we losing tournaments because we don't have that fourth field?
We need it. We need it, and Councilor Palachuk's right. It did come up several years back, and I want to say the number that comes to my mind is $165,000 that was allocated for some kind of a plan or something, and nothing got done. And but no, we need that fourth field. As a matter of fact, after meeting with a soccer group, soccer right now is the biggest sport we have for youth or adults, or just, they're the biggest group. If we can get that fourth field turf, that sports complex, that frees up Fort Canyon for soccer. They would be able to get all their leagues on those four fields. And we can just use sports complex for nothing but baseball and softball. But it's just gonna be, you know, when those fields were done, well, the biggest deal was water. Everybody, the thought was, well, they're maintenance free. Well, there's no such thing as maintenance free. It'll catch up to you, just like Fort Canyon has caught up to us. Sports Complex will catch up to us, and as well as CDFL. But Counselor, I appreciate you to keep fighting for that fourth field over there, regardless of when it happens. And it's the fourth field, but it's actually field 3, because we do need it.
Vince, so doesn't the school use our fields too, though?
I'm sorry?
The schools use our fields too, right?
Oh, yeah, they occupy our fields about 70%. They use it about 70% of usage.
The schools are working,
Are they trying to, you're on the board, so.
yes, they are working with the city. They're in talks with coming up with some money.
Maybe they can have that as one of their IC. To do that whole field.
I think they're happy to participate once we have a project that's real. I doubt we could ask them for 2 million for a new sports field, though. That would be something we're gonna have to do. They have new schools to build, right? And the technical high school and the whole bit. So, but yes, we're pursuing that. But so that answers your question. Yes, we need it, but the priority is maintenance.
Okay.
Okay,
But Mayor and Council, if I may, it's just like I mentioned yesterday, I know that the Parks and Recreation itself can break the bank. Sports Complex was built in the tail end of 92 and 93. The first year they opened up was 1994. As you all know, they were all natural grass at that time. We put artificial turf in 2012 on 3 of them. But even our parking lot, 26 years later, it's still got coal mix and wood poles for lights. So it's just one of those deals that, you know, we're trying to give things to our community, but then we just can't afford to go the full boat.
moving on to the next one. Rehoboth Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy was brought up by council. Sound clear?
Robert Hamlin, are you on the?
No.
You can explain.
Your eyes went right?
Well, Rehoboth is part of the city now. And they're,
Just do a road for them and add those beautiful lights up there.
but in Rehoboth itself, nothing meets code. But they need new sidewalks, new curbs, new.
Well, you get.
Yeah, electric, they're working with the electric right now. They're putting the electricity underground, but the lighting is really poor.
The lighting?
The poles are, some of them are just a steel pipe up there with an electric light on.
Ooh, welcome to Northside.
And so,
This is public streets, right? Not
public
within the
streets, yeah.
interior. Mhm.
But they are in talks with the city to close off part of the streets that are on the campus, and they would take care of those streets. We'd take care of the public portion of the
But you
street.
have a fund for curb gutter on sidewalk, so.
But they're talking with Robert Hamlin.
That one clear then?
Well, I mean, I would assume that those Rehoboth subdivision or whatever community is part of your district. You get to pick 2 streets to do curb and gutter on, and you can make that a priority for your district. But it shouldn't have for anything in our district. We get to pick our 2 that we want to put curb and gutter.
But
And
this is more than curb and gutter.
No, I mean, you do the curb and gutter and those are the streets you pick, then we would look at making sure the underground is done right before we mill it and redo it. But obviously, it's not gonna be every street there, but.
No,
it'll
it's
be a
not,
process.
it's not every street, because in the new portion, the curbs and gutters are fine. It's just in the old section where the hospital used to be, the old Rehoboth Hospital, and up to the schools. At a certain point, they want to put gates on and make the campus a closed campus. And so it would just be a certain portion of it, and then they want to work with the city to put a roundabout at the entrance where it meets that new street that we put in. But then if the hospital's put out there, then we have to work with the hospital too.
You'll prioritize these in a moment.
Maybe you should wait on that.
Old fire truck restoration.
Okay.
Is that clear?
I thought that was Chewy's pet project.
Well, mine too. Have you seen the picture
No.
of the old?
No.
Okay, I mean,
You'll crank it up.
Was, there you go.
We got a.
Two of you there?
I think he said,
Yes, I am here.
was that about $100,000, chief, to do the restoration? Do you remember?
If I recall, it was somewhere 150,000, something like that. It's been some time since I've seen the numbers on that,
1925,
but
almost 100. It was the first fire truck the city ever had.
There's that one.
And it'll be
Now-
100 years old in
Hey, we could use that on our 100-year ceremony.
Bloomfield has one.
a quick question for Mayor, Council, or for Patty is, you know, as we start replacing some of these units and these fire trucks and fire engines, as we put them up for surplus, when we sell some of these units, is it possible to recoup that,
Oh, how beautiful.
that expenditure, that revenue to apply it to that project?
Where's that at the? Is
It
it at
was
the
out
fire
at the-
station?
Kind of doesn't work that way.
It doesn't really work that way, Chewy. What you need to do is make sure it's on your CIP list, and then we'll utilize that to develop priorities.
Moving on to the next one.
Lyle, you saw the picture.
Yeah, we did. Downtown cameras expansion was brought up by council, and that's direction and funding. Is that clear? Alpine property redevelopment. Is that a repeat?
Yeah, that's a fund. We already have the funding for that. So that's management. We're doing it.
Okay,
So we'll just pick that one off.
yeah, management. And then the bid goal, annual and performance report,
They're doing that already.
Yeah, that's
So I don't think
routine.
it needs to be a vote.
scratch it.
Yeah.
Golf course long-term plan
Yeah.
came up.
We're short-sighted.
I'm not sure what that is. I don't remember having that on there, but I just wanted to,
It was from council.
so, okay. But I just wanted to provide some clarification really quick, especially on number 5, when we talked about the alcohol, because I don't want city council to be scared about the comment that was made about DUI. I've worked at golf courses in multiple states since 2002, and we have never had someone be arrested for using a golf cart while they were playing golf and then consuming an alcoholic beverage. So I think that it would apply more to a city road and not to our golf course. And by having the alcohol, that allows us to identify what we sell and what we see in a person's cart or what's with them, to then get that removed, or then ask them politely to leave if they don't want to follow the rule. And that's where it would give us a lot more control over what is being sold and what is being consumed.
Comments on 20? Anybody?
I mean,
I don't think we need to.
20, is that like, are we gonna have weddings there? or-
Anybody want it? Going once, twice, scratch. Next one came from council, and that is homeless shelter. What's the goal, the city's role, direction, and funding? That one clear?
No.
No, not really.
Are you is somebody wanting us to make to build one?
We need something.
Well, we do have the Lexington.
No, I
and
don't.
We have a
Our
partnership.
church does that.
We have a partnership with
We have
Heading Home. So there is a possibility that they might expand services here. Battered Families is working on a huge $19 million facility for domestic violence. If you all want something else, then that would not be, we're not working on it now.
Anybody want number 21?
I do.
You do? What would you like to see?
Homeless shelter.
We'll leave it on the list.
Thank you.
Additional code enforcement officers, we heard that yesterday. You'll prioritize that. The sand and gravel, we talked about that earlier today. Is that now on management given? But then we had a revisit of that a little bit later. Leave that on the list for prioritization.
Yeah.
Is that clear? The next one is demolition program for substandard structures.
I just have a problem with this one because it isn't a program. It's basically if a structure is an imminent hazard or is significantly deteriorated that it can't be safely, can't stand, then it can be demolished through a condemnation process. But we just can't go around demolishing substandard structures all over the city. So
Anybody want
we
it?
could do a code enforcement program.
Let's scratch it. So on that page, you're voting on 17, 21, 22, 23. Litter control staffing. Funding. That one clear?
No, we haven't actually, this one is in solid waste. They have a couple of people that they use. Actually, Adrian, why don't you speak to that if you're there? I mean, we did give you a position a year or two ago, which is like a laborer that you use for some kind of intermittent litter control, but can you speak to what this means?
Yeah, we did hire a full-time laborer. What this means, particularly, we talked about it last year, was converting our 4 part-time recyclers to assist Vince's crew in the downtown area, converting them from part-time to full-time. And we had discussed that we would bring that up in the future.
Now, that would probably want to do in conjunction with the study, so that we don't find
I can't hear Patty.
Just to repeat what she said, could we do this in conjunction with the rate study? But I don't think he wants to wait a whole other budget year. So I don't know. I think if he puts it in the budget and we can afford it, fine. If not, then we might have to push it off. What she's saying is you might not have enough revenue in your solid waste budget without the rate study.
Right,
See how
yeah.
this important this is to the council today.
But I think it should be prioritized. I agree with that.
They are already doing a good portion of that work. They're going through the main alleys, picking up a lot of the trash, a lot of the boxes. But we had just talked about them helping mostly on that 2nd Street corridor where Vince was having a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly consistent with all the priorities that you've talked about for the last day and a half. So I think you should definitely vote on this one.
The next one was downtown beautification. Is that one clear? That came up from interviews, focusing on this area here. Comments there? The land development standards revision and update, that's management at this point.
It's done.
I mean, are we doing it?
No, it's done. Yeah.
I thought there was further work to be done in the write-up.
It's just if some issue comes up and it needs to be modified, which we've done several
Scratch
times since
it?
it was approved. Yeah. No, it's
That was
done.
different than the write-up said there was going to be some adjustments this year. Going along with the growth plan.
We did the multifamily and commercial. I don't know, CB, if you're there, do we need to do any more updates to the land development code?
Not at the moment. We did the 2 that we talked about.
Do you see any coming up this year?
No.
Okay, we'll scratch it.
I mean, it's an ongoing thing. If a code needs updating, we just take it to council and the commission, it gets done. So yeah, I just scratch it.
28 is similar to 2. Yeah. So you scratch it. Speeding and racing problem analysis. That one clear? Any others that we need to have here? So let me review what you're voting on. You're voting on, starting on page 56, 1, 2, and 5. 57, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. On page 58, 17, 21, 22, 23. And on 59, 27, 20, or 25, 26, and 29. Give me the 6 here that are most important for you. Sure.
And put in the ceremonial parade and call it a tourist attraction. I'll tell you what, why don't you ask Jennifer?
That would be a bit of a stretch.
I don't think you could do that and keep it in the fire. I mean, it would have to be a tourist attraction in some way, maybe part of the cultural center, or put it like the locomotive car. I mean, but I don't know. We'll follow up with her and ask. Yeah, yeah. Patty said no, though.
So give me 6 here, folks. Fire away.
12, 9, 11, 17.
9's it gone.
Oh, 9's gone?
Yeah, we've got it covered under 11,
Okay, let's see, 11, okay, 17, 22, 29. Is that enough?
3. You got one more.
13.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yep.
2, 5, 11, 17, 22, 20.
Got it.
11, 17, 21, 22, 23, 29.
Okay.
5, 11, 15, 16, 22, and 29.
6. Who am I missing?
Okay, 1, 2, 5, 11, 12, 23.
Okay. I need a tiebreaker. First time today. Between number 2, 23, 2 or 23, or pass. You can say 2, 23, or pass. 2 for me also.
Just 2. I'm working on a committee trying to do that already.
2.
Okay, we'll add 2. The big winners here are 2, the new residential development, 5, the alcohol sales for golf and sports tournaments, number 11, the crime reduction action plan. Number 20 or 17 is downtown cameras. Number 22 is additional code enforcement officers, and 29 racing and speeding. We need about 10 minutes to make copies of this, and we'll have these for your final prioritization. So get some fresh air, eat some popcorn, relax, socialize, and I'll get this done.
Those are the ones from Georgia.
Okay.
Is it me?
Is that, yeah, where are they?
It's raining. You remember that
It's
song
raining
from back in the
kids, yeah.
days?
Yeah, the Bats 90 Pips.
Uncharted. No, thank you. I had seconds already, so yeah.
I never go.
I snuck out and got a refill. It's kind of interesting, though. There's a lot of consensus, which is really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Like, I mean, think about that. Alcohol at sports tournaments and the golf course, 8 years ago, that would never have happened. I know. But you can't let your problems define your future.
Yeah, well, because I never had, that's what I always said about restaurants.
Number 11.
Mhm. Right.
They don't stand up there trying to get you to do it.
Yeah.
It's practical.
Right, exactly right. So we bundled the whole problem together, but restaurant, yeah, and so. So tell me about the housing strategy. So I heard Jason Valentine resurrected that, but he didn't invite CB or
He
anybody.
invited me, all of the other people that have been on like, it was today at 4:30, but I.
Oh, geez, yeah. I'm just saying, if there needs to be somebody dedicated to doing this, you know, so like if we do hire an economic development, the skill set is going to be the same. Know all the city permitting and coordination and working with developers. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Marketing the city, working, I mean, it's knowing how to use GIS, find property, do ownership, get values. I mean, it's all the same skill set.
We did bring a.
Okay, you got somebody identified?
We had a meeting. Yeah, he's paying for us. And we had our deal, we had Gallup partners there who was Rick Padilla works for them.
Yes, I do, yeah.
And so he told us, he was explaining about our program.
Right, yes.
And then Dennis was there, and so he showed us, he showed the developer, and then, we had, then when I was at because one girl from Rio Grande contacted me and said she was in the class.
One last thing.
So I was interested in I'm gonna try to do one or two, but
Yeah.
But she was interested and I gave her card.
It's a big project.
Did he contact you?
Don't worry about that.
Did you come?
She hasn't come because we haven't had any other people. And then he said, and then we had a lady present to do a Zoom presentation about revitalizing your mind.
Yeah, there's that.
Funding, there was funding.
There's a 203K program. There's a lot of programs for that, but
So she had a. It's so minimal. We announced it.
Yeah.
Tried to get people
We've
to
been
come
changing
and
ours out
stuff.
to have like,
yeah, there's a.
USB.
Yeah, the revitalizing the property is tough. If you've got a lot of elderly people on fixed income, they're not going to want to do that, right? But there is a way to buy a home and fix it up with a wraparound 203K program with a mortgage. I mean, there's programs for buying them and fixing them up too, that you can do, because there's a lot of fixer-uppers. But I just wondered so then if this person is still interested and Jason would like to bring him in, I mean, we don't have anybody to dedicate to them, but we can use that. We like CB does. He brings, when a developer comes in and wants to do a project, he brings everybody together.
The hotel
Planning,
like in
police,
Williams.
fire, and all the utilities, and everybody sits in a room. And I mean, that might be helpful to talk to them, you know, what's and the impact fees and the permit fees are low and. Like interlocks.
We don't have an email address or Wi-Fi.
People could put homes in.
We don't have a Wi-Fi connection.
And we consider that a plus. if we could get
I do
homes
too,
there.
because the infrastructure's there.
Or you setting them
No,
up
there's
for
a
one-
property at Porco and Filipino where that fire was a couple of years ago, the brush fire, and there was the house was being rented. And the young couple with the dog was with their 2 kids and got out, remember? And the house completely burned to the ground, but it was a really nice lot because it was up high. And they had a for sale sign, and now it's been gone for a while. And I don't know if somebody's bought that lot and they're sitting on it, but that would be now that would not be low income. That would be very nice.
And
that
then
vendor
Christy Tyler
does
and
that
her
area
husband Mike,
and
they
maintains them
buy
and everything,
houses.
because you need
they'll
maintenance.
fix them up.
Someone's gonna break
They
it.
done
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Really?
at the end of the day, how much are we gonna?
For sure.
Oh,
One was
right.
on,
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so,
Payphones used to be.
yeah, because people will vandalize and do things.
You
And
got a
some of
percentage
that,
of
that's
it.
expensive electricity for it.
What's
More than
the-
likely, it's
where was
better
it?
to do the lease option and get a little less, but at least you're.
I mean, just rough, what part of the city is
it
it?
was, you know, it was near where that
And-
A-frame is. It's near the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, up there,
Have you
yeah.
seen
For us,
an
it's,
A-frame?
Natasha, 1 through 12 are the only pages you need. And Julie's emailing it now.
There's an
A-frame.
A-frame that's on that street, that's.
1 through 12.
And John Wheeler bought a house a couple of years ago when he got here, and he had showed pictures when he had it decorated for Christmas. It was beautiful inside. Somebody obviously did some work. So there's some, but if somebody's buying them and rehabbing them and selling them, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's Christy Tyler. She's
Good
done
for
some.
her.
Right.
And they're beautiful.
Yeah.
One of which on-
What's she using to do the renovation
I think
work?
they're doing
You know,
it.
at the end of the day, it's going that way. But it-
Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah, they're really, so she sold two.
Mhm.
And by
She did another
2030,
renovation.
you heard.
God, that's
They're
awesome.
going
But
away
if,
from
but
the
if you could, if there is somebody that,
big
like this lady
manufacturers
from Rio Rancho that
in the US.
expresses an interest,
What do
we are
you do?
happy to just get some key people together and sit down with her and kind of go, because
Concrete or whatever.
if she's in Rio Rancho, they're paying impact fees, they're paying higher permit fees. I mean,
Concrete in the
She was definitely,
oh, good.
she acted like she was definitely.
rebar.
So like I couldn't be on the meeting today. so-
No, it keeps the concrete
Yeah, just let us know.
prep, so it doesn't crack.
Somebody sold it.
Can it? Forget.
But I'm trying to find somebody with Jennifer's skill set that can kind of market the assertive, like people get
Otherwise, they
things. I mean, just,
Yeah, because
If
the
that's-
vendor under Jennifer, that was.
yeah, it's gonna be hard. Well, you know what? Be honest with you, Kara Smith, Main Street Director, I thought about her as a person in that position. And then she got pregnant and had a baby and moved to California. But she would have been perfect. She would have been
She had
perfect.
the personality.
She had the
But I never
personality, she had
really
the skill
paid any
sets.
attention.
Yeah.
There's not
Cars
that
are
many
parked
cars out
So
there.
hopefully there's some more people out there like her.
There has
But at the end of the day, if you don't wear the boots,
Mhm.
you're never gonna know.
I know. I used to do that when I was, when I.
Program, I can't get over it.
Oh, that's, yeah, isn't that amazing? Thank you, though. That's
I'm
great.
like so impressed.
Dr. Chang, when you
It
come to
really
the ISO,
is.
he has his own little place in this bedroom.
Oh, let me tell you, right now, the people that are using electrical vehicles, they keep them for inner city,
I
and when they
love
go
this
out, they use them
program.
for
I'm telling you, this
other
is like the
vehicles.
best.
But
is, yeah.
It
It's
is.
gonna come to a point where they're not,
Program.
Yeah,
so.
Yes, Tom.
big city stuff, right?
It totally is. I love it.
Cabinet maker.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's on the
We're on pages 5, 6, and 7 of the handout. These are things that you all identified are your priorities for the year. We're going to do like we have in the past. 2 rounds. Top is first, and so put your check in the middle column here. Everybody, the top priority, that column there. Looking at these, give me the 7 most important for you for the next year. Do not assume anything. Do not assume, oh, it's going to get done anyway. That is not what I'm asking. Which ones are most important to you that the city needs to focus in on during the next year? Nope, on pages 5, 6, and 7. There's 24 action items here.
Really?
How many, Lyle?
7.
Do we need to,
Or 7.
do we need to number them or just?
Nope, just check them. 7 in the top column. 7 most important over these 3 pages. He's all made it through round 1. Now,
You've got tri-state in here. Let me change that.
but I'd taken that out. Julie, on number 1 on policy tri-state, I've taken out. It was not on the sheet. Remove it. On policy 1, remove the word tri-state.
Tri-state station. Yeah, just takes 3 words. Just take those out.
on the other. I didn't
Yeah,
on that.
yeah, no, that's okay. It's just.
Yep, ready to go.
I am, but can we take from the recent meeting, sometimes it's gonna be, I'm thinking.
You're doing 2 rounds.
Around.
Yeah, you got a 2nd round coming.
Okay,
These are the 7 most, and then we're going to do another.
Oh, for.
okay.
Hi,
I'm ready. Are you-
fire away.
Uh,
The first column should be not personal. It should be top, and the 2nd
Oh,
column
right.
should be high.
Right,
There's a wording missing up there.
right, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I didn't get you.
All
either.
right, so ready to go?
Okay.
Fran,
2, 3, 4,
2, 3, 4,
5,
5,
7,
7,
and 21 and 24.
21, and 24. Got it.
Okay. Oh, go. 3, 4, 7, 9, 10, 14, and 24.
Got it. Fire away.
2, 3, 5, 8,
2, 3, 5, 8.
14, 15.
Four, 7,
2, 4, 7,
9, 10,
9, 10.
23, 24.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14, and 17.
It's good. Your top priorities, and you can, over in this column here, where it's blank and just says priority, put a T in it so you don't vote on it in 2nd round. Your top priorities are 2, the Gallup Cemetery. 3, the wastewater treatment plant. 4, Red Rock Park. 5, golf course effluent water line. 7, the water lines and to cast iron pipe. Number 14, the ceremonial MOU. And number 24, speeding and racing. Those are your 7 top priorities. Looking at the remainder, give me the 7 most highest. So we're going, if it didn't make it in round 1, carry it over to round 2, fresh vote. So in the column here, this column here, give me the 7 next highest. And if it didn't make it in round 1, vote on it in round, these clearly stood out.
Seven?
7, next highest. Fire away.
Nine, 10,
9, 10,
15,
15,
20, 21, 22.
got it. Fire away.
8, 9, 13,
13,
15, 16, 17.
okay,
Okay, I have mine, I think.
all right, fire away.
Number 1, 8, 9, 10, 12, 6,
6,
and 21. Oh, did I? No, I did that wrong. I'm sorry, not 6, erase 6.
Okay.
16.
16.
I'm sorry, I numbered it.
So I scratched the 6th one, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
then number 21.
Got it.
How many did you say? 7?
7.
Okay, Lau. 6, 9, 10, 17, 19, 20,
17, 19, 20.
20, 21.
Got it. Yep.
6, 8, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21.
All right, your high priorities are number 8, the animal shelter. Number 9, police services and staffing. 10, fire services and staffing. Number 16, economic development position. Number 20, alcohol sales on golf and sports tournament. And 21, crime reduction. So those are your top and high. The others get listed, but not as a top and high priority. That makes sense? We've done this in the past. Now we go to the Mary Ann's list, which we haven't prioritized yet. We're on pages 9, 10, 11, and 12. There are 28 of these. Yes.
We have a team of 400.
So I'm good because of the 8. We're breaking them top, high, moderate. So Give me the 8 that are the most important for you.
8 for top,
Yep, that's right.
Marianne.
The Gallup team. And seriously, this list came from all the departments. It's just, yeah.
Oh, this is all of the. Yeah, I thought yesterday they did a good job.
Yeah, they did. They really did. They did an excellent job.
And 27 is the sports field. It's not just baseball.
Yes,
Sports.
sports, right.
How many were these, Debbie?
8. Because there's so many there,
There is. so
Linda.
many.
What?
There is so many.
Going down to 14. I got 6 more.
Save them because we're going to do a second round like we did on the first.
And it's the same thing. It's top
And
and
high.
high.
Hey, Lyle,
Yep.
1, 2, 3,
Yep.
9, 12, 16, 19, 21.
Got it. All right, friend.
1,
Yep.
10, 11, 14, 18, 21, 26, 27.
Got it. Thank you.
Mine is 1, 3, 6, 11, 12.
All right.
1, 3, 11, 12, 15, 16, 21, 26.
1, 8, 9, 12, 21, 23.
Give me one more that you didn't vote for.
4,
3.
Hey,
15.
Three.
14.
Everybody's? I need a tiebreaker. Sorry about this, but they are 14, 15, 16, and 9. So it's 9, 14, 15, 16. No, you got more. 19. Really split on this one.
Wow.
26 and 27. On the others, those clearly stood out. On these, the ones that stood out are already top priority are 1, 3, 11, and 12, and 21, those 5. I'm trying to get us up a little higher. So out of 9, 14, 15, 16, 19, 26, 27. Give me three of those that are most important for you.
Wow, wow.
9, 14, 15, 16, 19, 26, 27.
If we didn't vote, or
We need three.
Brand new vote.
okay.
So you, out of those, what would be the three that you would find? I apologize, but the way you split on this one was
One,
three.
three votes. Okay.
Three out of those.
Okay. I'll go 15. Was 19 one of them?
Yep,
19?
We voted for that the first time.
yep, this is a brand new vote. Because all of these got two, so you really spread out on these. And yeah, one more from,
Um, 26,
okay? Linda,
16, 19, 26.
got it. One's not one choice. 26. Three,
9, 15, 16.
okay?
9, 16, and 19.
Okay, one more time, sorry about this. Between 9, 15, 19, and 26, give me two.
6 and 16.
Got it? No, it's 9, 15, 19, and 26.
15.
15. Yep,
I'll go with 15. 19.
got it? Got it?
Nine and 16.
16 is already a top, so it's between 9, 15, 19, and 26.
19.
Got it?
19, 26.
Got it.
Can you go over all of them again too?
Yep, I'm gonna go through them all.
Okay.
Your top priorities are number 1, so put a T by it. Number 3 is a top priority, so it's for those, those who are, I should share it for those because they don't have these sheets. Mill and overlay program, number 1. Number 3 is water wells, those projects. Number 11, city employee compensation classification and compensation study. Number 12, American Rescue Plan projects. Number 15 is the liquor excise revenue from the county. Number 16 is the airport terminal. Number 19 is the mobility initiative and hub. And number 21, the air service. So those are the most important for you for this year. Looking at the remainder, give me the 8 next highest. Yep.
Okay.
Last time, the first round, there were 5 that got 5 of you, and then you split them. All the rest of the 3 votes.
I'm ready.
Fire away, Fran.
6,
Yep,
8,
yep,
10,
yep,
14,
yep,
18,
yep.
22, 26, and 27.
Got it. others spread out.
Yeah, really.
Airway.
Eight, 9, 18, 21, 22, 26, 27.
21 is already a top, so you get one more vote. Linda.
28.
Thank you. These are clear.
Mine is 6, 8, 10, 23, 26, 27, 28, and 22.
Strike. 8, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 18, 24, and 27. I think many of you are going to be able to tell me what these are. These did stand out clearly. So what is my first one? What'd you guess? Group? 6. You are correct. That is the Navajo Gallup water. And what's the next one? 8. That is correct. That's the airport master plan. The next one is 9, which is federal infrastructure program, getting ready for it. The number 10 is the Humane Society. Number 18, the economic development element in your growth management plan. Number 22, vehicle and pedestrian safety improvements, the quiet zone. And you have number 26, which is similar to the quiet zone. Number 27 is a sports turf field. And number 28 is the Alpine redevelopment plan. So those are the high. I think 26 and 24, 2 could be combined, or
Yeah, they really are. I just noticed.
I'll combine that.
Yeah. So do that, so.
So those are your high. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Did you want them to do another one?
Yes, and the next one that would fall in line, give me a tiebreaker between the following. So looking at the following, I'll give you, they are number, well, actually, there's not a real backup.
Really?
The one that would be closest may be the growth management plan, number 24, which would be consistent with having it as a high priority for the economic development element. Is you okay adding that as a high? Yeah. So that is what we were going to get done.
Wow.
Okay, yay.
Thank you for, hopefully this met your needs. It was the way we used to do it several years ago, but with the other intervening COVID. Yesterday, I wanted to make sure that the department heads had an opportunity to share with you their ideas and concerns. I hope you found that helpful yesterday. And it laid a good foundation. We used to do that, but that's hard to do when you're on the Zoom.
Right.
where yesterday, because it's not only questioning, there's relationship building there that is really important. So I thank the department heads. Thank you all for doing some great work. Thank you. Hopefully this met your needs this year. You've got a strong plan, clear priorities, and good luck during the next year. And hopefully I'll see you a year from now. He didn't drop out this time. It was sort of his fun.
Yes, I really, really appreciate that. I really do. You have some really good perspective that we're really gonna miss.
Very nice meeting all.
You
were fine back there.
She was working, so she saved me time. So thank you, Julie, as well. So thank you all.
Thank you all.
Do you need to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, yes. And then we'll see the department directors at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Alfred, will you take roll? Councilor Shaw. Yes. Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Pelletier.
Yes.